Okay, I see a connection. Let me see if it's gonna actually pop up on YouTube. It looks like it's popped up on YouTube. I am officially streaming, and I know I'm about to say this to literally no one. The government cannot stop me. The mental hospital cannot stop me. I will simply continue playing Minecraft until I beat it. And I will listen to Project 2025 the entire time. I am losing it. And I had technical difficulties last time, and I persevered. We are reading Project 2025 using Microsoft Word. I have brought it into Microsoft Word. I've brought it in to Microsoft Word. Okay, we're going to figure this out. I brought it in to Microsoft Word. And I made Microsoft Word convert this 900-page document into a Word file that it can now read aloud, okay? And the voice it gave me was not particularly pleasant, but it doesn't matter. I have to get it done, and conveniently today, the section we are in is the most relevant one. The section is called the general welfare, and it's all about, well, literal welfare, but also everything involving actual social regulation. Any social policy that affects people's daily lives, this is the section that really does it. The economic stuff is powerful. The introductory stuff talking about the power of the president is nothing but filled with subversions of existing systems, which may seem punk in one way, but the entire point is to centralize power into these guys as president, which is currently Donald Trump. Also, someone posted to me yesterday that video of Elon Musk doing a certain motion. Absolutely he did. I went back through that clip. I sat down with it. I thought about it. He absolutely did. There's zero discussion. I don't care. I don't care if it even ends up that he's just dumb and has poor social skills and bad social cognition and he just didn't think about that motion. If that is the case, that proves psychologically that he doesn't think about whether or not he does or does not look that way. So either he holds it so dearly in his mind that he is not radicalized in that direction and to that degree and for that topic, or he is literally a, what is the word? National socialist. There you go. Let's play Minecraft. I need to beat this game. I'm so sick of this. We are starting, because we essentially ended on this section last time. We are starting on the Department of Health and Human Services. They're going to make a bunch of absolutely terrible, garbage arguments. And we are going to cope with that reality. Okay, that was a problem last time. Sorry, the reading voice can go ridiculously fast. I'm going to do male just because I find the female voices are a bit more tinny and it kind of hurts my ears over time.
Department of Health and Human Services.
It's a little slow actually for me.
HHS, we're a separate country.
Okay, we're doing it. I know you guys can hear it. I know you guys can see it. We're balling. Let's get this shit done. I need ender pearls.
HHS activities personally impact the lives of more Americans than do those of any.
Well, it looks glitchy already. It's not highlighting things, but whatever. You can hear it.
HHS was dedicated to serving all Americans from conception to natural death, including those individuals and families who face economic and social well-being challenges. One under President Biden, the mission has shifted to promoting equity in everything we do for the sake of population.
These assholes don't understand that health is by definition equitable, because not everyone has the same health. All of those things have impacts on physical and mental health in different ways.
As a result of HHS's having lost its way, U.S. life expectancy, instead of returning to normal after the COVID-19 pandemic, continued to drop precipitously to levels not.
It has been dropping. I actually don't know what the confounding factors are. Oh wow, the focus on the white population is just a little wild. Even though just in not more years, white people won't even be the dominant race category in the U.S. So they've used that language, social engineering, so many times. They're just talking about the concept of like wanting to change from being racist. Also, I want to talk about that first thing they cite. They said that the budget is like 1.5 trillion. Again, the military during a peacetime, when we already have a military that is many, 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 many times larger than everyone else's combined, like the next 9 countries combined, our military is 890 billion right now. That's almost 1 trillion. During peacetime. Yeah, of course our fucking... For God's sake, it's the one example of things being reasonable. Yeah, our health and human services should be bigger than our military during peacetime. The fuck do you mean? Like, yes, that's reasonable. They're into the conception situation. I cannot wait to start regulating right-leaning conservative men and being like, it's a zygote though. Sorry, bro. No. Abortion is not euthanasia. You actual dumb motherfuckers. They've just never taken any semblance of a biology course. Or there's just way too many creepers at once. Pluralism, I actually don't know what they're talking about there.
American civil rights by ensuring that HHS programs and activities follow the letter and spirit of religious freedom and conscience protection laws.
Okay, yes, so religious freedom. You don't have to get the procedure if you don't want to. That's just really hard for them to comprehend. Oh, but my tax dollars help fund it. Your tax dollars also help... My tax dollars help fund cars, and I don't even drive. I'm not bitching about it. You see me bitching about the existence of roads because I just don't use them traditionally, and instead I use bike lanes and trails? What asshole cocksuckers? Imagine if I was like, it's against my religion to fund cars. I'm going to install fascism. What? Children's minds. By the way, am I tripping? Are health and human service programs not just, like Medicare? Do I not know, like, what functional thing they do? It's like supporting... It's like socialized healthcare, right? That's what the HHS is? Just a really weak version? I don't know. Yeah, I see Medicare and Medicaid. Okay, so it is that. It is that. Okay.
Should empower individuals to control their healthcare related dollars and decisions. Of course, providers who deliver healthcare also need the freedom to address the unique needs of their patients. States should be the primary regulators of the medical profession, and the federal government should not restrict providers' ability to discharge their responsibilities.
So again, they're talking about states being the regulators of... So it's all about federalism, anti-federalism, I don't know which direction it technically is, but it's about the Fed having less power and decentralizing it to states, which again, not even that against it, but the reason that the right goes for that so hard is because the division between blue states and red states is so profound that they want to be able to control what goes on in their states more aggressively. So they want to ban abortion, they want to be able to do all these things at the state level because their states are so intently red and they can guarantee power in those contexts. I don't know if they understand that, like, if they keep doing this too hard, states like Colorado, states like New York, states like, I imagine Vermont, I believe, Oregon, these states are just going to become like bastions of leftism to counteract their behaviors. What? Families of a mother-father that are married, right? They're back to this shit, the nuclear family, puritanical shit. Anything else doesn't matter. Like, it's so weird that they're just saying that aloud. Like, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. So no one is subsidizing single motherhood. Oh my god. Oh hey, now it's showing the highlight. Good. God, they get weird with this. Sorry, I'm gonna pause the audio for a second so I can hear how things sound for you guys. Okay. Alright, we'll bring it back. What? Okay, I don't... This data is shit. They're not going to talk about the compounding factors here. Non-related boyfriends. Oh my god, they are going in on it.
HHS should prioritize married father engagement in its messaging, health, and welfare policies.
Oh my god. I don't know. I mean, obviously, these guys are just actual white supremacists. I don't know what to say. Like, their reasons likely for wanting to focus so hard on the traditional family unit is because it's a great means of social reproduction of the white nuclear family. I mean, let's be real. That's what's going on. That's their logic here. But like, if I'm charitable for 30 milliseconds, their logic is that the nuclear family is the best for the social reproduction of all generally moral and good families in their stupid minds. They're not going into the detail about the effects of fatherlessness would be the term I can think of, but they're not going in on it. The United States is currently a place that dual income is necessary to avoid poverty. Okay, so having both working parents is quintessential to not being in poverty. And it is poverty that predisposes people to these negative things that they consider the dissolution of American culture and the downfall of the family or whatever. You know, whatever they consider like moral degradation or whatever, moral decay. It's actually poverty. The thing that they incentivize and produce through their obsession with competition and their hatred for the concept of equity, which equity manifests regularly as reevaluating the poor distribution of wealth in our country. So no, they're bitching about moral decay, which I would just describe as what they're interpreting, or what they're misinterpreting. What is actually happening is the effects of poverty on people. Yes, poverty has many negative, confounding effects on a person and their life outcomes. Who knew? We've known for fucking ever. Now they're talking about the next pandemic, but they just refuse to say it.
Was never defined. For the sake of democratic accountability, we must know with clarity what will trigger the next emergency declaration.
Man, I can't believe it. They just gloss over some of the craziest white supremacist great replacement theory bullshit. If anyone who doesn't know what the great replacement theory is, it's the belief or the fear in the minds of white supremacists and white people in general that because of race mixing, which is not a word I'm using as if it's an academic word, I'm trying to use their psychotic language. They genuinely fear the reality that like people are going to have mixed families. If there's a large population of people of color in the country, they're going to have kids. That means not everyone's going to be white. People will be more mixed over time. They're so scared of that reality, which is likely where the United States is heading. I don't remember what the number is, but you know, sometime in my lifetime, likely white people will be a minority compared to mixed people of either black or a combination of black or Latin American ethnicity or race, or however you want to define it. Great replacement theory is essentially their fear that that's going to happen, which it is likely going to happen, and being psychotic about how you define a family and hating the concept of fatherlessness is not the solution. You should fight poverty, because poverty is the thing that produces these things. When I say fight poverty, I mean actually ameliorate systems of inequity that produce such significant poverty in the wealthiest country in the history of the world in the first place. Okay, I did not get a single Enderman in this round, and I'm pissed. Great. I swear to God, Skeleton, I will end your life.
Regulators should have a long cooling-off period on their contracts. 15 years would not be too long. That prevents them from working for companies they have regulated. Similarly, pharmaceutical company executives should be restricted from moving from industry into
and then at some point they'll start saying shit about pharmaceutical and insurance companies, and it's actually not too far off. It's just their underlying principle is deregulating those systems such that they can install libertarian / anarcho-capitalist methods. Okay, do I need an iron ingot for what I'm about to do? I don't think so.
COVID and structural reform. COVID-19 exposed the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention,
CDC and HWO, I'm certain.
Competent and arrogant agency in the federal government.
It's actually not the most arrogant or incompetent. It's definitely the military. What are you talking about? We're like a department based on like bringing about peace, but we just like we really like building nukes, like a lot. That's a little suspect.
That turned into 2 years of interference and restrictions on the smallest details.
That's because a bunch of fucking people died. Dear God, it was like wartime level deaths. It was horrible. I totally could have died, like myself. Like I was just open to it. Not like in a negative way. I'm immunocompromised insofar as I have a terrible respiratory illness, and COVID, its main route is respiratory.
Publishing epidemiological data from the individual states, a scientific data gathering function. This information is useful for medical and public health researchers around the country. On the other hand,
at least they did say the word pandemic, but they'll only ever talk about things that could piss off their most conspiratorial and radical constituents, stakeholders, fans of conservatism. They'll only say things that could possibly piss those people off if it is to reinforce a different point about conservatism. Which is very interesting. It's just the partisanship is so bad. Like, I feel like that's one objective reality of this document, is that it is fundamentally a deeply partisan document. And in that way, I would argue, despite its attempts at being, you know, wanting smaller government and all this other crap, I think despite those things, it's pretty obvious that this is still a fundamentally, this is a fundamentally, sorry, it's super important that I get this, Enderman.
A separate agency should be responsible for public health with a
okay. This is still a fundamentally establishment document. As much as they're crazy, I think this does adequately represent, like, the American right. And the MAGA movement, most certainly. Dang it. I think it is not unfair to say that this, for the most part, genuinely represents MAGA and what it is. What is the holiest day of the Christian calendar in these guys' mind? Christmas? Lives saved versus souls saved. Well, they just so happen to be the same fucking thing if you're not an asshole. Like, if you think people have souls and they have souls and you shouldn't really be a dick about it.
Testing failures were largely the result of that agency's prioritizing its own development and production of tests using its internal staff and facilities. The private sector.
God, these guys are so fucking kooky. Again, it's always the private sector can always deal things better. And by the way, I don't always think that that's not true. I also think private sector can just mean members of your community that are working in a nonprofit. I think that can be true.
Private companies that was adopted by the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. When it comes to testing, the CDC's role should similarly be to facilitate rather than supplant the efforts of private test developers, academic laboratories, state public health laboratories, and clinical testing providers.
Okay, I have enough iron ingots now to make a bucket.
The CDC should focus on gathering and disseminating information, including specimens needed for development of positive controls and reference panels, and ensuring that...
Wow, they're actually talking about the concept. They're trying not to use the word vaccine, but they are quietly acknowledging the efficaciousness of actual vaccines.
Most problematically, the CDC presented itself as a kind of super doctor for the entire nation.
Super doctor? What do you mean, bro?
The CDC is a
Oh, as in like giving advice for how to deal with it? Right. I did say, when Fauci was going on and talking about this and that, I remember when he was like, oh, a cloth mask will block the virus. And I was like, no, that's not how that works. Like, but I think it was just because they were so desperate. They were dealing with a not well-educated population. Americans.
particular patient.
Because, hey, you know what? Even this own document will bitch. They'll say, we're like 13th in education right now. We're really falling behind. So, hey, using their own logic, Americans are really shittily educated. Does that excuse or provide the right for governmental entities to essentially lie to people? Absolutely not. But you can see the logic, likely, of Fauci being like, holy shit, millions might die. Actually, I'm not sure if millions actually died. I don't know. Actually, I'm pretty sure CDC could reasonably say kids should get certain shots. Like, you don't want to bring fucking polio back. You should probably... Medical providers, but they're all educated in a similar way. Wow. It's interesting. The CDC and WHO, just because they were involved with COVID and COVID involving concepts of isolation and masking and whatnot, they've lost it on these groups. Which again, I'm not saying that I actually think the CDC is particularly innocent, but they're just going absolutely in on them. They're treating them like China, the way that they treat China. Like, just rage boner. Bad.
From 2014 through 2018, the CDC Foundation received
That sucks.
$79.2 million from pharmaceutical corporations like Pfizer, Biogen, and Merck. This
No, there is absolutely, like, I have no issue saying this, there is absolutely cahoots going on involving insurers and medical tech and developer companies. So that includes vaccine development companies, all of these biotech companies, every single one of them. Wow, great. I have a single carrot. I'm gonna die.
Data that are not available in real time or usable across systems. Congress should require HHS to prioritize the electronic collection.
Just realized that
privacy-protected data that better leverages existing systems while reducing burdens on clinicians. HHS should also enter into a public-private partnership with
1, 2, 3.
expert to develop a system that makes
No, I fundamentally think that all of this should be completely public. Again, like, you're never going to stop me. I think this information should be absolutely fucking public to a ridiculous degree. Everything they figure out, the genomes, the data, the methodologies, I don't care. All of it should be completely public. It's a security risk for who? Shut up. I don't care. Oh, is that my new issue? Is that this will turn to ice?
Respect for life and conscience. The CDC should eliminate programs and projects that do not respect human life and conscience rights and that undermine family formation.
Dude, their obsession with, like, natalism, which I'm not particularly anti-natalist. I've seen arguments in both directions, but their obsession with, like, this sort of, like, race cultural purity natalism is just goddamn creepy. Like, I got so fucking lucky that I'm male, because I just find this shit so creepy. I need to meddle in what you do with your body. Like, oh, that's really discomforting.
Insensitive to the consciences of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people who objected to taking a vaccine with such a...
Okay, will I also object to Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute? Am I, like, allowed to kill him or something? Am I allowed to tax him out of existence? Because you guys are talking about using government power and influence through money to affect these changes. Is that your argument? Like, just because I morally disagree with something, I get to do whatever I want? These guys are fucking ridiculous.
All such research should be prohibited as a matter of law and policy.
Again, these people don't seem to understand that, like, a zygote with 100,000 cells is very different from a human with consciousness. Again, I'm not going to get too far into arguments for or against abortion. I feel like the thing I'll say is that when we talk about the concept of a human life, we're talking about a human consciousness. And fetal cells before a general time do not represent consciousness, right? The house is built, the lights are on, but no one's home. It's not a person. The way I usually talk about it to other people from a medical perspective is, do you remember, right? Like, what is pain? What is suffering? What is loss of life? Well, we understand those concepts, and especially Christians understand those concepts because the person dies. Their living stage of life ends, and in the Christian mindset, they go to their afterlife. Now, I don't believe in an afterlife. I think it's eternal dark abyss. But considering that that's their logic, they think that death is negative because you're no longer on earth, and that's a change that is not good, and so death is bad. And it's bad especially to them because they believe in the afterlife they will remember that they once were living with their loved ones on earth, experiencing life as a human that is mortal. That is their logic for death being poor. That is the Judeo-Christian perspective. On Abrahamic religious perspective, that is an afterlife believing perspective on why death bad, right? The logical crux is that death is bad because you remember dying. You had consciousness as you died. You had consciousness throughout life to know that it is valuable. And consciousness creates the perspective of loss in the first place. The thing they don't seem to get is that a fetus beyond a certain point is not conscious. There can be no harm. There can be no memory of harm. There can be no memory of pain. That there is nothing to remember. Listen, it's absolutely insane. They care more about bundles of human cells. They are human cells, absolutely. Like, they are Homo. Did I just forget? We're not Homo erectus. They are Homo sapiens sapiens. Human cells, absolutely. But what makes a person? What is personhood? Right? There is no consciousness. So it's a completely different thing. But they care more about that than they do about living real people. Especially if a living real person is not part of a mother-father nuclear family. Like, if you're not that, you don't matter. That's just their logic. There's not much I can do about it. That's them.
Food and Drug Administration, FDA.
Oh.
The FDA's mission includes ensuring the safety and efficacy of drugs.
Dang, I'm cooked. I didn't have nearly enough food to survive this night. I'm gonna have to just focus in on Enderman for this night and only walk towards them.
Generics generally cost far less than brand name drugs. Consumers tend to save
Oh yeah, don't they start actually saying stuff about actual big pharma stuff? Again, what is the difference between the Trojan horse of deregulating big pharma in actually what is their pursuit? I don't know, they just dislike regulation and they want to save people money. This might actually not be too psycho.
Of generic products into the marketplace.
Or, oh, they want to deregulate government subsidized relationships with big pharma, which, again, I don't like big pharma either. I don't like government having a relationship with big pharma. But their logic is that if they deregulate that, they'll be able to privatize healthcare harder, which in their mind will produce better outcomes for them and their families. Obviously, I don't think that. I think healthcare is absolutely something that should be socialized as much as possible.
To delay approval of a generic competitor. Point 10.
Yeah, either way, so these guys are fucking crazy, and this entire document is nothing but a roller coaster, and I'm fucking tired, so I have to beat Minecraft as soon as reasonably possible, because I don't want to do this anymore.
Congress and the FDA should focus on reforming laws and regulations governing medical tests, especially with respect to laboratory-developed tests. Commercial tests are developed with the intention of being widely marketed, distributed, and used, while laboratory-developed tests are created with the intention of being used solely within one laboratory. A test developed by a lab in accordance with the protocols developed by another lab, non-commercial sharing, currently
there's an Enderman.
a new laboratory-developed
I'm gonna go reuse this hut real quick.
will be used as different from the initial developing lab.
Cool.
To encourage interlaboratory collaboration,
That's what I'm hoping, is that as I make more and more of these little huts, I'll be able to kill Endermen more efficiently.
and logistical burdens, the FDA should introduce mechanisms through which laboratory-developed tests can easily be shared with
Ender Pearl?
laboratories
Nope, just another
without the current
stupid grass block. God
version
dang it.
2011.
Okay,
The
back to it.
laboratory-developed tests category currently encompasses a range of possible tests, many of which would be characterized.
I'm gonna be real, I don't know the difference between laboratory tests and a commercial test is still, even though they explained it. They're just talking about a test that can't go public, I guess? Okay, yeah, I think things should go public. I agree. Wonderful.
The applicable statutes and regulations should be revised to facilitate greater access to such modified tests. Point 12. Finally, the FDA has long held that it has regulatory authority over such tests, while others have argued that they should be considered clinical services regulated by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. The FDA
I don't know what medical tests they're particularly talking about. Are these genetic tests? Are these tests for the presence of pathogens? What are these? They're just not being clear, and I don't really know that they even know what they're talking about. I'm gonna be dead ass. Like, I don't know what they're talking about particularly. I don't know if they know what they're talking about. Is this just something about COVID tests? Like, is that what's going on here, or what? Drug shortages are incomprehensibly manufactured due to price and your guys' stupid capital system. I will not listen to anything they have to say about drug shortages or people's lack of access to drugs. Absolutely not. Yes. Okay, but you guys don't seem to understand that your guys' obsession with capitalism and intellectual property means that everyone just hoards their methods. They hoard their product, which was likely generated using federal dollars and public dollars from the very beginning, because it was developed by a fucking grad student somewhere or a doctoral candidate somewhere at a fucking college that you fucking publicly subsidized already. So no, that's public property. Compensate the fucking direct people that made it, and then use government monies to pay for the actual economies of scale that will manufacture and refine these once the original concoctions or methods for the drug or medication or biologic works. Because it's almost definitely been developed by some fucking kid, like at a college, guaranteed. Not always, but unbelievably often, these new mechanisms for, health. Uh-oh, abortion pills. Threat to unborn children in a post-Roe world. I'm gonna start selling abortion pills from a gutter in the sidewalk. I'm gonna give them to blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenage girls. That's what I'm gonna do. Be afraid, conservatives. I'm coming for you. I'm actually going to invent a Wow, what is this doing? Oh, I just saw an Enderman.
Causes contractions to induce a delivery of the dead child and uterine contents, usually into a toilet.
Ooh. Okay.
The abortion pill regimen is currently approved for up to 70
I feel like these men don't even comprehend the concept of a female reproductive system and has zero idea how it works.
Called a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or MS. That requires an in-person visit with a physician who can check for dangerous contraindications such as ectopic pregnancies and advise the mother seeking an abortion of the risks of chemical abortion.
So, like, here's the thing. Are they talking about, like, forced birth at this point? Because they're against, like, they're not just against abortion as a medical procedure. They're against, like, abortion as, like, the thing that the body does, like a miscarry. They're just crazy beyond a certain degree.
Hospitalizations and thousands more adverse events, but that number does not account for all complications.
I don't know.
Of course, this does not
I don't know the data on Wow, did you fuckers just ignore the mothers? Are you psycho? They're like the fetuses. Fuck the moms. Again, the entire point is pro-life until you're born. Then you really don't matter that much. Pro-life until you're born, and now you're just a worker. You're just a drill. You're just a drone. You're just a worker drone. At that point, you're no longer important. These guys are insane.
Disregarded the substantial evidence that chemical abortion drugs cause more complications than surgical abortions, and eliminated necessary safeguards for pregnant girls and
Do they cause more complications? I don't know. Again, I didn't see a citation for that one. I don't see a single citation there. Actually, I should have been paying attention to that this whole time I was reading this. How many times do they just how many times do they just fucking cite shit without a citation? Is it because they can't like pull up NCBI and trust that they'll actually get any of the data they want? Let me see. I can make it bring up its like little word for word thing, but the second I click somewhere else, it goes away, which is really annoying.
The FDA is statutorily charged with guaranteeing the
Withdraw this
safety
drug.
and efficacy of drugs.
So what drug?
Or should withdraw this drug that is proven to be dangerous to women and by definition fatally unsafe for unborn children.
Okay, their entire world framing is so busted.
The FDA should immediately restore the REMS by removing the in-person dispensing requirement.
Oh, ow, my legs.
Dangerous
Teleabortion or abortion by mail.
distribution.
Dude, they're gonna be so cooked when we start engineering our own abortion drugs at home. Like, these fuckers don't understand. They're obsessed with, like, innovators and upstarts, but they don't seem to understand that people that want autonomy over their body, biohackers, including trans people, women, anyone who's interested in, you know, being a human with control over their body, they don't seem to understand that people will put in fucking work to make this happen.
Policy of limiting abortion pills to the pre-2016 policy of 49 days gestation, returning to the
Oh, I'm gonna die. Nope, that's it. It's over. Oh, man. My bed is right here. I'm good. But I lost all my, good stuff, which sucks. Dang, that sucks. I lost all of my levels. Just as I hit 30, 42, 30 or whatever. So it goes. I fucked up. Well, I'll survive. Or find out a way to survive. I'm finding that guy and I'm killing him again, by the way. I'm insane.
From abortion pills typically go to an emergency room, not to the abortion pill prescriber. So putting the onus of reporting on the prescriber who typically has no idea that a complication has occurred.
Did that guy just disappear completely?
Undercounting adverse events.
What? That's dumb. Okay, I pissed him off again. Oh, there we go. Cool. Dang. I got murked. This one better give me an ender pearl. I'll be pissed for losing all those levels. I'm sure in the time it will take me to get 12 more, I will have many levels. Yeah! I got, okay. I don't really know if that's worth it in my mind, but it's whatever.
Stop promoting or approving mail-order abortions in violation of long-standing federal laws that prohibit the mailing and interstate carriage of abortion drugs. Point 16. Vaccine importation. Thousands of Americans
Vaccine importation?
with faith and conscience wish to receive various childhood vaccinations for themselves and their families, but are not allowed to receive vaccines that are derived through or tested on aborted fetal cells.
Ah.
For example,
Again, they don't seem to understand what this is in context. Also, I don't even know to what degree specifically like developed fetal cells are actually used in medicine, and I'm going to reinforce, I don't really give a shit if that's the case. Okay? Like, I don't give a shit. We're talking about not what the mother would have considered a miscarriage. We're talking about something that is still just a bundle of cells for that time period. That sort of thing being used for medicine is nothing but reasonable. At that point, and I'm sure this would like just make a conservative's mind explode, but again, until we're talking about a relatively viable fetus that has the cognitive capacity for meaningful consciousness relevant to a human, as far as I'm concerned, those cells are pretty much just the mother's. Like, yes, they have their own genetics at that point, but like, they don't demonstrate consciousness. That's essentially the mother's cells, and at that point, it's like donating. It's like being an organ donor. If that is what's going on, I genuinely don't know how common any of this actually is in practice.
2018 report in Science found that more than 2/3 of FDA reviewers later ended up at the same companies whose products they had been reviewing while they were working for the
FDA reviewers. Oh, I believe some of this shit. Absolutely. This is just classic corruption shit.
by which pharmaceutical companies capture the agencies that regulate them. The FDA should impose a lengthy cooling off period for reviewers, preventing them from working for companies.
Oh, I need to go put this ender pearl in my chest. I should have just ran to my house, by the way. That was very stupid that I didn't.
To permit broadcast drug advertisements, after which Big Pharma began routine direct-to-consumer advertising, making the
I think direct-to-consumer drug advertisement should be outlawed instantly. I don't care how libertarian I think I am.
following the 19
Absolutely not. We should not do it. Absolutely fucking not.
became the largest advertiser for all major media organizations. This buys considerable influence in the newsroom, whether media companies acknowledge this or not, and distorts independent reporting on public health issues. The FDA or Congress should regulate.
No, we're like one of the weirdest countries that does direct-to-consumer advertisement of this sort of stuff.
on media outlets.
I don't think I can do anything with carrots in this game, now that I think about it, and I have some wheat seeds, so I'm going to do wheat seeds on this side.
Institutes of Health, NIH, is the world's largest biomedical research agency and is made up of 27 different components.
The NIH is who you cite when you need to cite someone. It's either NCBI or the NIH.
Their image as a benign
NIH is for medical and doctor stuff. NCBI is for broad biologics, also lots of chemistry and environmental science and even physics.
and gain of function.
God, they're calling it human-animal chimera experiments. They're talking about gene editing. You can take like a normal human cell without hurting anyone and use it to mess with stuff.
Research using fetal tissue obtained from elective abortions is immoral and obsolete. Research using human embryonic stem cells also involves the destruction of humans and should not be subsidized with taxpayer dollars. Good science and life-affirming, ethical research are not mutually exclusive.
They're right. They're right. It is ethical as it stands. I would say for the most part it is.
Discarded surgical tissue and adult stem cells made pluripotent, not tissue.
Yes, you can try to make shit pluripotent, but you're not going to do much better than like using an excess umbilical cord.
Congress authorized HHS to choose not to fund extramural abortion-derived fetal
And again,
tissue research.
at that point, when it's that early in the
2019, the
pregnancy, and we're talking about a bundle of cells,
chose this course.
it is not unreasonable.
Subsequently, however, the Biden
It's effectively the, oh yeah, at some point, because this is a converted Word document and not the PDF itself, I know I was using that before, I promise you this is still the same damn document.
suggested restore the ethics
Some of the formatting is going to be really fucky, but
fetal tissue research and
Edge will not read it past like page 449 or something. It will not read it. For me at least. And I'm on Microsoft Edge Beta, which was an attempt to make it read it aloud, because even my previous version of Edge, which was the normal retail version, was not reading this aloud.
implement a plan to pursue and
Did they just say cell registry?
methods of research in order to ensure that abortion and embryo-destructive related research, cell lines, and other testing methods become both fully obsolete and ethically unthinkable. In addition, the administration should reconvene a new National Council on Bioethics, NCB, to discuss new and emerging areas of
NCBI bioethics?
to assess whether the ends justify the means when it comes to the promise of therapies and cures, and to establish what limiting principles should guide research and health policy. Because the male of
Female dyad? Dyad is definitely a new word to me. It's essentially the
right to a mother and father,
concept of male and female.
creation and human cloning research should be banned.
Oh, that's gonna piss off.
Examine these issues
People with fertility issues. Ooh, bad. Bad.
that our country will have to address in the coming years.
Oh, I cannot wait for the clapback on this one. There's gonna be some conservative fucking white lady somewhere who is low-key innocent and just has bad politics,
On women and girls.
who's not gonna be able to
Conflicts of interest.
get a pregnancy going because they're necessarily infertile.
Appropriate industry ties
You can
create
make healthy
of interest.
babies by mixing around data and doing this and that sort of thing.
$1 million NIH study on the benefits of moderate
Oh yeah, they're gonna piss off actual. I'm sorry, did they just say drinking?
More recently, the
Either way, they're gonna piss off a lot of people with fertility issues, including conservative women and men and families that they love so dearly.
NIH owns half half of the
Okay, I'm gonna go psycho here, okay? Watch this. I'm gonna be so logically inconsistent for a second.
rather than providing
They're talking about drinking. I don't really know how crazy they're getting with it, but they mentioned it for a second about drinking. Benefits of moderate drinking? Wait. They're not decrying it?
The NIAID will earn millions from this vaccine's revenue.
Oh, they're decrying the fact that the NIH was funded by the beer and liquor industry and talked positively about drinking. Okay, cool. I just want to talk for a second about alcohol, ethanol, grain spirits, grain liquor, grain ethanol, the drinkable stuff, okay? C2H5OH. I'm so chill with people doing whatever they want with their bodies and consuming whatever they want. I don't like alcohol. Like, not just for me. Like, so like, I've mentioned before, I'm getting cold. It's cold in this house. By the way, half the reason I'm doing this challenge is because we're in an Arctic freeze and like, it's like -5 outside. Okay. So I don't care what people do with their bodies. They can do mushrooms. They can do cannabis. They can do anything. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Nicotine. I like, it's not my business what another person does with their body. However, I do think poorly of alcohol nowadays, and you would not believe why. I have another video that will come at some point in time where I talk about policing, and my sources are all body cam videos, and I have watched like over easily hundreds and hundreds of body cam videos researching for this project where I'll talk about policing. I didn't drink growing up. That is not a cultural thing. My family came from a line of drunks, going back a couple of generations. My mother didn't drink. My dad kind of wasn't allowed to drink because my mom didn't like drinking, but because people drank going back, siblings drank, everyone smoked something at some point. I am an straight edge. I've never done really anything. Like the most I've ever drank was like half of a sparkling alcohol thing when I was like 19. And I just decided to never touch alcohol because I had seen the effects of addiction in my family, yada yada. You know that. That's a story that's not too uncommon, honestly. But because of this, I wasn't much into the party culture. I wasn't much into drinking and bar culture. I've watched all these body cam videos of people drinking, and it makes me think that like the prohibition had something going on. That era might have had an idea. Because like, fuck it, all these other drugs are awesome. In comparison, alcohol makes people stupid in such a unique and aggressive way. And its ratio of TD50 to LD50 is like, it puts it closer to a category with like opiates than it does like with hallucinogenics and THC and stuff. I would never actually advocate in my real life for any government involvement in what a person consumes, so long as it's not like uranium or fentanyl or something. Like, as long as it's something that isn't literal poison, because when that person consumes poison and their body dies, it will go back into the environment. Also, they'll be around other people, and also poisons being accessible for the purpose of consumption addictively is not bueno. But no, I would never actually, in practice, give a shit what a person does with their body in that way, ever. I would never, ever want government to say anything about what a person could do. I'm fully decriminalized pretty much everything. But socially in my brain, I'm scared of alcohol more than I've ever been after watching hundreds of body cam videos of people drinking and what it did, what it like brought them to. I know it sounds crazy, but believe me. I stopped paying attention for a little bit to some of the shit they were saying. Medicare, just changing Medicare. This doesn't even seem like horrible deregulation of Medicare. Well, this is deregulation, but it doesn't seem like a lot of defunding of Medicare. Again, for the party that gets pissed off at people saying defund parts of government from the left, they're like, we can't defund the police. These guys want to defund everything, just the concept of everything. And again, it's not that I don't understand the idea of trying to minimize federalism, minimize excess power of the Fed, and centralization and decentralization. It's not that I don't understand that these must be their principles. I get that. But they are logically inconsistent.
Access to reliable information.
Maybe they'd call it nuance, but I don't really think there's much nuance to Nazism. I don't think there's much nuance to it. I mean, there is. You shouldn't. That's the thing. You should never underestimate the actual enemy. I'm gonna be dead ass. Like I've read this document. I've actually sat down and dealt with this bullshit. If there is an enemy, this is the enemy. Just to be entirely clear, if there's an enemy to egalitarianism, this is it. Like, there's no discussion anymore. Right? Like, what is the opposite of egalitarianism? Like, I don't really know if there's a great symbolism. Like, what is the symbol of egalitarianism? There's a symbol of bigotry, of exclusion, of supremacy, of these similar anti-egalitarian things, and that is Nazis. Like, we have a universal global symbol for what those, for the uniting umbrella of those principles in one place, and it's Nazism. What is the symbol of egalitarianism, right? And is equally as radical as the bad guys here, as the Nazis here. What is the symbol of human equality? I'm gonna be dead ass. I think it's punk rock. I think it's punk rock. I think it's the entire punk rock community and culture. I think if there is a bastion of egalitarianism, I think it's punk rock. I think it's the music. I think it's the culture. I think it's the unique way in which punk as a community and cultural emergent subculture, counterculture especially, I think it's got to be punk, because punk balances that individualism, right? That rugged American individualism, even though punk has its origins in the UK. I think punk is the antithesis of Nazism, which explains its history too. The fact that it was at one point tried to be co-opted by boneheads. Skinheads are a culture of people that shave their heads. Boneheads are the Nazi ones that shave their heads. I think it explains perfectly why at some point it was tried to be co-opted by Nazis, because punk presented a genuine threat to bigots. So, like, if you tried to turn this into a convenient narrative, a story with symbology, you would say that Nazis are the bad guys. You would say that punks are the good guys. That's how I see it, which is reductive, obviously. But you know, it's just interesting. In our world, we have a nearly universal symbol for bigotry, for isms, for obias, for anti-egalitarianism, in the form of what Nazis represented, in the form of what they called National Socialism, fascism, right? I guess maybe, yeah, as opposed to even just the word bigotry, I guess what I'm talking about is fascism. But then again, you know, that's the thing, is fascism probably isn't the right word either. I need to read that one document that actually defines fascism and its tenets. There's a document that's like really good for, like, here's how it looks, here's how you know it is, here's how you can guarantee that this is truly fascism or not. I need to read that document at some point. But, you know, technically on paper, fascism could also be egalitarian if you compel egalitarianism using a state unilaterally, using authoritarianism. So, like, it's bigotry. That's what this document is. It's bigotry itself. Which bigotry sucks, because bigotry's really been a word that neoliberals have used hard to virtue signal. Like, I'm talking about wanting to bring material harm to other people because they do not fit your definition of a pure and correct person. The opposite of egalitarianism. And again, I think punk is the pro version. I think punk does that, because punk is so individualistic in pursuit of diversity of people. It's accepting, it's open, but punk is also a highly decentralized and community-based thing. It emerges in a decentralized way at a community level. I just saw an Enderman. I'm gonna have to go find that wherever the heck he is. I no longer see the Enderman. Okay, great, wonderful. Maybe I'm starting to see things. But yeah, punk is the opposite of what this stands for, as far as I'm concerned.
Remove restrictions on key benefits and services,
That's funny.
including those related to
I oftentimes forget that I can throw
care and medical savings
snowballs at things. Very funny.
Legacy Medicare reform.
Okay, I don't think I got a single enderman in this run either, which is really unfortunate. But thankfully I do see them during daytime still sometimes.
Of the patient or intensity of the service rather than where the patient happens to receive that service.
Oh shit, 2 of them could kill me. Yep. Okay.
Service system with value-based payments to empower patients to find the care that best serves their needs.
More Medicare reform. Again, I don't think much about Medicare because historically my family, it was a union job. My dad worked a union job, so we had private health insurance provided through the employer, which is not a great system. But because of that, I don't know much about Medicare or Medicaid. I just know any of my friends who've had to deal with it have had the most abhorrent fucking time dealing with it. And I know that a lot of older people are on, I believe, Medicaid, right? Again, the people that support MAGA are going to be fucked by MAGA. It's going to be... Listen, you shouldn't laud human suffering, but it is going to be hilarious. It's going to be really fucking funny. It's not like I won't say that people that don't like MAGA, which unfortunately leaves me with Democrats and leftists, even though I'd rather transcend the lazy political binary itself, it leaves me with those people that I have to enemy of my enemy is my friend, my friends. No, the Democrats do all kinds of shit that fuck over normal people. I'm sick of it too. I'm here to call it the fuck out. I mean, oh my god, like half the reason that Kamala lost the fucking presidency, other than the fact that she should have campaigned earlier and Biden should have dropped out earlier, you know, fuck strategy. I don't really care that much about strategy, but it's very true and obvious that not being explicitly anti-war didn't help her. She should have been like, actually, I hate war everywhere. It could be in Gaza. It could be in Asia. I don't like war. I'm not going to fund it. For any side. Ally or not. There are no allies in war. It's war. It's immoral. Like, I love when people talk about war crimes and they get obsessed. Oh, they acknowledge the ACA as Obamacare. Yeah, right. So you have to be below 138% of the federal poverty level to get access to Obamacare, American Care Act, Medicare. Well, I just cut myself off while I was talking about something. Doesn't matter. I'm looking for enderman. That's all that matters. I get enough bones now that I can essentially feed that farm indefinitely.
Which is contrary to the fundamental purpose of empowering individuals to achieve economic independence. Benefits increasingly involve non-medical...
Yes, they're saying that because we provide poor people medical care, terrible medical care, still expensive medical care, hard to access medical care, it's going to disincentivize them from wanting to not be poor anymore. These people are so fucking stupid. Sometimes it feels like they've never actually spoken to like a real person ever in life. Dear God. I'm pretty sure most people would gladly pursue money up until about $500,000 a year of income. And at that point they're like, I don't really need any more. But like, no matter what, people will pursue money. They need to. They need to get their basic needs met. I know that in some parts of the United States, super low income, that number could probably be closer to like $200,000 a year. But you get what I mean. No, just because I get healthcare, shitty healthcare, where I'm still dying, that does not mean I'm going to suddenly not want to work to get more money. Jesus.
Allow states to have a more flexible, accountable, predictable, transparent, and efficient financing mechanism to deliver medical services. This system should include a more balanced or blended match rate, block grants, aggregate caps, or per capita caps. Any financial system should be designed to encourage and incentivize innovation and the efficient delivery of healthcare services. Federal and state financial...
What if sometimes, like, health is just not an efficient thing? right? Like if every single thing these guys want done has to be rooted in their principles of efficiency and minimizing cost, what happens when like some things just aren't efficient? And sometimes cancer is complicated. And sometimes health is complicated. And like trying to make everything efficient is not going to work. They're just willing to let those people slip through the cracks and die and suffer. That's where people like Luigi come from. They just let them slip through the cracks.
Hospitals for uncompensated care. Replace the enhanced match rate with a fairer, more rational.
Got a fish. I'm gonna go turn up the heat in my house because it's still genuinely freezing cold, and I'm gonna try to fish while I do it. Let's see if I have a chance. Wireless headphones.
L. Strengthen program integrity. Make program integrity a top priority and the responsibility of the states. To protect the taxpayer's investment. Incentivize states. An enhanced contingency fee should be paid to states that successfully increase their efforts to decrease waste, fraud, and abuse. The current system's IT development 90/10 matching rate should be allowed for improvements in states' current fraud and abuse and eligibility systems. Innovative programs that show a positive return on investment for both the state and federal governments should be allowed without the onerous waiver process.
Chat, if you're wondering in the VOD, I have a wireless mouse and wireless headphones. So as I walk around the house, I'm still fishing.
Continues to climb. It is imperative that there are appropriate and accurate
Sounds like a lot. Can you help with editing? I hope I beat it in the next couple hours. Don't know if you're still here or not, Kat, but I'm just now checking chat. No, I'm fine with editing. I always do it myself. I don't love it, but I get it done.
Strengthen asset test determination.
Okay. Question, is it... At this point, this doesn't really count as a true speedrun in my mind, because one time I died, and I went through my stream to see if I could remember where I died, because I didn't use coordinates. I wonder if it's still a valid speedrun if you do what I just did, like wireless headphones, wireless mouse, and you're just throwing stuff into the water to fish. Does it suddenly become an invalid speedrun? Because, like, I'm not standing in front of the, thing? Where did that fish bit just go? Cringe? Whatever. Okay.
Given both the freedom to choose their health plans and the responsibility to contribute to their health care costs.
Medicaid, Medicare.
To protect the taxpayer. LAD work requirements and match Medicaid benefits to beneficiaries.
Match Medicaid benefits to beneficiary needs.
Medicaid serves a broad and diverse group of individuals. It should be flexible enough to accommodate different.
You know what I do though? What I risk by walking away and continuing to fish just using audio like that is I risk the give me that. I risk the possibility of like a mob coming up to me, like a creeper, while I'm standing still. And I can't see it. And I can't move. I hadn't thought about that. That's kind of a bad idea.
Similar to what is required in other welfare programs, and the ability to broaden the application.
Alright, with that in mind, I'm going to stop for a second. And stop reading aloud somehow. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 5 minutes or something. And I'm going to let the dog out and make sure it's okay. So chat, that is where I will be. Have fun. I am returned. Back to game, and then back to reading. Read aloud. It is such an interesting... I'm going to here right now. This part of the doc is so wild. Oh yeah, I was going to see if you were here, Andrea. I was curious. This entire part of the document is absolutely fucking insane.
Insurance benefit for all members of the family.
I was going to say to myself, and now I'm saying this to you because I know you're here, that's kind of funny, but it's such an interesting intersection of reality and like roll of the dice that the Conservative Party is the one that appeals to old people because they are so aggressively intent on fucking over retirees. Retirees have minimal income, they have more profound health issues, and so consequently it's this party that fucks them over the hardest. I just think that's such an interesting twist of fate.
And truly needy and eliminate middle income to upper income Medicaid recipients. Eliminate current waiver and state plan processes. CMS should allow providers to make payment reforms without cumbersome waivers or state plan amendment processes where possible. More broadly, the federal government's role should be oversight on broad indicators like cost effectiveness and health measures like quality, health improvement, and wellness, and should give the balance of responsibility for Medicaid program management to states. This reform would include adding...
Can you even cook a tropical fish? I don't know.
...requirements in some cases, such as imposing work requirements for able-bodied adults, while rescinding requirements in others, such as non-healthcare benefits and services related to climate change. Affordable Care Act and private health insurance. Remove barriers to direct primary care. Direct primary care, DPC, is an innovative healthcare delivery model in which doctors contract directly with...
Right, again, okay, I remember this. I remember reading this, and I actually remember not hating it that much. So instead of paying a health insurance company to insure you in case your health gets bad, they like the idea of having you pay your doctor essentially directly, which is a very interesting premise. I don't know, I'm not that against it. Every doctor's office would just have to hire essentially a budgetary person who would interact with suppliers. So that would be medical companies, medical the people providing the vaccines and whatever machines that office is using. And then, yeah, you would just pay your doctor directly to regularly have treatment through them. I actually am not too against that. Oh, the No Surprises Act. I read this section. I remember jumping into this section, and this is the one where I ended up starting to agree to things. They want to fuck with the No Surprises Act. And if you don't know about that, it is profoundly important for people who get completely fucked over, because it prevents hospitals and doctors' offices from dropping psychotically large bills on you that they should have told you about before giving you treatment. So it essentially makes it so you can't do that to people. And it's not like it just absolves the money. In some cases, I'm pretty sure it can, but what it does is it lets you do a payment plan. So it's not even that it just gives you it free. It's keeps you from having to pay $10,000 in 1 month for a procedure they didn't tell you was not covered or would cost that much. I know at some point they mentioned like pricing transparency. I think that's huge too. Insurance technically has pricing transparency, but no, it doesn't. No, not really. Like, yes, you can go to their website and type in the procedure and hope that they'll give you the number, but sometimes even when you do go get the procedure, the number isn't the number they showed on the website. It should be, you should know, like the second you're sitting in the hospital, you should know exactly how much it will cost you, or the doctor's office, you should know exactly how much it's going to cost you, to the cent, like right then and there, and you should be able to say yes or no, and you should be told it immediately. Like if you want pricing transparency, that's what it should look like.
Shared savings models and other consumer tools. These efforts could deliver considerable savings for consumers.
Interesting though, you would think that them being the way they are, they want to support health insurance companies because they're big private businesses. But here, they're mostly talking about systems that would subvert the existing health insurance industry. So, it's not a bad thing. But again, what is it a Trojan horse for? What is it they're actually trying to do? Or is there a genuine possibility that they could say things that are somewhat reasonable? Like, hey, let's get rid of health. I'm sure that they're not saying, hey, let's get rid of health insurance, private health insurance. Technically, what they're saying is privatize medical care so much that your doctor is private health insurance, which is more small businessy at least, but I'm not sure what an actual private practice medical doctor would think about that premise though. I don't know if that would be particularly viable. I mean, I always think decentralization is pretty much viable, but I'd want to hear from an actual doctor whether or not they think this will be doable.
Emergency preparedness. L expand the scope of practice of low complexity and moderate complexity clinical laboratories. During the COVID-19 pandemic, allowing laboratories greater regulatory flexibility regarding CLIA requirements increased access to testing. However, the need
Come on, Bozo, get up here.
Flexibility is not limited to emergency situations. Ongoing innovations in medical care will continue to drive demand for clinical testing and new tests. One way that increasing demand for other medical services has been accommodated is by revising restrictions on scope of practice to enable providers to practice at the so-called top of their license. CMS should similarly revise CLIA rules regarding scope of practice for clinical laboratories and testing personnel. 42L creates CLIA certification equivalent pathways for non-clinical laboratories and researchers. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that the U.S.
Come on, skeleton, kill it. God damn it.
Non-clinical laboratories and researchers in order to bolster clinical testing capacity. To accomplish this,
I'm gonna do it again if I'm not careful.
pathways for granting non-clinical laboratories and their testing personnel CLIA certification equivalent.
Frankly, they're talking about a lot of stuff I don't particularly understand, so I'm not gonna talk like I know what I'm saying.
Expertise through online training and certification.
What, letting doctors practice at the top of their license? I'm not quite sure what that means. Like, I don't imagine why a surgeon would not do surgery. I don't follow.
Life, conscience, and bodily integrity.
Uh-oh, bodily integrity. Great. Another Trojan horse for restricting women's rights. Love it.
Increases the number of abortions and violates the conscience and religious freedom rights of Americans who object to subsidizing the taking of life. The Hyde Amendment 40.
The taking of life. Again, abortion is necessary medical care. It oftentimes saves women's lives. These guys are just fucking idiots. Maybe if I'd been playing Minecraft on hard, I would get more Endermen more quickly? Maybe I should figure that out.
In order to use taxpayer funds to achieve the administration's goal of helping women to travel out of state to obtain abortion. Moreover,
But you gotta talk about that. That's so crazy. They're directly contradicting themselves with this part of the document in pursuit of what they consider saving babies, but really just want to regulate women's rights and maintain the purity of the American white state. They want to use federal law, which they hate so much, to make it so people can't choose a state to get their procedure done. So they want to do, it's a two-pronged approach. It's bottom up and top down. They want to make it so that right-leaning states can aggressively ban abortion and regulate at the state level conservatively. And they want to make it so people in those states can't even choose to go to a different state with different laws. So they want to restrict freedom of choice. They want to restrict freedom of choice so that we can only choose conservative states. And they're going to use federal regulation to make that the case. It's hilarious. If they were any degree of consistent about their libertarianism, about their want for decentralization, they'd be like, absolutely, we believe that someone should be able to go to a different state and do this if they really want to. But if their state, their home state, votes against it, then yada yada, right? Like, there is no consistency. There's zero.
Potential fraud with taxpayer. Failure to report the sexual abuse of minor girls and allegations of profiting from the sale of organs from aborted babies.
Okay, why did we just put those two things on the same category? What the fuck?
Funding of Planned Parenthood and all other abortion providers and redirect funding to health centers that provide real health care for women. The bulk of federal funding for Planned Parenthood comes through the Medicaid program.
Ender Pearl, huge.
To limit this funding.
Just need a fuck ton more.
Emphasizing that states are free to defund Planned Parenthood in their state Medicaid plans. Proposed rulemaking to interpret.
I have 5. Currently have 2 in the thing, so that's 7 out of 16. So I'm almost halfway there.
Congress should pass the Protecting Life and Taxpayers Act, 50, which would accomplish the goal of defunding abortion providers such as Planned Parenthood. CMS should resolve pending Section 1115 waivers from Idaho, South Carolina, and Tennessee, which, like Texas in January 2022, are seeking both to prohibit abortion providers from participating in state-run Medicaid programs and to work with other states to do the same. Abortion is not healthcare, and states should be free to...
Abortion is... Okay, so they're just going to say that explicitly. Abortion cannot be healthcare. Okay, fine then. Talk about exceptions for rape. Talk about exceptions for the life of the mother. Nothing. Not important to them. It's simply not healthcare to these people. It's so funny. If they really wanted to take care of these white families, they probably wouldn't kill the fucking white mothers. But let's talk about who has worse pregnancy outcomes based on ethnicity in the United States. Who has worse pregnancy outcomes? How often is a mother's life at risk? What group of people is that ends up facing the greatest risks to their well-being or their babies during pregnancy? I wonder what the ethnicity of that person is statistically. Oh, I know now. People of color have worse natal outcomes. So they would regularly, I don't know the actual data, but regularly that would mean people of color are depending on abortion, emergency abortions, to assure the well-being of the mother's life. But this will fuck over white women too. This will fuck over parents and families and fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters. This will fuck over everyone. Zero discussion. That's a lot of people to fight. I really don't want to fight them. Perish. Be gone. Well, this is a strong bow.
Section 1303 of
Obamacare the bow works. Cool.
Collect a separate payment for certain abortion coverage in qualified health plans that are
nice. 2 shots is pretty good.
And that they keep those separate payments in separate accounts that are used only to pay for elective abortion services.
Oh, they verified the difference between elective abortions and emergency abortions. However, that doesn't make logical sense because literally 4 sentences ago they said all abortions are not medical care. So why do you clarify elective? Is it because you want to not freak out your base that they're going to force 14-year-old girls to give birth to incestuous babies due to sexual assault? Crazy. I didn't expect that. These guys toe the line so hard to make sure that they don't lose too much of their base, and they work so hard to fuck over certain parts of their base. Wealthy people living off of retirement who depend on subsidized medical care. They fuck over people who can't understand, and then they try to work really hard on the social issues because they know that that's the part of the culture war that they've whipped up fervence for, and their base will pay attention to. It's easy to see their method. Like, fascism has markers. Like, it looks away. You can look at it in the face and tell what it is. Much like you can look at me on page 500 of this and see me playing Minecraft and tell that I have autism. You can do that. You can just look at it and you can tell. Actually, I'm not really able to tell what page I'm on anymore. Oh, I can. 483 of 884. Oh, it took out all the blank pages. and all the like pages that are just a picture. Cool. Yeah, we are well over halfway there. But I am well over almost done with Minecraft, hopefully soon.
Hospitals or physicians found to be in violation of the statute could lose all of their federal health funding, Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and other funds and face civil penalties of up to nearly $120,000. In July 2022, HHS/CMS released guidance mandating that even Taylor-covered hospitals and the physicians who work there must
I see another.
to include completing chemical abortions even when the child might still be alive. The guidance also declared that EMTALA would protect physicians and hospitals that perform abortions in violation of state law if they deem those abortions
As an angry
necessary to
Enderman.
stabilize the women's health. This
Okay, now they're talking more about.
EMTALA is baseless. EMTALA requires
Cool,
no
that's another one.
preempts no pro-life state laws, and explicitly requires stabilization of the unborn child. HHS should rescind the guidance and end CMS and state agency investigations into cases of alleged refusals to perform abortions.
You know what though? I to be logically consistent on my end, I should acknowledge that like
Enforcement lawsuits
using their logic again, and they're really not worth engaging with. But hey, like I like to try to be logically consistent. They could probably argue, and by them I mean crazy conservatives that are obsessed with, oh my god, what about transgender Jesus?
CMS should re-promote the 2016 decision
These people that are absolutely obsessed with being anti-abortion,
determination.
I'm sure they could make the argument that I
Assignments
am inconsistent because I complain about their edge cases,
CMS should acknowledge
but I will mention things like exceptions for sexual assault, incest, minors that have been forced into pregnancy. They'll probably be like, well, that's also an edge case. Okay, sure, maybe that's an edge case. It's psychotically gruesome, and I don't like it.
and these born-alive babies are left to die. HHS should use EMTALA and Section 504
The undeniable baby stress does not always result in a dead baby, and these born alive babies are left to die. There are probably circumstances in which the fetus is genuinely non-viable, but it is technically engaging in continued biologic functions until it no longer can outside of the womb. Or maybe it wasn't going to engage in biological functions, even inside the womb, because the fetus was non-viable and yet still demonstrated tissue. These people don't understand that like a ball of cancer cells and a baby can function very similarly at a biological level, insofar as that they are human cells, human tissue, that can engage in nearly independent life functions so long as they're fed enough glucose.
critical health and human service
They don't-
programs or activities.
They don't know anything about complicated biology. Like, they don't actually have any idea.
In addition, Congress should
Once again, these fuckers have it coming. They have another thing coming if they think that women and trans people that want to get their own healthcare will not fucking make it. They will invent it. These people love upstarts. They love their innovative upstarts with bright ideas. They don't understand that trans people will make their own fucking estrogen and testosterone. They will fucking do it manually. They have methods. They don't understand that at some point women are going to start forming their own like antithesis of the Proud Boys. They're going to form their own like little group, and they're going to start making their own reproductive care. They'll fucking do it. I guarantee it.
On August 4th, 2022,
Give me that fish.
published a proposed rule entitled
Look how you can fish underwater in this game.
Programs and Activities. 58. This rule addresses non-discrimination provisions of the Affordable Care Act, known as Section 1557, which is enforced by the Office for Civil Rights and the Centers for Medicare and
The OCR, I've heard that. I've heard of OCR complaints. I remember that.
1557 prohibits discrimination on the
Fish.
basis of race, color, national origin, age, disability, and sex in covered health programs.
There's no one in the universe that is not going to be like, oh, that sounds great. I love that. No discrimination on these things.
Discrimination on the basis of sex includes, but is not limited to, discrimination on the basis of sex stereotypes, sex characteristics, including
Pregnancy is like, they're going to be so pissed about the idea that for once liberals are saying, well, yes, females are the ones that get pregnant, which is normative. They're going to be pissed that people are agreeing to that.
defined in ways that are highly
What? Yes, pregnant people are a class of people. What? Are you stupid?
definition of sex to cover gender identity and sexual orientation, and pregnancy to cover abortion should be reversed.
They want to rescind the idea that pregnant women should have certain exceptions for their well-being. They actually want to rescind that idea. Holy hell. They don't understand. You know what? I don't understand. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of how psycho these people are. They want to fuck over just pregnant women full stop. Like just in general. Fuck them. Holy hell.
Requirements added in the regulations should either be consistently included in any upcoming Section 1557 rulemaking or be proposed in a new individual rule. COVID-19 vaccination and mask requirements. Healthcare workers were praised for their self-sacrifice in caring for sick patients at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, but then they were fired if they objected to receiving COVID-19 vaccines with or without
That's because they could have killed everyone.
Requirements, and regardless of whether they already had the virus and had gained natural immunity.
Okay, these people don't understand how natural immunity works with a virus that's constantly evolving aggressively. Again, I don't know why I think they would have any basic comprehension of actual medical or biological science. They're literally the party of anti-science.
Moreover, more recent COVID strains pose fewer health risks than the earlier strains, and the pandemic has been declared to be at an end.
It is, for the most part, true that COVID is likely less virulent, but that's just how viral evolution works. Take a class on genetics, that is true, but that doesn't mean there aren't still people being desperately affected by it, and it's still relatively new to the human genome. When I say genome, I just mean the capacity of individuals to actually resist it with built-in genetic resistance, in the way that some people are essentially resistant to some things due to what happened during the Black Plague.
Administration for Children and Families, ACF. TANF. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, program is a federal block grant that gives states significant flexibility to fund a broad array of programs aimed at helping low-income families break the cycle of poverty and achieve economic self-sufficiency. States use TANF.
It's always that rugged individualism for the poor and then full-on socialism for the rich. Like, well, we need to encourage families to figure out financial independence. Well, maybe you should get out of their fucking way. Maybe we should look at the disparity of how wealth is distributed in this country. Maybe we should try to consider the ways in which that is preventing these people from developing financial independence, because someone has so much more financial independence than the sum of the entire fucking country that they can't get it. Someone hoarded the wealth like a fucking dragon, which is what I will be slaying moderately soon in this game, hopefully. That's what I'm hoping.
The TANF statute requires that states engage 50% of single-parent families in work for at least 30 hours a week, 20 hours a week for single parents with children under age 6, though states have the option to waive the requirement for families with children under the age of 6, and most do. States also have
good, I got iron, that's what I wanted. I'm gonna have to make an iron sword soon.
To engage in work for 35 hours per week. Because of the caseload reduction credit, states' work engagement targets are reduced if their assistance caseloads have fallen since 2005. As a result, 21 states had a work engagement target of 0% in 2017.
So what, they're talking about hours of work that has to be done in order to access healthcare? What?
22.3% of TANF outlays. The Trump administration,
it's just the amount of energy these people put in to harming human well-being is psychotic. Like, it's fundamentally insane.
would have prevented an individual from qualifying for SNAP simply because he or she received a pamphlet from the TANF program. Point 60. This rule defined non-cash benefits as those that are worth at least $50 a month and received for at least 6 months.
Nope.
The tenets of this rule should
I'm in a place now. Good stuff.
This definitional change would apply the TANF work requirements to any non-cash benefit worth $50 a month and received for 6 consecutive months.
I don't know. Dude, they're getting so crazy semantic with people not dying of poverty. Because that really where we should be especially conservative. I mean, obviously they're conservatives. That's the whole point. It's to be especially conservative in that exact way. But dear God.
Additionally, TANF priorities are not implemented in an equally weighted way. Marriage, healthy family formation, and delaying sex to prevent pregnancy are virtually ignored in terms of priorities, yet these goals can reverse the cycle of poverty in meaningful ways. CMS should require
So it's crazy. They talk about preventing sex until marriage, but then if you talk about preventing sex in general, or rather preventing pregnancy, their brains fucking explode. They're like, oh no, we need more workers. If the population goes down, the white people will get replaced. What do we do? They're fucking insane.
Planning, research, and evaluation. Both programs should ensure that
I do genuinely feel that by the time I have beaten this game, I will be an expert on conservative rhetoric. I will understand everything. I'll be unstoppable. I'll be able to affect, like, I'll be able to shave my head, which I may do somewhat soon in real life. I'll be able to shave my head, okay? Straighten up my beard. And I will be able to convince people that I am a Nazi. Easily. Because I'll understand all of their fucking language. I'll know exactly what to say to sound like these people. Because they fucking sound insane. And I've had to do 500 pages of it now. 485 pages.
In addition, certain provisions should be employed so that these programs
I forgot. I should probably do a, what is this?
Prostitution, or provide a funnel effect for abortion facilities and school field trips to clinics, or for similar purposes. Parent involvement and parent-child communication should be encouraged and be a part of any funded project. Risk avoidance should be prioritized, and any program that submits a proposal that promotes risk rather than health should not be eligible for funding. Site visits should be revamped to ensure adherence to these optimal health metrics, and a cost analysis of programming as compared to students served should be a metric in funding, taking into account that in certain cases, intensive programs will serve fewer students and can have more positive results. These same parameters should apply to sex education programs at ACF. Any lists with approved curriculum or so-called evidence-based lists should be abolished. HHS should not create a monopoly of curriculum, adding to the profit of certain publishers. Furthermore, lists created in the past have given priority to sex promotion textbooks. HHS should create a list of criteria for evaluating the sort of curriculum that should be selected for any sex education grant program.
The official project back here, but there's help.
With the aim of promoting optimal health and
Pin
adherence to the
message.
legislative
Good.
language of
Okay.
each program. Adoption reform.
Alright, back to this. Let's see, is there
There are
anything
roughly 400,000 children
particularly
across the
visible right
nation
now?
on the waiting list for foster care and 100,000
Oh, adoption reform. I remember this.
and the opioid
I scrolled through this once.
putting more at risk every day. Unfortunately,
What does Fink got to do with it? Like moms getting addicted and thereby kids having to go for adoption?
or else their licenses and contracts have been halted because they
Oh, hell no.
place children in every household.
Hell fucking no.
That a child should have a married mother.
That's the scary shit.
HHS through ACF and the Assistant Secretary.
I'm not doing any of this. What is this shit called?
SFR should repeal the unnecessary 2016 Regulation 61 that imposes non-statutory sexual orientation and gender identity non-discrimination conditions on age.
I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm not risking this. There will never be a universe in which this is worth the risk.
in their forever homes.
Whatever the fuck this scary thing is. I've heard about it in the game. The warden.
To consider whether additional waivers of
Hell no.
grant conditions, waivers the Biden administration revoked in 2021, are needed.
Oh my god, I should have grabbed that with a bucket. That was so stupid.
Additionally, Congress should pass
Oh, good.
a
I can still grab it.
child care provider in
Okay, huge.
62 to ensure that providers and organizations cannot be
How bad of an idea is this?
for providing adoption and foster care
I don't know if I should do this.
on their beliefs about marriage. Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR.
This is not worth it. I'm leaving.
The Office
Oh my
of
god.
Refugee
I'm going to kill myself. Great.
should be moved to the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, I'm gonna get myself killed by jumping into fucking lava like an idiot.
Functions managed by HHS
What, am I just gonna keep burning forever?
managed by
That would be
DHS
different.
created intolerable failures in both. HHS and ORR have forgotten their
Okay,
original
I have iron. I
purpose
should go back to where I came from.
instead have provided a panoply of free programs that incentivize people to become
I feel so tempted on this channel to like attempt to infiltrate a conservative group. Like shave my head, cover my tattoo, wear a long sleeve button up,
nearly
and infiltrate a conservative like meetup or something, and like see if I can convince them that I know what I'm talking about. I just think it'd be really funny, and then I put a mic on myself, obviously. That'd be so fucking fun. I think that'd be hilarious.
far more effectively by DHS. Congress should reform the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act 63 to transfer all ORR duties for
Listen, I don't know what the lore is with adoption, but
eliminate the Flores Settlement Agreement point 64.
make it easy for people to encourage people to talk about the issue. I mean, I'm interested in adoption. My family involves adoptees. My parents wanted to foster. This goes back. Again, I don't understand why you would put you or your partner through the physiological risk that comes along with pregnancy when you could definitely still raise a child that literally is in need. I just don't get why you wouldn't do that when there's like a bajillion people. There's so many people that need to be adopted. But that's if you particularly want kids. Obviously, I don't really know if I particularly want kids in the adoption way. I definitely know I don't care for it biologically. It doesn't matter to me.
Up to the U.S. Supreme Court in light of Dobbs. Office of Child Support Enforcement, OCSE. Congress established aid to families with dependent children in 1935 to assist single-parent families who were suffering financially from the loss of a breadwinning husband and father. Within 2 decades, however, the majority of families receiving aid were dependent because of paternal abandonment rather than death. Today, nearly a third of America's children live without a father present in the home, and a fourth of them are enrolled to receive child support. The glaring issue in child support enforcement today is a non-resident father.
Shit, it's got me way too slow right now. I won't be able to make it. I don't have nearly enough health to make this work.
Reflects this divide as fathers have been categorized as deadbeat dads, then as dead broke dads, and now as disconnected dads who do not commit to the mother and child. Child support in the United States should strengthen marriage as the norm, restore broken homes, and encourage unmarried couples to commit to marriage.
Do it. Good, I'm fine with that.
National or state guidelines and tax laws should be updated to ensure that non-resident parents with child support orders can receive a non-dependent child support tax credit. Single filers of up to $41,756 in marriage or joint filers of up to $47,646
I don't
will be eligible.
understand what kind of weird implicit shit they're getting at with their obsession with absent fathers.
Filers could receive a maximum of $530.
I understand that there might be actual sociological data showing that like it's not good for family or child or life outcomes, but it's interesting that they're doing this presupposition that like, one, they're definitely talking about black families, obviously. You'd have to be an idiot to ignore that that's definitely what's going on. But two, it's almost like they have this presupposition that like father absenteeism is a it's almost like a cultural mandate. Like they think, well, that should, here's what I think their logic is. I think the logic is, well, black people are just bad and they don't raise their kids. And conservative Christian white people don't do that. We're better. Which is hilarious because the 1950s was wrought with conservative white men having like 3 families and just like abandoning their kids all the time. That like was not uncommon.
The most effective way to lower a non-resident parent's monthly child support order is to spend more court-accounted for time with the child. For example, Texas combined its child support court with its visitation court to ensure
I saw that coming.
resident and non-resident parents received state-mandated financial support orders and enforceable visitation orders.
This is, yeah, they make this sort of presupposition that like, ooh, this is a cultural issue. Ooh, we'll never fix it. Ooh, whatever. They don't talk about, well, how could we deal with father absenteeism? What are the circumstances that produce that sort of outcome sociologically? And I'm almost certain poverty's got to be fucking one of them. But they don't want to address poverty. That's just unthinkable to these guys.
Non-resident parents could
They think poverty is something that you have to deal with yourself.
clothes, sports gear, and more through the
Shit. I just saw another one.
address one of the main issues within current child support payment systems. Non-resident parents claim that they are spending much of their own money to provide for children outside of their monthly payments, and resident parents claim that they spend little and neglect their official child support orders. Currently, only the latter
That's not enough.
can be tracked reliably. This process would enable non-resident parents to track the amount of informal support they provide and the reason for it.
Sometimes it's like the Enderman almost tried to avoid me.
Acknowledges and accepts the contribution.
Come on.
Healthy Marriage and Relationship Education (HMRE) program.
Healthy marriage and relationship education is just going to reinforce conservative forms of normativity. But it's also going to completely fuck over anyone who doesn't intend to have a traditional family, a non-traditional family, a found family, sort of stuff like that. It's just not very pro-social to like make that the only thing.
Early interventions and prevention are much
Interesting. I cannot believe they're saying this. They want
broken relationships.
the government to have conversations that should be between a parent and a child.
Congress should adopt the following recommendation from a report issued by members of Congress's Joint Economic Committee.
That is so antithetical to everything they stand for.
Are more likely to experience abuse when they are raised outside of their married parent family. Title II of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act provides...
Again, how often are they going to talk about the extent to which poverty itself is the confounding factor in these things? They're never going to talk about it.
for which the grants can be used is for
They can't acknowledge that the underlying issue is almost always poverty in some format or another.
could change the law to make it clear
I'm not denying the capacity that, like, yes, they are right that there are individual dads who are pieces of shit and they're deadbeat. But what produces that behavior? What produces the psychology that encourages that sort of thing? That lack of responsibility and accountability, that fear, whatever it is that motivates actual deadbeat dads to be deadbeats. I'm not denying the existence of those, or the possibility that there are cultures and environments that can encourage those outcomes.
provide educational information on healthy marriage and relationship.
But again, you hear this, providing educational information. I thought the entire thing
HHS should require clinical
that
funds under
they were against was any form of education where you talk about social things
personal well-being.
that the parents might disagree with. But the second that it's a conservative thing that's being forced on, it's okay. So it's okay to have educational indoctrination if it's conservative.
Although some widely available
And like that's demonstrable in this evidence here. Like they're talking about it.
many of these assessments
I'm not even too against the idea of like educating people on, I don't know, like the risks of raising a child and
increasing
how much money it involves and all this sort of stuff. I have no problem with that.
outcomes. Point 66.
So if people can time it better,
HMRE program
or be careful to time it better, stuff like that, I have no problem with that. But they, I don't know, they hate any semblance of education that
prioritized so that these
is
programs do not
is
reduce scrutiny
not
to conform to
deeply indoctrinating
definitions
to be
of
conservative.
family is put forward by the recently enacted Respect for Marriage Act. Point 67L protect faith-based grant recipients from religious liberty violations that maintain a biblically based, social science reinforced definition of marriage and family. Social science reports
Wow, that was some proper
for children raised in
Christian statecraft.
heterosexual, intact marriage are clear. All other family forms involve higher levels of instability. The average length of same-sex marriages is half
Again, are they now talking about the concept of dual income? We live in America where dual income is absolutely required. So yes, intact marriages will likely have better outcomes for children because they're not as impoverished.
for the sake of child well-being.
And also, I'd love to see the data on homosexual intact marriages and how successful they are.
And the play and protection of a father. Despite recent congressional bills like the Respect
Okay, why would the average length of a same-sex marriage be supposedly half that of a heterosexual marriage? I guarantee, seeing as there's no fucking citation, that they didn't put shit into that. But let's say that for some fucking reason that's exactly true perfectly, and there's no more nuance than that. Maybe that's because being same-sex is extremely traumatic, and trauma is an indicator for negative relationship outcomes. Oh, I didn't know that.
Office of Family Assistance.
Jesus. Again, this is
that of the
the concept of like generational trauma cannot exist for these people.
guidance for low-income fathers. This includes fatherhood and marriage training, curriculum, and subsequent research.
Dude, they are so into education if it's adults or young adults and it's conservative education.
Children born without a married father.
I thought you guys were completely against the government doing this shit. This is a complete contradiction to everything you said during the Department of Education section.
Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 2022 fatherhood bill, HMRF funds should be used to...
Dude, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but I don't think the government should be in it. I think communities should get to invent their parental education communities. That definitely should be something that should be fully decentralized and non-regulated and non-standardized. Is, you know, if you are a young dad and you're freaking out, you should be able to go to your local recreation center or health center or whatever and find a community organized group of people, older dads that want to pass down that information. Same thing with moms, same thing with anything, you know. Yeah, I don't know.
Programs should affirm and teach fathers
Crazy.
based on a biological and sociological understanding of what it means to be a father, not a gender-neutral parent, from social science, psychology.
Oh, look, they even want to reinforce gender norms. It's like, you're specifically a father. It's different. Okay, great. Damn, I cannot believe they're so interested to this.
Father involvement or terminate parental rights quickly. ACYF is currently...
I actually am not too against the idea of terminating parental rights for deadbeat dads quickly. I have no issue with expediting that sort of process.
While these program ideas and initiatives are still in the early planning stages, promoting responsible parenthood to reintegrate children or at least keep a consistent male figure in the minor's life is crucial.
Okay, but they're obsessing a little hard on male. They just need many parents.
Or serious effort to be involved in the child's upbringing. Termination of parental rights for children in foster care should be swift. Office of Head Start, OS. Eliminate the Head Start program.
Head Start? I've heard of Head Start, though.
Originally established and funded to
I've heard of Head Start.
low-income families,
What are they so bad about it for?
and abuse. With a budget of more than $11 billion, the program should function to protect and educate minors. Sadly, it has done exactly the opposite.
What? What are they talking
In
about?
fact, approximately 1 in 4 grant recipients had incidents in which children were abused, left unsupervised, or released to an
What do I not know? What do I not know about the Head Start program? What is this?
2068 research has demonstrated that federal Head Start centers, which provide preschool care to
What is Head
children
Start?
from
So it's preschool care.
have little or no long-term academic value for children. Given
Yeah, they don't need to have academic value at that developmental stage of a child's life. That's actually not the point.
This program should be eliminated.
It's more socio-emotional and developmental benefits as opposed to
At the very
raw
least,
academic outcomes.
programs
These people can't comprehend that sort of thing.
requirements should be rescinded. Administration for Community Living, ACL. L support palliative care. Physician-assisted suicide, PS, is legal in 10 states.
Ooh, they hate physician-assisted suicide. Interesting.
Legalizing PAS is a grave mistake that endangers the weak and vulnerable, corrupts the practice of medicine and the doctor or patient relationship, compromises the family and intergenerational...
Wandering Trader, what's good, bro?
and betrays human dignity and equality.
You just sell flowers. Be gone.
Instead
That flower
of
looks interesting, though.
PAS, policy
Eye blossom.
should
Sounds
focus
interesting.
on the benefits of palliative care, which works to improve a patient's quality of life by alleviating pain and other distressing symptoms of a serious illness.
God.
HSACL
Again, they think they're like the party of
that they are
people's rights, but they
persons of age or
don't like anyone having any autonomy.
encouraging participation.
Like, who's the nanny state now? It's fucking you guys.
We address the national strategy to support family caregivers. While in theory the strategy aims to support family members with duties to care for older family members, the plan is overly focused on racial and LGBTQ+ equity. The strategy should be examined to establish an efficient plan to support caregivers and their families. There should also be a review of its COVID-19 policies. Health Resources and Services Administration, HRSA. Congress should allow CMS to use the 340B data that HRSA collects rather than having CMS conduct its own survey, especially in view of the U.S. Supreme Court's American Hospital Association versus Becerra decision. Point 69.
Ooh, they're talking about decisions, actual judicial decisions. I haven't heard much mentions of anything of those in this.
Define the locus of service where the provider is located during the telehealth visit rather than where the patient is. With such a definition, states could continue to reserve their powers to establish
again!
and scope of practice.
They're not talking about licensure and scope of practice. They're making it so medical care can't get to certain people. Because they want to, again, they want to create this silo where conservative states get to continue controlling everything.
Telehealth has become increasingly important, particularly during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. It also has great potential.
Again, so they do acknowledge the existence of the pandemic itself and like that it happened.
HRSA's Office for the Advancement of Telehealth includes a program known as the Licensure Portability Grant Program, which bolsters state efforts to reform licensing laws to maximize telehealth flexibility. HRSA does not
Redmond stream, 1 hour and 52 minutes. This game is so fucked up. I cannot believe I haven't beaten it by now.
When permitted, is interstate commerce, which can be regulated by the federal government according to the Constitution.
Damn, they are so against federal power, and then they pull it out every time it can involve regulating what a person does with their body. Holy hell.
The regulation titled Coverage of Certain Preventive Services under the Affordable Care Act.
I need to keep locking in. I need to kill many more Endermen as soon as possible. This is taking way too long.
Regarding religious and moral exemptions and accommodations for coverage of certain preventive services under the ACA. Preventive services include contraception and it appears the proposed rule would change the existing regulations for religious and moral exemptions to the ACA's contraception mandate. There is no need for further rulemaking that curtails existing exemptions and accommodations. L require HRSA to use rulemaking to update the Women's Preventive Services Mandate. The contraceptive mandate issued under Obamacare has been the source of years of egregious attacks on many Americans' religious and moral beliefs. The mandate was issued as part of...
How is what someone else does with their body an attack, an aggressive attack? How can you even frame it as an attack on your beliefs? Like your feelings just get hurt? That's your problem? Like who the fuck is like a sensitive baby? It's the conservatives. Oh, people are doing things my religion disagrees with. I can't handle that. Oh. I don't give a shit. People be practicing their religion and I'm an atheist, dude. Do I look like I give a shit? No, I don't fucking care. Only these guys care. Again, they want to construct a state of purity. A pure religious state where everyone practices, everyone abides, and the government bends to that religiosity. They consider accommodation, but it's not accommodation. It's modification of the entire system itself.
Obama administration HRSA entered into long-term contracts with the pro-abortion American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, ACOG.
Well, yeah, of course, fucking reproductive healthcare providers are pro-abortion. Not even for money reasons, for like not killing mothers reasons. I can't believe this. The doctors don't agree with us. They must be wrong. I'm a conservative that drives a tractor. I know more than a doctor. It doesn't mean a doctor has to be right because they're a doctor, but thinking that you necessarily have a good chance of knowing more than them is just conservative and lazy. Okay, there are 3 Endermen in one spot. I cannot believe the game is doing this for me.
Expand inclusion of fertility awareness based methods and supplies to family planning in the women's
Let's see if I got it.
mandate. The ACA requires coverage of and prevents insurance from imposing any cost-sharing requirements on women who obtain preventive...
Did I get all 3? I think I did.
...defined by HRSA. In 2016, HHS included instruction in fertility awareness-based methods as part of this requirement. However, in December 2021, HHS removed that language from its list without using the notice...
God, I got all 3. That was awesome. Huge.
both of which are mandated by the Administrative Procedures Act. In August,
Another! This is huge. God. I need that to happen consistently and often. Please. Please, please, please.
That cover at least 58 million women.
Please. I cannot believe I'm on like page 500 of this stupid fucking document. I can't believe I might accidentally read all of it. Alright, 8. I already have 2 in, so that's 10. I need 6 more. I think I have 1 more in the house. 6 more, 6 more, 6 more, 6 more, 6 more. Okay. And that dragon's fucking dead.
Costs for materials and supplies, and HHS should make clear that coverage of those items is also
Dragons and billionaires are the exact same thing. They just hoard wealth.
highly effective and allow women to make family planning choices in a manner
They ruin towns. They hoard wealth. They're fat. Stinky.
men's preventive services from the
Every
Women's
billionaire.
Preventive Services mandate. In December 2021, HRSA updated its women's
Oh, the Minecraft music goes kind of hard right now, but...
include male condoms after claiming for it.
What about condoms?
Appears that
Wow.
it had no authority to do so because Congress explicitly limited the mandate to women's preventive care and screenings. HRSA
Yeah,
did
but
not incorporate
Male
exclusive
condoms
male
do
contraceptive methods
prevent
into guidelines.
pregnancy for women that don't want it, so that is female preventative care. These people don't comprehend the idea that there is such thing as women who, they don't understand the concept that women, there are women who, if they get pregnant, they will die. So it's kind of relevant for them to have access to that sort of thing to prevent pregnancy, because pregnancy itself is a threat to their well-being. The idea that such a woman exists is pretty antithetical to them, because they are bioessentialists. They think that a woman exists insofar as she is able to be pregnant and give birth and rear a viable child. To some extent, they're bioessentialists in that way, which means those women don't matter and they're not worth considering. They're like fundamentally not worth considering to these people because they don't have the capacity to do those things that these guys believe are necessary for the existence of a woman. Which is kind of funny, because to some degree that means they engage with equivalently LGBTQ, gender spectrum ideology, because they're willing to completely ignore women that if they get pregnant, they will risk their life. So why shouldn't they provide male condoms as preventative care so they can give those to partners and prevent their loss of life or a threat to their welfare? It's because they don't count. They're not people. They're neither women and they're not people because they are not fertile. And that is their bioessentialism. That's how they think about it. Otherwise, they would make an exception and they wouldn't be going after this idea of providing condoms to women. They're just terrible. I'm not sure a conservative can even conceive of the idea of a woman that... So I'm sure they can conceive of the concept of an infertile woman, but I'm not sure they can conceive of the concept of a fertile woman who would just die due to pregnancy because of the strain or the effect it has on her body. I don't even know if they've even thought that that's a possibility. I don't think they have, probably. That's just too considerate. They can't do that. Too much thinky. Can't do it.
The Coates Snow Amendment specifically requires such state regulations or arrangements.
I'm at the point where I'm looking at the smallest blocks and pixels in the distance to look for Enderman.
As HRSA's early child
Like my eyes are locked into the distance.
currently, only about half of U.S. preschoolers are on track with their development and ready for
Alright, what are we talking about now? Prioritizing home-based childcare?
1 in 4 of children,
Not universal daycare?
who experience abuse or
I don't know.
concurrently, children whose
I mean, it's good to get kids exposed to other kids. It's good for their health.
depression and
Well, it's good for not compromised kids' health to get exposed to a lot of kids their age and get sick a bunch. But also it's really good for their mental and social health to be around a bunch of kids.
or to pay for familiar
But again, I also get the idea of home-based childcare. I wouldn't mind the idea of
and resources on early
they're weird. They'll cite why
partnering with new
it's good to have childcare
poverty.
under 3 years old.
Provide resources
They'll talk about that sort of thing, but they
the
won't.
mother-child relationship and child
Hmm.
This should include
It's weird how they cite things really inconsistently. They'll cite things that are like really easy and empirical, but anything more complicated that is like one of their presuppositions, oh my god. Okay, whatever. I saw that coming. It's because I'm not fighting with all my best gear on. That's what's going on.
And emotional well-being of mothers at birth. Doulas provide a patient-focused, non-medical support system for single or married mothers that decreases the overall cesarean rate by 50%.
Okay, I need to lure that creeper over here before it blows my shit up.
Use of oxytocin by 40% and requests for an epidural by 60%. Doulas often use the power of touch and massage to reduce stress and anxiety during labor. 73. Given concerns about maternal mortality or postpartum depression that is worsened by poor birth experiences, doula should be an active option for all women whether they are giving birth in a traditional hospital, through midwifery, or...
Were they talking about giving women better access to pregnancy-related drugs? It's called doulas. Often use the power of touch. Massage to reduce stress and anxiety during labor. What? Is this some sort of like anti-epidural bullshit or something? What is this?
Reforms are needed to improve America's ability to deliver on its promises to these important populations and must take account of cultural preferences and lifestyles, limitations due to geography.
Well, we'll see if I have enough levels to actually enchant anything by the time I get back.
For example, contacting individuals within some of these communities and tribes during the COVID-19 pandemic proved to be difficult because many had transient addresses and unreliable cell service. During the transition to the Biden administration, IHS abandoned tribes as their sources of COVID-19 tests and vaccine supplies disappeared. It is important to guard against such situations in order to preserve these tribes' access to health resources during public health emergencies, PHEs. Even before the pandemic, services available to these populations through federal resources,
but I don't have enough seeds still. Ridiculous.
such as vision care, were often scarce or non-existent.
I think realistically I need to go back to my other house and I don't know. I won't have enough iron, that's for sure.
Exploring positive reforms contained in the VA Mission Act 74 could reveal similar opportunities for increased options and access for American Indians and Alaska Natives. Rural health. A growing concern is the decreasing access to healthcare services for Americans living in rural, less
Well, that is kind of just a trade-off you make for living in a rural area. There isn't going to be a high enough concentration of people that are highly qualified to do stuff like this.
Taking with them economic prosperity and often medical providers. Others are in essential
Are they? It's so weird. It's always pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but hey, if you're rural and you made the choice to live somewhere far away from socialized services, which necessarily depend on population, it's a no, we gotta help. We gotta help the people in rural places. Please vote for us. Please think we care about you. We want to fuck over your access to Medicare and Medicaid, but please think that we're trying to help you. Please, it's so important. Then again, I'm not saying that rural people we shouldn't socialize and subsidize making sure they have good access to healthcare. I'm totally down with that too. I just think it's funny how they kind of bullshit their shit together.
And unleash private innovation that can discover solutions to unique local needs.
Wow, this looks terrible. I hate this.
Policies that increase the supply of healthcare providers, such as
shit, I will die. Fuck! Fuck. God, it's because I don't have enough armor on. I need more iron. I need a full suit of iron again. I can't do that if I can't get down there. Should use my fucking shield instead of being an idiot.
Office of the Secretary. The Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Office of the Secretary necessarily set the tone for the entire department. The Secretary is the most accountable individual within HHS and, along with his or her immediate staff, should therefore be responsible for setting the policies that govern the...
I swear to fucking God, I will actually end your goddamn life, skeleton. Are you ready for that? Because I'm fucking coming for you.
Thereby diffusing responsibility. Practical reforms to enhance the
Fuck you.
Secretary's accountability should include the following. L. Restrict HHS's ability to declare indefinite public health emergencies. PHEs. Currently, HHS is merely required to notify Congress of such a declaration within 48 hours. Congress should establish a set time frame for any PHE, placing on the Secretary the burden of proof as to why an extension of the PHE is necessary. L. Reinstate the HHS sunset, securing updated and necessary...
Alright, I just saw a bunch of iron while I was running around back there, and I'm gonna fucking need it. See some up here, but the more I move, the more likely I am to aggro a mob and have it head towards me.
Publish results. Without such a review, regulations expire. L. Investigate, expose, and remediate any instances in which HHS violated people's rights by colluding with big tech to censor dissenting opinions during...
Fuck off.
Colluding with abortion advocates and LGBT advocates to violate conscience protection laws and the Hyde Amendment. The Life
Red.
Agenda.
I don't even know I had bread on
The
me.
Office of the
Honestly.
Secretary should eliminate the HHS Reproductive Healthcare Access Task Force and install a pro-life task force to ensure that all of the department's divisions seek to use their...
Dude, they aggro from so far away, it's ridiculous.
Unborn children. Additionally, HHS should return to being known as the Department of Life by explicitly rejecting the notion that abortion is healthcare and by
Oh,
restoring its mission
still, they want them to reject the idea that abortion is healthcare. Holy hell.
of all Americans from conception to natural death. The next administration
It's always got to be natural death. There can no... I don't know.
Women's health.
God, this entire section has been terrible. Like, just terrible to read.
For global women's health that focused on international issues, but this position lacked authority to be the lead on international policies because of overlap.
I saw more iron somewhere. I need to find it.
And at times a lack of clarity as to the lead point of contact in policy decisions at the White House.
Gold, fuck it, I'll take it. Not sure what I'll use it for, but the more I smell it, the more EXP I get, and I need it.
Domestic policy development related to life and family with support from the DPC for implementation and coordination among agencies.
There we go, a little bit more iron.
In the post-obs,
Yeah, I guess I could also use gold as armor, but it doesn't last nearly long enough for what I do.
Outside of HHS, and the special representative would provide a clear focal point for all issues related
Let's get this shield out at least.
serving
There we go.
families.
More and more iron, more and more stuff. That's what I need.
Agenda. The Secretary's anti-discrimination
That's what's up. You look messed up. I'm tired, that's for sure.
with gender identity or sexual
Hey Alf, how you doing?
Rather, the Secretary should
I didn't expect that your name... How long have I been at it? My first stream was 12 hours, and then I did another 2, and then yesterday I did 6, and now I'm at... This stream is only 2 hours old. God, I'm tired. I didn't expect that your name and profile picture would be the same as what I'm used to, so my brain was like, am I staring at Discord? I was like, what am I staring at?
United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, USPH.
Zombie, fuck off.
Surgeon General, SG, is the 3-star admiral.
Yeah, I think I'm 496 pages into the Project 2025 document. So that fucking sucks. And this entire section on public health care hurts. It is so unpleasant.
Women's health and population.
I just want to be done. That's why I'm actually trying to beat the game at this point. They've said some crazy shit in this document. Like, they're against physician-assisted suicide. They obviously don't believe abortion is medical care. They're so bioessentialist that it hurts. Like, it just hurts. Like, it's actually cringy how much it hurts. They were going on and on about, like, inferring that essentially only fertile women, like, are relevant, right? They don't think... They cannot conceive of the idea that a woman would be fertile, but her life could be threatened by pregnancy. They're like, no, it doesn't matter. It's not healthcare. Fuck them. Die. Like, what? Holy shit. Also, this entire document is just nothing but a bunch of, like, puritanical, like, keep the culture, keep the gene pool, keep the everything pure. Everything is puritanical. I have never seen it put on display so clearly until I started reading this stupid document.
With a more streamlined chain of command and corresponding appropriations to ensure efficiency and clarity of mission. Its core mission should be refocused to emphasize prompt, responsive deployments that meet
Let me look around and see if I'm safe.
less dependent on the various agencies to which the officers are
23 ingots.
fulfillment of specific tasks should not be
God, I'm tired.
by non-uniformed civil servants and
I started this stream as a joke,
and any roles that can
and part of the joke was that I wanted to say that I've actually sat down with this document and tried to read it.
combined into one 4-star
And I don't know. It's nothing but depressing.
But with the title of Surgeon General and some of the SG's communications
It's nothing but depressing.
which would include disseminating
I will murder that skeleton over there, I swear to God.
general medical
Elections in Germany in a month. I don't remember because I don't know the names of some of the parties, but isn't one of the parties in Germany accelerating aggressively towards like proper fascism again? Like they're being very explicit with it.
With such reforms, the supporting office, previously the OASH and
I know that one of them.
would be better
AFD, it's that one. Yeah. I think you might have mentioned it another time a few months ago. But I've also been hearing that whatever the AFD is doing is fucked.
consider legislation that would
I just don't have really great context for specifics. But if people are telling me it's fucked, then it's fucked.
Such legislation would require a thorough analysis of the various legal authorities.
I see all these memes, and not the funny kind, the true definition of meme, like cultural exchange of information memes. I see all these memes of like reaction images of like the title will be like person that's familiar with history right now, and it's like severe distress. It's like a picture of a very distressed person because anyone who understands a little bit of history is like, oh fuck. Looking at the broader global and also individual countries and states, what's going on? Like, oh fuck, I've seen this before. Oh no. Red Browner Party. What the fuck is a Red Browner Party? Is this good? This is likely bad, right? Like I hear the word red. Red is a very aggressive color. That's what I think. Uh-oh, they're bitching about gender affirming care again. Dude, I need them to shut the fuck up about trans healthcare for children. Oh my god. They're talking about the fucking rare circumstance that someone being angry about their taxpaying dollars being used for things that aren't explicitly Christian. But they're obsessed with the very edge case of gender-affirming care for children, which is incredibly hard to access. It takes fucking months and months and months and years of appointments and talking with professionals and... Jesus Christ. They love their fucking edge cases. Population affairs, what does that mean? We have an office of do they want to invent an office of population affairs, or did the US already have one? What? No. Bad, very bad, but with socialist optics. Man, ain't that how it always fucking goes? It's terrible, terrible actual fascist shit, but then they'll kind of like use socialist optics to make it seem amenable. I mean, actually, wow. This is literally the meme of someone being like, I know history, and then looking around and freaking out. Holy shit. Good God. 1 second, I do want to Google. I definitely have to Google this. What the fuck is an office of population affairs? Does the US actually have such an office? Or is this something that they want to make up? Office of Population Affairs. What is this? The HHS, the Health and Human Services, has an Office of Population Affairs.
process and issued a final rule.
I wonder what that really means. Is that like developmental?
The potential grantee population beyond abortion providers like Planned Parenthood.
It is responsible for what?
Congress should
So this is Title X.
by passing legislation such
Provide
as
access to contraceptive services.
Title
Oh, it's Office of Family Planning. That's what they mean by population.
which would prohibit family
Okay.
planning grants from going to entities that
Okay, so I imagine this document desperately hates that office even existing.
perform abortions. This would help to protect the integrity of the Title X program even under
So they're saying defund this office such that they can no longer provide abortion access to people that are doing family planning,
in response,
even though their entire job is family planning.
ASPR versus FEMA.
Great.
When the president declares a national emergency,
Oh, they're talking about FEMA again. They really hate FEMA.
Stafford Act, related to a public health
Ooh, I've heard the word Stafford Act. I just don't remember what it does.
FEMA is activated in controls instead of HHS/ASPR. While this arrangement has some benefits because of FEMA's unique logistical capabilities, the arrangement should be reviewed, especially considering the COVID-19
I don't know how fucking speedrunners beat this game. Like, I actually don't comprehend how they do it so quickly. I know that they... Sometimes there's like a category where they get to choose the world, and so they already know where everything is. This is just insane. I am not winning.
The president should invoke the Defense Production Act, 79, which is a form of temporary takeover of private enterprises, only in the gravest circumstances. The Strategic National Stockpile, SNS,
I gotta throw stuff away.
to consider
Oh,
the
not that.
potential supply
Yes, that,
chain
yes.
disruptions of pandemics or global conflicts.
Okay, good enough for now.
Also, during the COVID
Dang it.
pandemic, many states received ventilators from the SNS and hoarded them in places where a rush of COVID patients needing ventilators never materialized. The SNS should clarify its mission as supplier of last resort to the federal government, state governments, or first responders and key medical staff, and should not portray
These people just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how healthcare works, like as a concept.
Office of General Counsel, OGC.
They don't seem to understand that sometimes
The Office of General
doing
Counsel
healthcare isn't
is
easy.
ensuring that
Sometimes it's complicated. Sometimes, if you wait until something is a last resort, the people will already be dead.
However,
They just have so many fundamental misunderstandings of how things work.
and often slows processes and decisions when time is of the essence. Such problems
Old ass conspiracies. FEMA? Yeah, FEMA's the fucking emergency response. Federal emergency response something something. I don't know. They deal with hurricanes and floods and wildfires at the federal level. More diamonds. I'll take it. I would never say no.
OGC issued a PrEP Act liability memo that suspended
I feel like getting diamonds in modern Minecraft is way easier than it used to be. I swear to God.
administration of
I will end your life, skeleton. You are ugly. You are ugly. Go away.
rescinded as
Be gone.
contrary to law.
You sound like a kalimba.
Efforts to curtail OCR authority over conscience and religious freedom. All
Swear to God.
in Federal Register notices of
That's it.
organization or delegations of authority.
I'm officially a supremacist, but only against skeletons.
OGC,
I'm so fucking sick of getting shot full of arrows.
an independent authority over these matters should be restored to OCR.
Alright, how the fuck do I get back? I'm completely lost.
OLC memos allowing
And the target conspiracy is about internment camps and shit.
federal enclave immunity
Oh, yeah.
despite the assimilated
Uh,
exact point
FEMA doing internment camps? Damn, that is some conspiracy shit.
a moratorium on rental
I hadn't even heard that. That's fucking... There's like a lot of, I hate skeletons. I'm so sick of them. There's a lot of careful conspiratorial shit in this document where they try to not say it. Like they've essentially inferred the Great Replacement Theory like 4 times. Minimum 4 or 5 times by now. They've definitely inferred some like the Great Awakening, QAnon bullshit. They definitely supported the possibility that China, that the origin of COVID was from a China laboratory. Whether or not any of those things hold any water, they're really intentional about bringing the conspiracies up without saying them. Die, skeleton, I swear to fucking God. Dear God. Office of Global Affairs. More hell stuff. Damn, it is impressive how much they just hate the concept of healthcare.
The designation. Director is
If it's not healthcare that directly supports and reinforces the existing Christian, white Christian understanding of a nuclear family, it is not healthcare. That's pretty much their logic. Like if it doesn't support the social reproduction of what they believe is culturally supreme, it's not healthcare. That's their entire worldview. If it doesn't support those things, it's not valid. Plausible deniability, definitely plausible deniability. I also think it's just an attempt at like not losing the base. I think they're very deferent to not losing voters. They know, I think they almost know that they're extreme. I think they know damn well that they don't actually have the best interest of like the average poor rural person at heart, which is who they cosplay as supporting, even though they don't. I think that's what's going on. I don't know how to leave this cave. I don't remember how to get back. I've been wandering around for hours. I'm lost. It's over. I don't just want to dig up at all. It'll take like 20 minutes to just dig straight up.
Office for Civil Rights, OCR. Conscience enforcement.
And I'm out of torches. It's over. I'll never leave this place.
Coates Snell and Weldon amendments do not explicitly provide a private right of action that would allow victims to seek legal redress in court. At the same time, when it continues to fund governmental and private entities that violate these laws, HHS is spending taxpayer funds.
This means I'm kind of close to the surface. I'm just gonna get out and hopefully end up somewhere. Is that an axolotl? What's good, axolotl? I have a bucket. I should grab one of these and make it my pet. Give me axolotl. No, give me. Yes! I have procured an axolotl. I cannot be stopped. Alright, I need to go vertical. I need to get up. The yellow ones are pretty cool looking too, though.
It should restore and fully fund the office of the Deputy Director for the Conscience and Religious Freedom Division, CRFD.
The Deputy Director of Conscience and Freedom of Religious... Oh my god, they want to make an entire fucking... Actually, this sounds like it might already exist, though. OCR should return to Trump administration policies and fully fund the office of Deputy Director of Conscience and Religion. Okay, they want to invent a federal office that is based upon their idea of, well, my religion disagrees with this, so we shouldn't do it. They want to make an entire government office out of that. Literally, this document is a genuine, intentional game plan.
HHS should withdraw funding from any violating entities that refuse to correct their behavior.
Oh, I'm going up. This is what I want. Heading to the surface. This is what I want. Hell yeah, water elevator. W. Very good for me. Okay, let's go here. Okay, I'm going up.
OCR RFRA and religious freedom rule from the Trump administration should be issued and finalized.
Friend acquired. Christian fascism is the most... Yeah, it's just Christian fascism. That's what it is. But this document especially, the big thing I took out of it is that it has a very aggressive focus on puritanical kinds of Christianity. The idea of social purity, the idea of cultural purity, consequently ethnic and racial purity. They're very careful about the racial purity thing. They don't really want to say it, but it's everywhere. It's like very everywhere in this document that's what's going on.
These case-by-case determinations are currently coordinated with ACF and OCR. The recommended waivers should be granted to all states and agencies that request them, and OCR memos finding that RFRA would be violated if the waivers are not granted should be restored. LHHS should restore OCR authority to review requests for and render...
You know what's funny is they actually use the word statecraft in their earlier section on foreign affairs and essentially propaganda for foreign affairs and foreign interventions. They use the language statecraft as if they were actual like Christo-fascist statecraft people. That's like a thing.
In 2020,
the craziest thing especially is the extent to which reading this document has been like a written prophecy for every policy, for every controversy, for everything we have seen on Trump's campaign trail since he won. The H-1B fight with Elon Musk, the day one gender binary executive orders, all of this shit was in this fucking document. They said they were going to do it, and the thing I feel bad about is I didn't read it until now. I wish I had read it when it came out, but I heard it was 900 pages. I couldn't possibly find the time to read that and sit down, which was the point of this stupid stream. Maybe if I make it into some sort of challenge I can force myself to, but it sucks. I wish I had read it before. I wish everyone had read it before and known, like, hey, this is going to actually happen and they will execute on it. And then people would have fucking come out and voted differently, maybe. Maybe. I don't know anymore. All I know is this is gonna suck. This is just gonna suck a whole lot for a while. Ooh, and they have a whole section on they had a section where they were like, you know, it is American to not believe in genetic inheritance of power, right? So monarchy, anti-monarchy. Do you know who's running? Like there's no discussion. Mark my words. If he's not magically dead or something, Trump's son will run next time because Trump can't run anymore. Assuming Trump doesn't try to give himself more terms. But if Trump rescinds term limits for the presidency, I guarantee Obama will win. And despite Obama being a warmonger, he will nuke Trump from orbit in any election. Obama would massacre Trump. Oh my god, this is like 10 layers of snow. I'm way too high up right now.
Specifically, it should remove all guidance issued under the Biden administration concerning sexual orientation and gender identity.
Uh-oh, they're back to rescinding Title IX.
Particularly the May 2021 announcement of Enforcement 82 and March 2022 Statement 13 states that protect minors from genital mutilation. Point 83.
Genital mutilation includes fucking circumcisions. Are you gonna ban circumcisions? No? Fuck off. These fuckers are not consistent.
Gender identity discrimination in the Section 1557 regulation, and that it will prioritize compliance with the First Amendment, RFRA, and federal conscience laws in any case implicated.
God damn it, again.
DOJ should commit to defending
Soft snow is gonna get me killed in this stupid game.
court challenges, including under cases such as Heckler v. Cheney. Point 84. Issue a proposed rule to restore.
Alright, I need to get the fuck out of here aggressively and get back to my area.
Not to include sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination based on the textual approach to male and female biology taken by Congress and the ACA, the need to recognize biological distinctions as part of the
Shit, I am far from wherever my original area was.
judgment and conscience.
That's not really good.
Should agree to defend this rule to the Supreme Court if necessary.
It's gonna make it really hard to get back to where I need to. I don't know which way I need to head. Shit.
1557 discrimination bans by refocusing on serious cases of race, sex, and disability discrimination.
Nope, shit, not again.
In particular, OCR should highlight its 2019 investigation and voluntary resolution agreement.
I just need to get the hell out of this area ASAP.
Gymnasts by Larry Nasser.
Oh, they're talking about that one Olympic gymnast coach that was fucking evil.
And civil rights enforcement campaign to ensure that female college athletes who become pregnant are no longer pressured to obtain abortions, pursue race discrimination against entities that adopt or impose racially discriminatory policies such as those based on critical race theory, and announce its intention to enforce disability rights laws to protect children born prematurely, children with disabilities, and children born alive after abortions. Issue and
Dear God.
the Trump-era draft disability rights regulations.
Supreme Court over trans people being alive. Oh, absolutely. They will. They will absolutely. I think there'll probably be a different counter things that are going to come up from different parts of the government about this executive order that there are only two genders, male and female or whatever. I'm sure there will be fights back in the opposite direction.
OCR should withdraw its obligations under federal civil
Well, I really hope that this is the same village I found before, because otherwise I am fucking lost, and that is bad.
obligations of pharmacies under federal civil rights laws and in fact orders them to stock in...
Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so definitely lost, aren't I? This is bad. Uh-oh.
The guidance invents this so-called requirement and fails to acknowledge that pharmacies and pharmacists have the right not to participate in abortions, including pill-induced abortions, if doing so would violate their sincere moral or religious objections. Moreover,
Yep, this is a new place. I'm lost. That's really bad.
pro-life statutes.
Shit.
LOCR should withdraw its Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, headline 86 Guidance on Abortion. OCR should withdraw its June 2022 Guidance 87 that purports to address patient privacy concerns following the Dobbs decision but is actually a politicized statement in favor of abortion and against Dobbs. HIPAA covers patients in the womb, but this guidance treats them as non-persons contrary to law. The guidance is unnecessary and contributes to ideologically motivated fear-mongering about abortion after...
No way, is that an ice ocean? How fucking lost am I?
The preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of selfless individuals involved
Oh, I'm
in
so
the
cooked.
2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume and include former officials in the U.S. Department of...
How is there another
and other agencies,
one of these?
as well as academics, attorneys, and experts in the healthcare...
Is a chance that this is the place I found before? I've already been here, and that means I'm getting back to where I need to. Maybe.
FI 2018 to 2022, page 50, https://aspi.hhs.gov/.
Yep, oh, I'm back to my place. Oh, Christ. I don't want to keep reading this document. Like, I don't want to. Okay, is this all citations again? Okay, I'm done with the Department of Health and Human Services, and unfortunately, the next section is... I don't actually know. Oh, housing and urban development. I'm gonna kill someone. Oh, okay. Fuck. How have I not beaten this stupid game? How? How have I not beaten this dumbass game by now? I've been playing it for 3 days. Okay, new section. Fuck.
There's a web of federal programs with mandates to support access to homeownership and affordable rental housing, relieve temporary house.
Oh, this is the pumpkins. I need to go back this way now.
For homeless persons, preserve a stable inventory of public housing units, and enforce mandates with powers to settle compliance matters ranging from housing quality standards to housing discrimination cases. Politicians across party lines use HUD to promise ever greater public benefits.
Good. We should publish ever greater public benefits. Fuck off.
Democratically provided housing as a basic life need and, whether intentional...
Is it not scrolling?
Fail to acknowledge that these public
Oh,
benefits
okay, it didn't scroll.
have led
Weird.
to intergenerational poverty traps, have implicitly penalized family formation in traditional two-parent marriages, and have discouraged work and income growth, thereby limiting upward mobility. A new conservative administration will therefore need to...
Need to what?
reset HUD.
Okay, yeah, just fuck up. Just fuck all of public housing. Sure, whatever.
Administration's persistent implementation of corrosive progressive ideologies across the department's...
What, housing people is a corrosive progressive ideology? You guys are just the dumbest motherfuckers.
This plan should include both the immediate redelegation of authority to a cadre of political appointees and the urgent...
They love the word cadre. They use it a lot in this.
...actions with respect to HUD policy and program eligibility. Reverse HUD's mission creep over nearly a century of program implementation dating from the department's New Deal forebears. HUD's new political leadership team will need to re-examine the federal government's role in housing markets across the nation and consider whether it is time for a reform, reinvention, and renewal of the department functions to separate federal agencies, states, and localities. Overview. HUD was created by the Housing and Urban Development Act of 19,652 and since then has administered several programs that had been administered by the Housing and Home Finance Agency. with a proposed fiscal year (FY) budget authority totaling $71.9 billion and 8,326 full-time equivalent (FT) employees. 3. It remains the largest government agency charged with implementing federal housing policy. In addition to its headquarters in Washington, D.C., HUD has 10 regional offices as well as field offices and centers to implement specialized operational and enforcement responsibilities. Point 4.
I'm back.
Program offices also interface with various networks of implementing organizations such as locally.
Man, how do I beat this stupid fucking game?
PHAs, and federal, state, and local government and judicial bodies.
Alright, I need a full set of iron armor again.
As mortgage lenders.
Need to store these items because I will need them later.
Across an array of HUD programs. Point 5. The Secretary also oversees the Office of the Deputy Secretary. 6. The Office of Hearings and Appeals, OHA. 7. The Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU. 8. In the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, CFBNP. Point 9. The Office of the Secretary also comprises a team of politically appointed positions and career support staff. Each of the following offices...
Bucket of Axolotl. Okay, this is very important. I need to make him like a room where he can chill and be happy.
Administration, headed by the Chief Administration Officer. The Office of Administration...
Alright, Axolotl, you're free. Have fun.
The Office of the Chief Human Capital Officer, OCHO, headed by the Chief Human Capital Officer, currently a career position, and the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. CPO, headed by the Chief Procurement Officer, currently a career position. L Office of the Chief Financial Officer, headed by the Chief Financial Officer. L Office of the Chief Information Officer, headed by the Chief Information Officer.
What the fuck are they talking about now? More crazy bureaucratic bullshit. Again, for a party that is so obsessed with hating bureaucracy, good God, do they do a lot of it.
L Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Relations, CIR, headed by a Senate-confirmed AS or DAS. L Office of Community Planning and Development, CPD, headed by a Senate-confirmed AS or Principal DAS. CPD administers various entitlement and non-entitlement programs across community development, disaster recovery, and housing for the homeless. 10. And individuals with special needs, including housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, HOPWA. The two largest CPD-administered programs are the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Program 11, which includes disaster recovery funding, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME. Point 12. CPD's Relocation and Real Estate Division, RRED, has departmental delegated authority for the Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies Act of 1970.13. L Office of Public and Indian Housing, PIH, headed by a Senate-confirmed AS or DAS. PIH administers public housing and tenant-based rental assistance programs, as well as authorities for Native American and Native Hawaiian housing assistance and loan guarantee programs.
Alright, we're fucking doing it. I am here to procure Enderman aggressively. Need 6 more.
HUD describes its Housing Choice Voucher program as an essential component of the federal housing safety net for people in need. 15. PIH also implements funding for the Self-Sufficiency Coordinator Program, the Public Housing Fund, operating and capital funds for PHA administration of Section 9 Public Housing and Section 8 Voucher programs, and Choice Neighborhoods, zeroed out during the Trump administration budget request but included in HUD's FY 2023 budget, which requests $250 million for the program. Point 16. L Office of Housing and Federal Housing Administration, FHA, headed by a dual-hatted, Senate-confirmed AS and Federal Housing Commissioner or acting Federal Housing Commissioner.
Well, come on.
The Office of Housing
Can't hit you if you don't come out.
Of the department's project-based rental assistance, PBRA, multifamily housing portfolio, Section 202 supportive housing for the elderly program, Section 811 program for disabled persons.
Well, they're hitting way too hard. Yep, fuck. Son of a bitch.
Housing Administration
Son of a bitch.
mortgage insurance.
It's like nothing I can fucking do about it.
MMIF, and various other mortgage insurance, direct loan, and loan guarantee programs for single-family housing, multifamily housing, hospitals, and healthcare facilities that meet certain conditions. Point 17. L Government National Mortgage Association, GNMA, headed by a Senate-confirmed GNMA president.
That fucking zombie took all of my goddamn armor. I will end your fucking life.
More than $2 billion in federal guarantees to
Perish, you asshole. Took all my fucking armor. I'll end you.
Various federal programs, including mortgages backed by programs outside
Son of a bitch. Come here.
the single-family mortgage guarantee programs administered by the Department of
We're doing it again. I don't care.
Veterans Affairs, VA,
Whatever it takes.
Rural Housing Service at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA. FHA-insured single-family housing mortgages comprise the largest share
Good, that's one pearl.
guaranteed mortgage-backed securities.
2 more pearls. Huge.
Office of Departmental
Not sure that was worth losing all of those levels I got, but fuck it. I want to be done with this game.
Housing and Equal Opportunity, FHA,
Fuck.
headed by
I'm so tired.
confirmed AS or DAS.
Let's go, indeed. God, I'm tired of reading this. It's not even just that it's like reading a thing on Nazism or something. Like, it's not just that, like, this is like reading like the ramblings of a crazy uncle about white purity. It's not just that. It's that despite this document being all about their hatred for bureaucracy and federalism, the entire document is so fucking semantic. And so, no, it's not semantic in the nuanced way. It's semantic in that they talk about every single angle they could possibly imagine for empowering their president. It's just, there's so many contradictions. But because they're so dead focused on ways that they can make new offices and executive orders and different routes for empowering Trump to have more power and bring about their agenda, because they spend so much time doing that, they just talk about it for fucking ever. They talk about every single possible little thing that they could change or do to make that happen. So not a single office is left unturned. It's like an actual unilateral attempt at completely redoing all of this so Trump can have more power. It's fucking awful. Why do I have so many damn bows? I'll keep this one. This one's not important. That's not important.
1992.21 These functions overlap with similar functions of the Environmental Protection Agency, also authorized to enforce lead-based paint regulations.
More lead-based paint? What? Lead, yeah, more just lead. Okay, sure. Yes, we should talk about lead. Good. But like,
Childhood lead poisoning prevention program.
it's that lead paint stare. They all got it.
L Office of Policy Development and Research, PDR, headed by a Senate-confirmed AS or DAS. PDR was established in the early 1970s and today administers research activities, including external contract research grants, and provides analytical and policy advice to senior HUD staff. PDR also provides publicly available statistics through the American Housing Survey, HS, which is sponsored by HUD and conducted by the Census Bureau, the state of the city's data systems, data on the low-income housing tax credit, LAHTC, and annual fair market rents and income limits data, among other statistical publications and data sets on the characteristics of families assisted.
Alright, so I have 10 ender pearls. I already have 2 in the thing. I need 4 more.
Headed by an inspector general. The OIG
No, I don't have 10 ender pearls. I have 8. I don't remember how many I have.
General across the federal government authorized under the
No, I need several more.
1978.22 Operating under its own budget authority and strategic plan, the HUD OIG conducts internal and external audits and investigations.
The Office of Inspector General. They investigate housing development.
Of HUD and holding no enforcement powers over HUD programs, HUD OIG works closely with the Office of General Counsel, the Departmental Enforcement Center, and HUD program offices. The Inspector General serves as an advisor to and non-voting member of the FHA Mortgagee Review Board. L Office of Field Policy and Management, FPM, headed by an Assistant Deputy Secretary for FPM. FPM supports the Secretary through regional and field office communication and external engagement with various community stakeholders to ensure the successful implementation of secretarial initiatives and special projects. HUD reform pillars. Ideally, Congress would redelegate authorities that have been diverted to HUD's administrative bureaucracy and safeguard taxpayers against the mission creep that inevitably occurs when Congress delegates power.
Oh, mission creep. I haven't heard them use that language, but that pretty much summarizes how they perceive every single aspect of government. In their mind, it's ever expansive, always. Mission creep. Which again, that's their supposed libertarianism lean. But it's not libertarianism. It's corporate libertarianism. It's libertarianism for the wealthy and those in power. It's not actually going to benefit individuals. Or anyone who isn't extremely wealthy. You know what's crazy is my income didn't increase meaningfully this year, and for the first time ever, I owed taxes. I made enough income that some of it was taxed in excess. I have never seen that until Trump's tax plan, which kicked in I think 2019. You want a fish? Okay. I tried. I tried to be chill like that, but I guess not. On my back at this fucking... Oh, this is just another village that was nearby the whole time, and I just didn't know. Okay.
Leadership should immediately assign all delegated powers to politically appointed DAs, and other office leadership positions. Change any current career leadership positions into political and non-career appointment positions, and use senior executive service.
What are you, Toolsmith? No.
The President should issue an executive order making the HUD Secretary a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., which will gain broader oversight authorities to address foreign
What? Wait a minute.
From China with
Why would they do that? What am I understanding? Foreign... Oh, the fact that Chinese companies do own some of the housing in the United States. And it's completely foreign owned, so that's what they're bitching about. They probably need to bitch about domestic companies owning the fucking housing instead of people. I cannot believe... Like, I literally do not understand how cultures exist in which people believe that houses should be owned by things that don't sleep in beds. A business cannot sleep in a bed. A business cannot take a shower. A business is not a person. Homes are for people. They're not capital. They're not investment. A home is for a person. I don't think a home should be able to be owned by anyone that isn't a person. I can't believe that's not common sense. I actually don't get that. It's not a fucking person. But in the United States, businesses have more rights than people, regularly. At least they have unique rights that people don't have. That's for certain.
Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, AFFH, regulation reinstituted under the Biden administration 30 and any other uses of special purpose credit authorities to further equity. Point 31. Eliminate the new Housing Supply Fund. Point 32L. The Office of the Secretary should recommence proposed regulation put forward under the Trump administration that would prohibit non-citizens, including all mixed-status families, from living in all federally assisted housing.
What did they just say? Mixed-status families? Or are they talking about more fucking... I'm so worried. You know what's interesting? This document talked a lot about immigration earlier on, but it didn't actually go into much detail as to what they would do. And I saw Trump first day immediately like froze all immigration. All legal immigration. All of it. He froze it. Holy hell. That must be in the later part of this document, which hopefully I never fucking get to at this rate. But seeing as we're at page 513 out of 884 and I still haven't beaten it, unfortunately I'm afraid I might get to the end of the stupid document. And that would mean losing, which I don't want. I need more Endermen. I need more, desperately.
Would threaten the protection of the life and health of individuals and fail to encourage upward mobility and economic advancement through household self-sufficiency. Where admissible in regulatory action, HUD should implement reforms reducing the implicit anti-marriage bias in housing assistance programs.
Anti-marriage bias?
Work readiness
The fuck are they talking about?
35 implement maximum term limits for residents in PBRA and TBRA programs. 36 and end housing first. 37 policies so that the department prioritizes mental health and substance abuse issues before jumping to permanent interventions in homelessness. 38 Notwithstanding administrative reforms, Congress should enact legislation that protects life and eliminates provisions in federal housing and welfare benefits policies that discourage work, marriage, and meaningful paths to.
There are not policies that discourage work. Oh my god. Everyone is broke. What the fuck are you talking about? These guys are so crazy. They're talking about people marrying less. Yeah, they're worried about it. Where? They're worried about the fact that these programs are income based, so it's harder to access if you're married, which discourages, I don't know. There's a lot of like creepy cultural reproduction, pro-marriage, pro-physiological reproduction, pro-child rearing, pregnancy shit throughout this document. It's like really creepy. I said I wasn't, I said I didn't want to make a video on it because it was just too online of a topic. But I want to make a video on natalism versus antinatalism and like the people in each of those groups and what it looks like. I wasn't going to do it, but I made a post somewhere, unfortunately Reddit, where I was like, oh, hey, you know, I posted to the Gen Z subreddit, which would be my generation of people around my age. I was like, hey, because it was a genuine curiosity. I was like not trying to do anything. I was just curious, no, to use the community to like ask a question that would be hard to ask to 1,000 people in real life. I was like, hey, you know, I got a vasectomy because I don't intend on having kids biologically. I'm more interested in adopting. How many other people are like that in our generation? Are we interested in adopting? Are we interested in doing it that way? And the entire comment section, every single, not every single, but I mean, holy hell, overwhelmingly, the response was like, natalism turned up to 11. It was creepy as shit. Some of the weirdest shit, some of the just weirdest things I had ever seen. And it's all the same thing. It's an obsession with keeping populations up to feed the capitalist machine. It's an obsession with race purity. It's so bad, and it's so on the nose too. And like I had someone say something along the lines of like, there is no greater failure in life, or like there's nothing more abhorrent and disgusting than not having children. And I responded to that person. I was just like, hey, I just want to ask you, just to level with you, will you say that to a person, like to their face, if we were in real life? Like, do you think that's like a normal thing you would say to like a man or a woman that you don't know that well? Like just walking up to them and sliding into their ear and being like, you're a failure of a human being if you do not reproduce sexually. If you don't give birth, your life means nothing. Oh, I remember the language. They said you're a disgrace to all of your ancestors. If you don't physiologically have children. I asked this person, I responded, I'm like, listen, I'm not even gonna be angry. I'm not gonna respond. I just want to ask you, would you say that to a person's face? And they were like, absolutely. And I was like, wow, you are the weirdest person in the room right now. I just want you to know that you are the fucking creep here. This is extremely weird shit to say to a person who was just talking about the concept of fostering. But that wasn't just that. There was lots of people so obsessed with birth rates and other people's pregnancies that they like take it really seriously, really aggro. Like, I don't know what to say. Antinatalists are a little wild too in their own way, with the kind of the negativity and the doomerism of antinatalism. But oh my god, they're almost less weird insofar as they don't tell other people what to do. They just personally make a choice and are okay with it. Whereas people obsessed with natalism will put it onto you. It was crazy. So seeing inclusions of that sort of things in this conservative rhetoric is not surprising at all. Not surprising at all that it's throughout this, because it's just creepy. And again, it's definitely a sort of tangential great replacement theory. Hence the most aggro. Yes, they are somehow more unhinged than some of the craziest antinatalists. Like I don't know, because I was telling myself, I'm like, wow, this antinatalism thing's clearly very fringe. Like, you know, obviously I gotta mellow myself out and try to like find a neutral, find something grounded. But then no, all I did was mention that I had a vasectomy in a Reddit post, and these people went psycho, saying some of the most weird and invasive things. And like some of it I was already familiar with. The idea, for example, that biology is the only way for a human to retain legacy and achieve immortality. I already knew that. I paid attention to movie series and character arcs that involve that sort of logic where, you know, genetics is the only way to pass on your legacy, and all these weird suppositions, which exist in this document too, by the way. For example, that like the father is the only way to socially reproduce, which infers, like, it's so weird that they say this shit, but they don't think about the counter arguments first. You know what? That's a theme for this entire document. The ignorance of counter arguments. In good writing, you're supposed to have a section where you acknowledge counter arguments, but that does not happen in this document at all. But something this document did is it would talk a lot about how fatherhood and child rearing is the way to keep culture pure, keep the Abrahamic white Christian American culture pure, is to have fathers dictate authority and hierarchy over their children. The crazy thing about that is that it reinforces this idea that legacy can only be conferred through biological reproduction, through having a child. But that entire frame of logic completely disregards any autonomy or agency for the children. Like, I had all these people being like, it's a disgrace that you would not continue your lineage. Like, they're going insane. And the thing that I feel like they're not acknowledging is that their framework assumes that a person should have total control over what their children think, feel, and believe. And that, like, the purpose of child rearing is to force your beliefs onto your children. And the idea, possibly, for example, that a child would be invalid if they don't follow your logic. If your child has different fundamental worldviews and beliefs than you. That, one, this document talks a lot about how to prevent that. How to guarantee the purity of the family and the power's authority over the father's authority over the child. It focuses a lot on that. But they're just weird. Children have no agency. Women that aren't fertile aren't people. Immigrants aren't people. This document's fucking insane. I'm actually losing it. I don't know what to say. Like, and it's not like I'm like, you know, coming into this with pre-existing ideas that are powerful and going to guide my logic. I've been reading it for 500 pages. Patriarchy is about father figures. Yeah, I get that. But like, I don't know. There's just so much craziness in this document. There's just no, there is, you know, I've always been a big fan of like too far goneism, right? Like, we should pay attention to at what point someone is too far gone. And we should try to be forgiving and try to have conversations. I don't think so anymore. I've read 900 pages of a reason to be like, nah, they're not worth it. There is no saving this level of antisocial behavior, of antisocial politics, of antisocial partisanship and tribalism. There's no healing. There's no hoping that I could say anything that would fix this. Because this shit is too crazy. It's too crazy.
Devolving many HUD functions to states and localities, with any remaining federal functions
Dear God.
consolidated to other federal agencies, for example, by transferring loan guarantee programs to SBA.
You know, I also wanted to think, for example, as like a thought problem, who is the perfect person for this document, right? Because this document fucks over a lot of people, including people in the conservative movement. It will fuck over women that don't want to be trad wives, or physiologically are not able to be trad wives, or it fucks over women that can't have traditional pregnancies, nuclear pregnancies. It fucks over old conservatives. It fucks over old conservatives insofar as it fucks up their healthcare. It fucks over retirees and old people. So you've just taken out pretty much everyone above the age of 60. You've taken out entire swaths of women that don't want to be or physiologically can't be trad wives. You're fucking over college students. So like the only person by their own arguments and their own excisions and exclusion, the only person that can read this document and never feel threatened is going to be a straight white man that wants to raise a family who is Christian in his 20s. That comes from wealth, because it can't be pre-existingly impoverished, because half of this document talks about ways in which they refuse to address the underlying issue of poverty, and instead they want to just make it everyone else's problem. So the only person who gets out of this document safe is the straight white man that already came from money. That's it. Everyone else comes out worse for this document. The only one who makes it out alive, who makes it out unaffected, is a straight white man that is Christian, that already comes from money, and wants to raise a nuclear family. This is the only person who doesn't get harmed by this, and I would argue that still there are ways in which that person will be harmed just by virtue of how stupid these guys' policies are. Uh-oh, I'm in the... Are we in this now? Wow, you know, the section on housing and human development was very short compared to some of the other sections. But again, a fun thought problem based on all the policies put forth in this and all the regulations and all this shit. The only person who gets away is going to be a straight white Christian man, or just Abrahamic Christian man, whatever. A straight white Christian man. Maybe the word could be Judeo-Christian, though the word Judeo-Christian has its own problems, so I don't like using it that much anymore. It's one of these types of Christian men, straight white, young, and coming from money, upper middle class at minimum, preferably wealthy. This is the only demographic of person that comes out of this document for better. Everyone else gets fucked. Like literally everyone else demonstrably. It could be age, it could be sex, it could be orientation, it could be religious, it could be anything. Alright, so what is this? This is the Department of Interior. I don't know what the fuck they do. So I'm gonna have to find out in a sec, clearly. National parks? That's what they are? So they're like the physical domestic?
23% of the nation's energy, water in 17 West.
Why are baby zombies faster? I hate baby zombies.
For 566 Indian tribes and Alaska natives.
Oh, these guys oversee Native American tribes, supposedly.
Request totals $18.9 billion, an increase of $2 billion, or 12%, more than the 2023.
Trying to see this $2 billion. Again, $1 billion is nothing compared to the military budget. Every time they've ever bitched about billions, it's irrelevant. If we're not talking hundreds of billions at minimum, it's not relevant because the military is $890 billion. And our military spending is tens and tens of times more than most of the other countries of similar size population and even GDP. So shut the fuck up about complaining about billions.
The Bureau of Pensions and the Patent Office, among others, earned it various nicknames.
Okay, I know that I already have two.
Hydra-headed monster and mother of
what the fuck are they complaining about?
Focused on natural resources with the rise of the conservation movement in the early 20th century.
They literally say earlier on in this document that farmers and conservative rural farmers are the OG conservationists. So they're being negative now to it?
Involving grazing, logging, mining.
The contradiction is insane.
The Bureau of Reclamation in 1902 as the nation's dam builder.
Okay, I have 12 Ender Pearls. I have 2 in the portal right now, that's 14. I need 16 total. I have 1 extra in my other house. I need 1 more. Dear God, I need 1 more. Page 527, I need 1 more Ender Pearl. And then I'm pretty comfortable just enchanting some shit, doing a couple of suicide runs in the end, and then killing the dragon. I might do it. I might just do it. Barely.
Recreational activities on neighboring federal lands, especially given that in some rural western counties, federal lands constituted 50, 60.
Ooh, okay, I don't really know what the conservative disposition on the Department of Interior is going to be other than dysregulating conservationism. I know that.
With the administration of President Jimmy Carter,
Maybe I can expect that they'll probably try to beholden to environmental groups.
DOI policies
Jimmy Carter based?
demands, much
Jimmy Carter, on paper, for an American president, is pretty good.
were Democrats.
He still supported some unusual small wars in internationally. He supported some small wars, but he was mostly not the worst.
Rebellion by reversing Carter administration policies. President George H.
Wow, they're even shitting on Bush. They suck Reagan's cock so hard that they're even going to
his desire to be the environmental president.
they're even going to shit on Bush.
His administration
Damn.
again.
So that means to a modern MAGA conservative, the only options are Trump and Reagan. Those are your gods. That is your Holy Spirit. That is your father. And then the son is JD Vance. I don't know who's the son. Who would be the son? I don't know. I can't think about it. Ah, son of a bitch! Stop teleporting, you asshole.
Although Texas Governor George W. Bush and former Wyoming Representative Dick Cheney
Son of a bitch, he teleported again. I don't see him.
against Clinton's worst outrages, including the Utah Monument, there was no significant ratcheting back of DOI policy.
So, okay, it is what I expected. The entire goal of everything we're going to say in this section is going to be to deregulate such that conservation goes boom permanently. Shit, he disappeared again. Where the fuck? Stop running around, asshole.
DOI's antipathy to oil and gas activity on federal lands as mandated by Congress could not
Oh, that's too close. Go away.
After the demonstrated success of fracking on Bureau of Land Management, BLM acreage in Wyoming in 1993.
God damn it.
Fracking revolution soon swept
Okay, so this is just a bunch of pro-fracking bullshit.
private land from coast to
You know, I should know more about fracking as a former environmental science teacher. All I know is that it means
Donald Trump.
going in Nixon maybe. Oh, you're right. So the father is Trump. No, the father is Reagan. The son is Trump, and Nixon is the Holy Ghost. That's yeah, understood. I now understand conservative theology. Okay, fracking. Fracking, right? You go into the ground, you pressurize a bunch of water into the ground, and that causes oil to leak out, I think. I think. I don't know much about fracking. I understand that the idea of highly pressurized water being forced into our aquifers such that it forces materials to go out of their natural concentrations is probably fucking bad, because it always is. Oh, is that another one? Damn.
At DOI, not since the Reagan administration was the radical environmental agenda. First
The radical environmental agenda.
resumed by
Oh, son of a bitch.
revitalized
Where did you just go?
rolled back as substantially
You
as it was
skinny,
by Trump.
fucking Slenderman looking bitch. Where?
Only oil and gas leasing, as noted above, but all
Oh my God.
statutory
What did I build that for?
various agencies, bureaus, and offices.
Ask our me and friend about that topic. Oh my God.
Was to promote economic activity, to ensure and expand
Where the fuck did that Enderman just go? What bullshit is this? He's underground, isn't he?
resources, including, for example,
He didn't give me enough time. They're starting to run from me. They know to be afraid.
in wild and scenic areas, efforts were
Fuck.
extended, barriers were removed.
I just need one more. I'm gonna go for two, but like I need one more.
Missions.
I know if I get one more and then I get pissed at looking for the second, I can just go
Department's mission
and hope that I have enough.
to DOI's obligation to develop the vast oil and gas and coal resources for which it is
Damn.
responsible.
Man, I wish I had just found a
Statutory,
desert village.
for
That would have been awesome.
to manage
I should have done that.
land overseen by
Should have focused my time on that.
to multiple use and sustained yield
And done it like an actual speedrunner.
Instead, Biden's DOI believes most BLM land should be placed off limits to all economic and most recreational uses. Worse yet, Biden's DOI not only
Conservation using Bureau of Land Management land, which is federal land owned by the federal government of the United States, that oftentimes is national parks. Hi, Bobby.
regulatory regime,
Cave. Yeah, I saw the cave earlier.
authority, and overturning
I'm just not going through everything because I'm so close to done.
congressional acts that set forth the productive economic uses permitted on DOI-managed federal land.
I literally only need 1, maybe 2 more ender pearls, and then I can go to the end. And I mostly have everything I think I need to beat the dragon already. So, we'll see if I survive. I can't believe it took me getting to over 500 pages before getting close to beating the game, though. I cannot believe how much I actually suck dick at Minecraft. And I've played Minecraft a lot. I just haven't played it a lot alone. I almost always make a server with friends and try to beat the game that way. So I'm not used to this. And, you know what? Looking back, I looked at one of the earlier VODs, and I spent way too much time building a house. And I tried not to spend time building a house. I shouldn't have. I should have stayed mobile the whole time. I think next time I play the game, my options will either be completely mobile the entire time, or look for a desert village and use trading mechanisms to get the items I need more quickly. One of those.
Resources for 245 million acres of public land and 700 million acres of subsurface federal mineral estate, including energy and mineral development.
Oh, right. So it's not just going to be reducing conservation in this section. It's going to be all about extracting more minerals.
Ocean energy management.
Ocean energy management. Are they gonna? Oh, they're talking about crude oil. They're not talking about offshore wind. They're not talking about looking into wave generating power. Oh, son of a bitch. I got excited. I was like, oh, maybe. No, of course not. It's got to be all oil all day. Even though offshore wind is so fucking based. It's so fucking based. It's just so fucking viable. There's even ideas for using the complicated concrete platforms that they have to build. And so not just complicated concrete platforms, but also floating platforms for offshore wind. But there's ideas about, especially like off the coast of Australia, for example, of being able to use them as nodules for bringing back coral reefs and little hubs of biodiversity. Because the physical material for things to attach to and create a mini ecosystem on, that's huge. Like having a physical place to attach to. If we build those things intentionally, we can leave behind little nodules to rebuild biodiversity in the ocean. So it's actually like kind of one of these cool ideas. But no, fuck offshore wind. Let's talk about, fuck it, more oil pipelines exploding in the ocean and ruining everything.
Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. Regulates coal
Oh, USGS, the US Geological Survey. I'm way too fucking familiar with that.
mining oversight, mitigates the effects of past mining. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
So right now all they're doing is describing what each of these things do. But what they're going... Oh, I can see the bottom of this page. Restoring American energy dominance. The next entire 20 minutes is going to be explaining all the ways in which they should be allowed to mine, manufacture, refine crude oil and fossil fuels in the most destructive ways possible. Garrett, that's the next 20 minutes. Great. Love it.
Environmental health and water resources.
This is a challenge. This is the funny thing about this stream is that it is a challenge. Okay, I don't need to put a shock collar on. I need to listen to this because this is suffering.
Restoring American energy dominance.
Oh, I'm so tired.
The dire adverse national impact of Biden's war on fossil fuels.
I'm so tired.
Is as important for the DOI under a conservative president than the restoration of the Department.
Oh, good God.
Managing the nation's vast storehouse of hydrocarbons.
Man, I'm getting cold. Oh, sun's going down in game. I need to
U.S. depends on reliable
lock in ASAP.
energy resources to
Just a couple more ender pearls. And then I will have the end portal unlocked.
economy and its geopolitical
And then I can go from there.
uncertain and dangerous world.
Okay.
Not only are valuable natural resources owned generally by the American people involved, so too are those owned separately by American Indian tribes and individual American Indians, both of which have been injured by Biden's illegal actions. The federal government owns 61% of the
Oh, that is a complicated intersection. The fact that there are Native American lands that have
oil and 12%
uranium, but also fossil fuel reserves,
federal lands and waters.
and they could provide economic well-being to Native American
Coal production
states,
lands in 11 states
Native American nations, rather.
manages the surface mineral estate of
but I don't know. It's complicated. Most of the Native American advocacy I see is very much along the lines of, I know that one in particular, it's a uranium refinery, uranium, plutonium, one of those radioactive. It's in a mountain. The Native American people oversee that land. And all that's going to happen is it's just going to give their children cancer for generations. And they know damn well. So they fight against it. That's the kind of stuff I see from Native Americans regarding mineral sustainability and environmental sustainability. It's generally positive.
These agencies' responsibilities frequently overlap with resource management by the U.S. Forest Service and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, state governments, and private property owners. Biden is aligning the management of public lands and waters to support robust climate action.
Yes, we should support robust climate. There is so much empty-headed bullshit in this document about their understanding of renewables. Obviously, the entirety of the fossil fuel lobby has their cocks shoved down these authors' throats so fucking deep. Because they're ignoring that, because they love the language of like reliability, sustainability, resiliency for our energy system in the United States. They talk so much about resiliency and all this shit, but then they end up talking about fossil fuels, which are way fucking less resilient than renewables. Jesus. And wow, and this document's all about decentralization and minimizing federal influence. Okay, you want to decentralize solar, wind, hydro. Give communities the resources to build those things out and focus on those renewables. But no, this is not actually about sustainability. This is not actually about resiliency, especially energy independence and resiliency. It's not actually about that, no. It's about getting the fossil fuel lobby paid because they're afraid. They should be afraid.
General Mining Law 17 and other congressional acts clearly set forth use principles and processes that include production of coal, oil, natural gas, and other minerals as legitimate activities consistent with the welfare of all Americans and of environmental stewardship. Biden's
blow up, do it.
Supplies of energy,
nice.
Keeping them from Americans whose lives could be improved with cheaper and more abundant energy while making the economy stronger and
do you know what will be way more abundant than fossil fuel? Fucking the sun. Again, I'm very coin flippy on nuclear, but yeah, the sun. Nuclear, solar. You know what's fucking abundant? The goddamn sun. But no, the issue with the sun, the issue with solar, the issue with wind, is that these things are too hard to centralize in an American exceptionalist way. Individuals can get a hold of solar. Individuals can do small-scale wind. Not really large-scale, but small-scale wind. Oh my god, do not kill me. They don't like the fact that individual communities without conservative establishment support would be able to create their own energy independence through solar. They're afraid of that. They need people to continue being dependent on the fossil fuel industry because the fossil fuel industry knows that everyone knows that they're bullshit.
America First Offshore Energy Strategy 21.
Ooh, one more under pearl. Okay. We're down to essentially the last bits. One more and I'm going back. I'm going to make the last Eyes of Ender. I'm going to put them in the damn portal and it's going to be over. I bet it will take me at least an hour to beat the Ender Dragon. I guarantee it. Oh, I see one more Enderman over there. This is all huge. What if this guy has the last one I need?
Implementation of Executive Order 13807, establishing discipline and
perish.
Accountability in the environmental review and permitting process for infrastructure projects 25. ELSO 3358, Executive Committee for Expedited Permitting.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna eat first, just so it really can't fuck me over. Hi, Gash. I only need one more Ender Pearl. That's it. I need one more, and it's over. One more Ender Pearl. That's all I need. Let's see if I get it from this guy, or if it's gonna be someone else.
Enforcement priorities 29 and ELSO 3389, coordinating and clarifying National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 review.
Yeah! Woo! Oh, that's it. I'm going back. I need to make sure I don't die. I need to lock the fuck in. I need to get this stupid ender portal open. End portal open ASAP. No fucking way. Oh my god. Holy shit, I'm almost done. Oh my god. I'm so excited to be done reading this.
Onshore Act 33 to increase state participation and federal accountability for energy production on the federal estate. Conduct offshore oil and natural gas lease sales to the maximum extent permitted under the 2023 to 2020.
You will die, zombie. I do not care for your well-being. Get the fuck out of here.
But unselected plan alternative point 35. Develop immediately and finalize a new 5-year plan while working with Congress to reform the OCSLA by eliminating the 5-year plan.
So I need to take all the lapis, take all the diamonds, take all the ender pearls, take all the flint. I can benefit from the gold ingot. The food is important, so it's all going with me. Iron has to go with me as well. Dirt can stay behind. I won't need logs. String can stay behind. Feathers are huge. Plenty of bone. Plenty of food. Plenty of bowls. Okay, I have 14 ender pearls. It's time. Alright, we're doing it. We're fucking doing it. I'm gonna sleep through the night just so it's daytime. Happen if you die, or do you have to start reading it again? No! No, I do not have to restart it. It's one. Yeah, I'm going to go fucking insane. Oh my god, could you imagine if every time I die I have to go to the beginning? Holy shit. You know what, I should do that except with like some famous libertarian writer. And I mean like the American conservative kind of libertarian. I should do that except with that. Like a shorter document. So that way I almost always get it done. I'm not doing that. Don't give me any bad ideas. I'll die. I will not survive that. God, that would be a terrible, having to like imagine I have to read like the US Constitution or the Declaration of Independence over and over and over and over every time I die in Minecraft. That would be fucking terrible. I wouldn't make it. I would actually start losing it. Because in this document alone, they regularly reuse paragraphs and sentences. Like, often. They are reusing paragraphs and sentences to say it about... So, like, for example, there's one sentence they use talking about crediting military service members for time for not being able to serve because they didn't get the COVID vaccine. They use that sentence for the National Guard, for the Coast Guard, for the U.S. military, for the Army, for the military is the Army, but the Army is in the military. The Marines, the Navy, they individually use that phrase like 7 times for every single version of a soldier. And they just kept copy pasting it clearly. And I started getting pissed because I kept hearing the same thing again and again and again. God, it was hard. You got a new book coming on the way? Speaking of books, I know what book I'm reading next. I'm going to read my book about prefiguration. I don't know what it's called. The Art of Prefiguration? I don't know. Prefigurative Politics. That's the name of it. Because I want to make a video on the concept of prefigurative politics eventually. And I'm going to frame it in a very interesting way. I'm going to frame prefigurative politics as doomsday prepping for the hopeful. You know what I mean? I feel like this is an interesting perspective that I haven't heard. And I haven't heard framed before. But that's how I understand prefiguration. It's like doomsday prepping, except you want things to be okay. Like, you're prepping for something in the future. You're putting effort into something. You're developing individual resilience. You're teaching yourself skills in case things happen. You're teaching your community skills. You're orienting your community to be resilient and stable. But prefiguration is hopeful. It's doomsday prepping for the hopeful. I love this framework, and I'm going to make this fucking video. But first I have to read the damn book and get off my ass. Look what it takes to make me read this document. I have to play Minecraft during it. I would have never been able to sit through this document otherwise. Which is, again, half the reason I'm doing this. this little challenge.
located in the American West.
But also, it was a few things. One,
The Trump administration
we're in a freeze where I live right now, and I can't go outside. Two, there's no way I could read this without playing a game.
West was the epitome
Three,
that is
how many people can actually say that they sat through this stupid fucking document?
also implemented
And they actually understand the conservative movement with granularity to this degree.
career civil servants.
I think there'll be a lot of power in me being able to cite this document for the rest of my life.
From the inside the Beltway media, Congress, with bipartisan
Anarch history book. Against the Grain. Ooh, I like that. That's a good name.
State, tribal, and local officials, the diverse collection
Against the Grain. What a classic.
of public lands in western
Oh,
neighbors
I almost
were
fell.
accustomed to having top BLM decision makers in Grand Junction, Colorado, rather than
Whoa, Grand Junction, Colorado. That's near where I am. What are they talking about Grand Junction for?
appreciated that the BLM's top subject matter experts were located
The Bureau of Land Management?
in Columbia, but in the western states that most need
So funny. I love when people don't know the difference between Bureau of Land Management BLM and Black Lives Matter BLM. Very funny. I can guarantee a conservative reading this would be like, the BLM! and misunderstand.
and people they manage. On July 16, 2019, Secretary of the Interior David L. Bernhardt delivered to Congress the proposal for the relocation of nearly 600 BLM headquarters employees. On August 10, 2020, Secretary Bernhardt
14 ender pearls
established the
have been made.
Burford headquarters, named after the longest-serving BLM strike,
Okay,
a Grand
let's do
Junction
it.
native with a staff of 41 senior officials and assistants. Another
Let's do it.
76
Let's fucking do it.
were assigned to BLM state offices in
Can't believe I'm actually beat Minecraft. It feels like it's taken so long.
Boise, Idaho, Reno,
Completely certain that the Ender Dragon's gonna murk me like 30 times though,
Cheyenne,
first.
Wyoming, to meet critical needs. Scores of other positions were assigned to the states that required BLM expertise. For example, wild horse and burro professionals were
Oh, I'm so tired. I can't believe I'm gonna do it. Is this the first time I've beaten it? I've beaten it once before. I don't think I've ever beaten it on my own. This would be the first time I've beaten the game on my own. But I have beaten Minecraft in a server. Because the one time I really wanted to try that, I wanted to do it with my friends and my fiance. So we beat it one time as a group. I don't think I've ever beaten the game on my own. Which means the dragon is going to massacre me. A lot. And consistently.
Those that opened because of the move west.
Okay.
The BLM saw notable numbers of applicants for these positions, so numerous that the BLM capped the number of eligible applicants to no more than 50.
Oh my god, I'm accidentally throwing them.
Reduced commuting times,
That means I'm gonna need more. Oh, I threw it again. I'm gonna die.
an opportunity to access vast public lands for recreation.
Wait.
jobs,
Oh!
and potential employees.
Oh!
Many
It's going down!
applicants stated they would
Woo!
positions been based
Throwing that away. Okay, so it wasn't 16. I actually had plenty the whole time. That's completely fine with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I only ever needed 12. Okay. Doesn't matter. I'm good. I'm going to... You should have repaired your bow before you went in. I haven't gone in. I'm not going in yet. I'm going to do a few things, and I'm going to do several suicide runs into the end real quick. Back to back, where I do some things. I'm going to put down a bunch of water. I'm going to size up the dragon and see if I remember how to fight it. But before that, I'm going to enchant all of my shit. I'm going to make diamond stuff, and I'm going to leave it behind. And then I'm going to come back after I've gotten the end really well set up. Whew, it's time. We're doing it. Well, it's not time yet, but like we're gonna start.
West incurred no legal challenges, no formal equal employment opportunity or U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board complaints, and no adverse union activity. It is hard to please
Man,
everyone.
I cannot believe I've been doing this whole time.
Administration's BLM did just that, putting the lie to assertions, by some, that the BLM was trying to fire federal employees. The total cost of $17.9 million for relocation incentives, permanent change-off station moves, temporary labor, travel, printing, rent, supplies, equipment, and other contracts will save money for the American people.
Okay, and portal is ready.
In fiscal 2020,
We're fucking doing it. It cannot be stopped. The government cannot stop me. The mental hospital cannot stop me. I will continue trying to beat this as long as it takes so I don't have to keep reading.
The BLM move West would generate a net savings of $3.5 million.
God.
The following fiscal
All right. First up. We're clearing house. We're getting rid of all the shit I don't need.
Those funds can be devoted to reducing the risk of wildfires, increasing recreational opportunities, conserving public lands, and addressing tough issues such as wild horses and burros.
This is not my main bow. I don't need it.
Moreover, those
I'm
funds
gonna
will be
pare down the amount of food that I have to things I actually need.
seasoned managers working closely with BLM
Okay.
field employees in their daily contact with Western officials.
All right. So I will have a diamond helmet, I'll have diamond pants, and I have 6 more diamonds, of which I should absolutely make a diamond sword. Which will take 2, which will leave me enough for diamond boots.
Subsequently, BLM Director Tracy Stonemanning revealed 56 BLM jobs.
Sword first, though. Sword first. Okay, and now boots. Huge. Huge. Okay. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go enchant shit. The sword goes first, though. Sword is most important. I already have an iron chest plate, so now I will have a full suit. 3 pieces of diamond, 1 piece of iron. I'm gonna go enchant my sword first and foremost. There's food. I have an enchanted golden apple. I have 3 regular golden apples. I only have 13 arrows, which actually isn't that good. It's unfortunate. I don't really need this coal anymore, but whatever, I'll put it over here.
The AD and staff in charge of BLM's firefighters were relocated to Boise, Idaho, where they
The issue is arrows. I will not have nearly enough for this fight. That much is obvious. I don't remember how to make an arrow. Fletch. Nope. Fletch. Nope. Okay, I'll have to remember how to make an arrow. That'll probably be my main problem at this point. That'll be my last resource draw. Consider rereading this and being scared. I'd be surprised if any layman conservatives read the full thing. No, I guarantee no layman conservatives have read this at all. And yet they fully support it. They fully support it even though they don't know a damn thing about it. It's hilarious.
Was also moved to Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Notwithstanding that most oil, gas, and minerals are in the West and Alaska, New Mexico's Permian Basin, for example, is second only to Alaska in petroleum potential, and Montana and Wyoming's Powder River Basin contains the world's best low-sulfur coal.
Okay, let me remember how to,
responsible for wild horses and burros was moved east as well. Despite the fact that the uncontrolled
arrow crafting recipe.
and burros poses an
1 flint, 1 stick, 1 feather.
public lands. 60%
Oh, it sticks. Okay. It's not bad.
45, but thousands are in
Well, I only have 1 feather though, so that's my big problem then, is I don't have chickens. So, I'll have to make do with what I've got, which is not much.
miles and multiple time zones away. It is not just effective and responsive management that has been lost. Colorado lost its chance to become a must-visit destination for BLM stakeholders. Those seeking to develop world-class mineral deposits in Minnesota or another Prudhoe Bay in Alaska expand recreation across BLM's vast, diverse.
Do I not remember how to make an arrow? Like for real?
To manage timber and rangelands to prevent wildfires would all journey to Grand Junction. Convention opportunities on
1 stick arrow, but it has to be in the vertical column? Why? Ow. Stick. Flint. Feather. 4 arrows. Not bad. Hey, that's moderately efficient. I should have brought more feathers with me from the beginning, but so it goes. Okay. Alright, first up, enchanting my sword. I should really go get 1 more level. But I don't care enough. Just knock back 1, that's not very good. Whatever. Let's go enchant the rest of my stuff. Even if it's low level enchantment, I don't care. Diamond boots, diamond leggings, diamond helmet. My bow's already enchanted with power 4, which is pretty good. Right, the boots. Fire protection, huge. I'll take it. Helmet. Unbreaking, I'll take it. Leggings. Protection 1, I'll take it. Listen. It is what it is. I need what I can get.
It is also the strong recommendation of the department's top PO.
Okay. Food, obviously, needs to come with me. Golden apples, chest plates, my bow, my arrows. That's all I can really hope for. And then I've got a bunch of blocks of quartz and netherrack for some reason. Oh, and steak. That's got to come with me too. Oh, and more bread and chicken. Actually, I have way more food than I thought I did. That's actually really good. Pork chop. More fish. Oh, I already had a bunch more arrows. Oh, now I'm good. Now I have plenty of arrows. I might be able to beat it with that many arrows. Maybe. And I should probably take a water bucket. Well, actually, I have to take 2 water buckets. That's like part of the design. Okay, what else? I feel generally good that I have almost everything I could need. Oh, I don't need any of this lapis. What am I doing? I'm gonna take my extra armor in case I somehow lose stuff. Just in case I need it. I'm gonna go get 2 buckets of water. And then I'm going to jump into the fucking portal. Well, obviously I'm going to make a chest and take a bed with me down there. So I can die and come back many, many times often.
Deputy Director William Perry Penley implemented the IG's recommendation. Of course, leadership heads exploded. They were furious with their loss of authority, not to mention subordinates and budgets. Unfortunately, in the first days of the Biden...
I'm trying not to get hyped, but there's no way that I won't beat it today, right? I've only been streaming 3.5 hours. I probably have the stamina to keep going, right? Like, I'll be fine, hopefully. Hopefully. I'm freaking out. I should go make a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern, so that way I can go in there and not get hit by any, endermen once I'm there.
As well as the employees who manage those lands. BLM's LEOs must keep in touch, work closely, and coordinate with fellow federal, state, and local law enforcement officers.
Oh, I should have brought the bed. Whatever, I'll just have to respawn, and then when I die, I'll come back, and I'll bring it down the second time. Oh, I forgot to go get water. Oops. Stupid. I'm too hyped. I'm acting stupid, and I'm not thinking. Let me check chat, sorry. I accidentally moved it out of the way earlier. Yeah, Minecraft music with Project 2025? Tell me about it. It has been a weird situation. It's a little weird. I remember this YouTube video someone made of Bernie Sanders talking over lo-fi music, and like that was a vibe. And then this is like a weird vibe. Like this is a very, I don't know, feels like I'm reading a sociopath's manifesto with weird music in the background. I don't know how to describe it. It's unusual. Feels certainly unusual. That's for sure.
Invaded private and permitted public land, disturbed private property rights, and turned the sod into concrete. BLM experts said in 2019 that some affected land will never recover from this unmitigated damage. There are 95,000 wild...
Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to go get my bed, I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to save. Just to quintuple and triple be certain that everything's gonna be okay. Because I don't want to fuck this up. This first suicide run, I'm gonna do like 4 suicide runs. I'm gonna get really comfortable with what the fight is like and stuff like that. And I'm gonna have to play while it reads. I don't think they said turn a sod into concrete. Probably said something else. They could have said the word sod, which is a thing, but... What are they talking about now?
What is
happening to these once proud...
is neither compassionate nor humane, and what these animals are doing to federal lands and fragile ecosystems is unacceptable. In 2019,
Wait, what animals? Horses?
Veterinary Medication Association, 2 of the largest organizations of professional veterinarians in the world, issued a joint policy calling for further reducing overpopulation to protect the health and well-being of wild.
Are we talking about deer? Wild horses. Okay. We have that many wild horses? Damn. I don't even know wild horses were an issue for us. That we had that many. Hey, fuck off. Go away. That's a really specific thing I hadn't heard about. We have horse overpopulation. I thought it would be bison too. I was totally certain. But no, it's bison. We have a wild horse issue.
In its 2020 report to Congress,
Okay.
included expanded adoptions and sales of horses gathered from overpopulated
Oh, maybe this is to like support the horse industry? I don't fucking know.
facilities and pastures, more effective
I did not know the US had an issue with horses.
and improved research.
Like we had too many.
Academic and veterinary communities
Fuck, for a second I thought they were talking about like white-tailed deer.
accepted techniques.
It's like a very popular hunting animal.
All of that will not be enough to solve.
I wonder if they'll talk about white-tailed deer at any point. I bet they would.
Congress must enact laws permitting the BLM to dispose humanely of these animals. Immediate actions regarding Alaska. Alaska is a special case and deserves immediate action. Point 47. When Alaska was admitted to the Union in 1959, nearly its entire landmass was federally owned. Therefore, Alaska was granted
Most of Alaska is still federally owned. It's like empty.
acres out of 375 million acres to manage for the benefit of its residents. Point 48. In less than 8 years, Alaska selected 26 million acres. Then Interior Secretary Stuart Udall,
Okay.
who served during the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, put a freeze on further land selections to protect any claims that might be asserted by Native Alaskans. Point 49.
Damn.
Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The discovery of oil at Prudhoe Bay in 1968 made resolution of the issue by Congress a matter of urgency. As a result, in 1971,
Okay, and I'm actually going to close off this.
Settlement Act
Just so nothing can suddenly drop down and kill me.
community to select
Okay,
40
put bed there, go to sleep. Cool, that's one save.
environmentalists
Okay, I'm gonna run away for a second in real life, and I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna fucking do it, but I can still hear because I'm wearing wireless headphones.
demanded the inclusion in the Act of a provision, Section 17, D2, that ordered the Interior Secretary to withdraw 80 million acres for future designation by Congress as parks, refuges, wild and scenic rivers, and national forests. Point 51. The deadline for this congressional action was 1978, and as it neared, the Carter administration, impatient and worried, decided to force Congress's hand. The administration unilaterally withdrew 100 million acres from any use by the state or Native Alaskans. Point 52. Alaska promptly sued, charging that the administration had failed to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. Point 53. In a lame duck session at the end of 1980, Congress passed, over the objections of the Alaskan delegation, the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, which revoked all of the withdrawals
All right.
of the Carter administration.
All right.
Congressional
All right.
regulations that put 100 million acres
I'm gonna fucking do it. I cannot be stopped.
of national parks and
I'm jumping into that fucking end portal.
of land declared to be
I just realized I should probably take a pickaxe because I'll need it to
for the DOI
get around. I just remembered that. I'm taking my diamond pickaxe, I guess. Uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
department grudgingly transferred.
Wait, do I have any wood down here? There's wood in the, I'm just gonna make a shitty one real quick. There's wood in the library, and I can go steal some.
into the Union, and Native Alaskans had received only 1/3 of the land due to them. Point 55. From January of 1981 through 1983, however, under Reagan, Alaska received 30 million acres and a commitment of land transfers at the rate of 13 million acres annually. In the same period, Native Alaskans
I do not need these books, what the hell?
11 million acres, which constituted nearly 60% of their entitlement, and an additional 15 million acres were transferred.
Okay, what's going on with this Alaska lore? By the way, their hatred for Jimmy Carter is similar to their love for Ronald Reagan.
40 years since the
I imagine one must have come after the other, though I don't know the actual history.
yet to fulfill statutory obligation to Alaska and Alaska
Great.
natives. Specifically, each group has 5 million
They really hate Jimmy Carter.
but remains
He must have been like the last meaningfully strong president that old people remember.
PLOs issued by the BLM seizing that land for the agency. Those PLOs
Okay, I'll just take a small amount of food. I'll take some very, very basic items and kind of expect that I'm gonna die, honestly. That's kind of what's going on, low-key.
PLO 515057 will provide the state of Alaska 1.3 million acres of its remaining state entitlement.
Okay, so I need to build a way of generating water,
BLM
so that way I can always have more buckets with me.
report to Congress based on the Alaska Land Transfer
Is this how it works?
And the Interior Secretary has authority to
Oh.
revoke based on the
Is that how it works?
Alaska Native Claims Settlement
Right, now I have infinite water. Huge.
1.50
Got it.
all other remaining BLM PLM,
Um,
all of which are more than 50 years old, should be
I think all I can do is fucking go for it and ball. I really hate the audio in the background. I want this to be dramatic and cool and awesome. But no, I have to keep reading while I beat it. Fuck it, let's go. Ooh, 3, 2, 1, ball. Right. Yep, that sort of thing was gonna happen. And oh, I already fucked up. I'm an idiot. It didn't put me near stuff that I can mine. Oh, never mind. I can catch these. Cool. I might just barely be able to make my way over now. Good. Okay, well this gives me a basic ability to kind of go through. Okay. Wow, I hear the dragon. That's not good. What, is it already coming after me? I haven't even gone anywhere yet, bro. Leave me alone. God, it's loud and scary. Hello, NT worshipper. We're about to see the end dragon for the first time in this playthrough.
Across BLM managed lands, pursuant to the Secretary's authority under the ANILCA and based on the final environmental impact statement on
Alright, that's up top.
61, this will permit construction of a new 211-mile.
Alright, we're looking down, we're running. I need to find its pillar tower things.
And open the area only to mining related industrial uses.
Yeah, okay, there's one of the pillar things. Cool. We're running, we're running. Where's the dragon? It's up there. Cool. We're doing this.
Throughout Alaska's history, the federal government
What we're gonna do is make water generators all over.
This is especially the case when it comes to two of Alaska's most valued resources, its wildlife and its waters. Immediate action is required to end, at least in part.
Hey, so why is the dragon not attacking me? Should I have expected this or no? Nope, that sounded like a fire thing. Where is it? It's above me? Okay, cool, I'm good.
Which are matters for state regulation. Such revocation is permitted under the 2017 Congressional Review Act .62. I'll recognize Alaska's authority to manage fish and game on all federal lands.
I don't know if this strategy is based or not. I'm just going for it. Shit. Wait, that one's actually really short. I'd be able to hit that with a damn bow. Am I crazy?
I'll issue a secretarial order declaring navigable waters in Alaska to be owned by.
I wonder if I actually over prep for this. No. I can't think that way. If I think that way, it'll go terrible. I have to remember that is not reality.
That water is not navigable, since in the case of non-navigability, any submerged lands belong to the BLM.
Shit. Oh yeah, he got me with one. Fuck. Well, guess I should have seen that coming. Shit, I gotta get out of here. Keep going. Oh, wow. Alright, well, I'm just gonna keep bashing my head against that problem until the problem's dealt with. Oh no! Oh no, okay, I was about to say, does it fucking reset? It would be really bad. My plan was very dependent on it not resetting.
It has prevented multiple infrastructure projects.
There we go. Cool.
Including roads, electric transmission lines, and water and sewer projects, and it forces residents to
nope. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Logging has been shut down to the extent that New York harvests more timber than does all of Alaska. Other actions.
My shit should be over here, I think. Or it auto goes away. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Huge. Well, I'm just gonna keep on keeping on doing the shit that I was doing.
which already owns
Nope, stay away. Wow, that is scary.
vast amounts of private
You should fuck off, dragon.
productive use, and 2, and congressionally mandated uses of all federal land. The end result will be total
Gonna keep
federal
going?
control of an
Keep doing?
additional
Keep doing it?
440 million
I'm doing it,
acres
I'm doing it.
of oceans in the US by 2030, 68. Although the new president should vacate that order, DOI
Whoa, 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 whoa.
must take immediate action on the
Hey, stop being so angry, bro.
vacating a
Nope,
secretarial
fuck, I fucked up.
by the
Nope.
Biden DOI 69 that eliminated the Trump administration's
No,
requirement
fuck.
for the approval of state and local governments before federal acquisition.
Now I'm down to one thing of water. I need to go to one of my previous water generators now.
Conservation Fund Point 70.
Okay.
National Monument designations. As has every
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, yeah, it's down there doing the thing. I don't really know what it is doing when it does this. Or even why it does that. It just does that sometimes, I guess. Yeah, some of these are covered by these weird cages, right? That's going to be an issue for me.
Multiple use federal land under the Carter, Clinton, and Obama administrations. Biden's first national monument was one in Colorado, adopted over the objections of scores of local groups and at least one American Indian tribe. 71
Okay.
in the days before the 2024 election. Biden will likely designate more Western monuments. Although President Trump courageously ordered a review of national monument designations, the result of that review was insufficient in that only 2
Shit, it's gonna charge.
Utah were adjusted. 72 monuments in Maine and Oregon, for example, should have been adjusted downward given the finding of Secretary Ryan Zinke's review that they were improperly designated. The new administration's review will permit a fresh look at past monument decrees and new ones by President Biden.
How the hell am I getting up these things
New administration must
with any
vigorously
speed?
downward adjustments it makes to
It's gonna be hard as hell.
on a president's authority to reduce the size of national monuments by the U.S. Supreme Court. Finally, the new administration must seek repeal
Oh,
of the Antiquities
I've already come over here once?
which
Have I done all of them? That would be huge.
by a president long before the statutory
If I have done all of them, that would be very good.
protection of special federal lands, such as those with wild and scenic rivers, endangered species.
I think,
or
with that in mind, I'm just gonna start putting water everywhere.
Moreover, in recent years, Congress has designated as national monuments those areas deserving of such congressional action. Oregon and California Lands Act. One national monument worthy of downward adjustment is in Oregon, where its
Whoop,
designation
scary.
and subsequent expansion interfere with the federal obligation to residents to harvest timber on its BLM lands. A federal district court ruled in 2019 that land subject to the Oregon and California ONC Gradlands Act of 193773 was set aside by Congress to be harvested for the benefit of the people of Oregon.
Wow. That hurt.
Specifically, those federal lands are to be managed for permanent forest production and its timber sold, cut, and removed in conformity with the principle of sustained yield 74. As the district court concluded, 75 beginning in 1990, the federal government erected a trifecta of illegal barriers to the accomplishment of the congressional
Shit, I am sitting way too still right now.
the listing of the northern spotted owl, 76 continuing a decade later with the designation of the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument, 77 and concluding in 2017 with an expansion of that monument. 70
What an angry dragon.
fulfill the yet unaltered congressional mandate contained in federal law to provide for jobs.
I somehow have not set off a single
Rural Oregon,
uh,
and to ameliorate the
Enderman so far,
wildfire,
impressively.
The new administration must immediately fulfill its responsibilities and manage the ONC lands for permanent forest production to ensure that the timber is sold, cut, and removed. 79. NEPA reforms.
The water physics for flowing are different in the end. I am learning that right now.
Into the tree killing, project dooming, decade-spanning monstrosity that it has become. Instead,
The water physics are actually different. That's kind of crazy and not particularly expected.
presentation of information regarding major federal action that significantly affects the quality of the human environment so that
Whoa, don't blow me up.
decision-makers can make
Fuck off.
informed decisions to
Fuck
benefit
off.
the American people.
Okay, back to it. I'm gonna keep doing this and flooding all the things. Gotta bounce. Good luck. Thank you. Bye, Alf. Thanks for being here.
Meanwhile, DOI DOI should reinstate the secretarial orders adopted by the Trump administration, such as placing time and page limits on NEPA documents and setting forth, on page 1, the costs of the document itself. Meanwhile, the new administration should call upon Congress to reform NEPA to meet its original goal. Consideration should be given, for example, to eliminating judicial review of the adequacy of NEPA documents or the rectitude of NEPA decisions. This would allow Congress to engage in effective oversight of federal agencies when prudent. Settlement transparency. Interior Secretary David Bernhardt required DOI to prominently display.
I'm gonna call that good enough too. I clearly have a place I can jump that's gonna give me something to catch my fall.
And any attorney's fees paid for ending the litigation. 80 Biden's DOI, aware that the settlements into which it planned to enter and the attorney's fees it was likely to pay would cause controversy, ended this policy. 81 and new administration should reinstate it. The Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act was intended to bring endangered and threatened species back from the brink of extinction and, when appropriate, to restore real habitat critical to the survival of the species. The Act's success rate, however, is dismal.
Oh my god, they're bitching about us trying to not lose species. They have no fucking context for the importance of biodiversity. I feel like a lot of people don't have context for the importance of biodiversity, but like, these guys clearly do not have context for the importance of biodiversity.
Prestige, power, and appropriations of the agency that pays or employs them. For example, in one highly influential...
What? I did not set that guy off. Fuck off. Whoa, okay. I pissed off an Enderman finally. Cool. Fine with me. Just gonna take a few more rounds of putting water everywhere. And I can start killing the actual Ender Dragon. I know I have to blow up these orb things so that it's...
purpose and in its use to seize private property, prevent economic development, and interfere with the rights of states over their wildlife populations.
Right, so I finally set off one Ender thing. Enderman.
Delist the grizzly bear in the greater Yellowstone and northern Continental Divide ecosystems and defend to the Supreme Court of the United States the agency's fact-based decision to do so. 84. Delist the gray wolf in the lower 48 states in light of its full recovery under the ESA. 85. Cede to western states jurisdiction over the greater sage-grouse, recognizing the on-the-ground expertise of states and preventing use of the sage-grouse to interfere with public access to public land and economic activity. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to end its abuse of Section 10(j) of the ESA by reintroducing so-called experiment species populations into areas that no longer qualify as habitat.
What is going on?
Inside the historic ranges of those species, which
Dragon's about to hit me hard, I can tell. Yep, there it comes. Oh my god, it still hit me somehow. It must be fast.
Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to design and implement an impartial conservation triage program by prioritizing the allocation of
I stared at it too hard, now it's angry.
conservation returns relative to the conservation goals under a constrained budget. 87.
Nice. Lots of water.
Service to make all data used in ESA decisions available to the public, with limited or no exceptions, to fulfill the public's right to know and to prevent the agency's previous...
Alright, I'm gonna call it good enough for now.
Abolish the
He really is still up there, huh?
Resources Division of the U.S. Geological Survey and obtain necessary scientific research about species of concern from universities via competitive requests for proposals.
Oh, that's gonna get me. I heard it.
Fish and Wildlife Service to 1. Design and implement an Endangered Species Act program that ensures independent decision-making by ending reliance on so-called species specialists who have obvious self-interest, ideological bias, and land use agendas.
Of course they have ideological bias. Their ideological bias is in support of fucking conservation, you dipshits.
Office of Surface
Who wouldn't?
The Office of Surface Mining Reclamation.
I don't know what it is doing to do that, but it's like it's knocking things through the game's own physics.
Mining Control and Reclamation. Act of 1977, SMCRA 89 to administer programs.
Oh, I pissed off a bunch, it looks like.
Surface coal mining.
Get fucked, stay away.
Although the
I don't have enough food to deal with you guys, though. That's the unfortunate part.
20% of the nation's electricity and is a mainstay of many
Stay away.
regional economies.
Be gone.
The following action should ensure OSM's
Before you kill me, I'm going to, yep, put in more. Okay.
and without interfering with the
No, back to work.
high-quality American coal.
Take some bread with me.
L relocate the OSM Reclamation and Enforcement Headquarters to Pittsburgh.
Keep going.
To recognize that the agency is field-driven and should be headquartered at
Man.
4.90.
Fighting a dragon.
Number of field coal reclamation inspectors to recognize the industry is slow. L reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. 91. L permit coal company employees to benefit from the OSM training program, which is currently restricted to state and federal employees. L revise the applicant violator system, the nationwide database for the federal and state programs, to permit federal and state regulators to consider extenuating circumstances. L maintain the current 10-day notice rule, which requires OSM to work with state regulators in determining if an SMCRA violation has taken place in recognition of the fact that a coal mining state with primacy has the lead in implementing state and federal law. L preserve Directive INE 26, which relates to approximate original contour, a critical factor in permitting efficient and environmentally sound surface mining, especially in Appalachia. 92. Western water issues. The American West, from the Great Plains to the Cascades Range, is arid, as recognized by John Wesley Powell during his famous trip across a large part of its length. Pursuant to an executive order signed by President Trump, and consistent with its authority along with other federal agencies, DOI's Bureau of Reclamation must take the following actions. L develop additional storage capacity across the arid West, including by updating
Oh, he's running around again. Not good.
existing facilities during routine operations and engaging
I think it is essentially time to fucking go for it and do this shit.
reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies by consolidating federal water working groups. L implement actions identified in the Federal Action Plan for improving forecasts of water availability, 93, especially by adopting improvements related to forecast-informed reservoir operations and aerial snow observation systems. L clarify the water.
Bonk. I knew it would blow me up. I just didn't care.
Act 94 to ensure consistent application with other federal infrastructure.
I just did not care that it was going to blow me up. That'll blow me up too, probably, if it hits me. Okay, no.
This should be done to
I'm just willing to take the hits, like for the time being.
investment in water infrastructure. L reinstate
I knew damn well that would hurt.
on promoting the reliable supply and delivery of water in the West. 95. American Indians and U.S. trust responsibility. The Biden administration has breached its federal trust responsibilities to American Indians. This is unconscionable. Specifically, the Biden administration's war on domestically available fossil fuels and mineral sources has been devastating. To wit, the ability of American Indians and tribal governments to develop their abundant oil and gas resources has been severely hampered, depriving them of the revenue and profits.
Oh,
for which
well,
they are
that's fine with me.
during a time of increasing
I'm just going to go back in for kind of fun now this time. I'm going to keep taking, like, not important items. Actually, fuck it. It's time. Let's do it.
Indian nations with significant
We're putting my good gear on.
some of the highest quality and cleanest burning coal.
Diamond sword.
But the Biden
Let's get my
administration
pickaxe.
sought to destroy
Fuck it. We're doing it. It is officially time.
eliminating
Golden
all
apples.
electricity in the country and to
And then extra bricks of various types will be helpful here.
Meanwhile, the
Arrows
Biden
and a bow.
administration, at great public expense, artificially boosted the demand for electric vehicles, which
Fuck it, let's go.
because of their remote locations,
We're killing this dragon. We're doing it for real now.
electricity demands for charging electric vehicles nearby, and the distances to be traveled, are not a choice for Indian communities. A significant percentage of critical minerals needed by the United States is on Indian lands, but the Biden administration has actively discouraged development of critical mineral mining projects on Indian lands rather than assisting in their advancement. Despite Indian nations having primary responsibility for their lands and environment and responsibility for the safety of their communities, the Biden administration is reversing efforts to put Indian nations in charge of environmental regulation on their own lands. Moreover, Biden administration policies, including those of the DOI, have disproportionately impacted American Indians and Indian nations. By its failure to secure the border, the Biden administration has robbed Indian nations on or near.
No way. Was I that good at this? I was not that good at this.
Permitting them to be swamped by a tide of illegal drugs, particularly.
I do not remember being that proficient at using a bow and arrow. In real life, I'm pretty good with one, but I didn't think about that in this game.
Schools, Biden's DOI failed to ensure an accurate account.
That was prolifically impressive. Get out of here. How many more? I need to find the dragon. I need to see it head towards one of them to know which one to go after next. Here we go.
To ensure parents and the larger tribal communities know their children are learning and are receiving a quality education.
Damn, I'm just not good enough. Okay. Did I not already blow this one up? I'm pretty sure I did.
End the war on fossil fuels and domestically available minerals and facilitate their development on lands owned by Indians and Indian nations.
Yep, I already got this one.
Mandates and subsidies of electric vehicles.
So what ones are there? I don't even see it.
To enforce environmental regulation on their
Relation distance, maximize it. Fuck it, I don't care. My game will handle it easily. Oh, well now it's a lot easier to see what I need to go after. Cool. I forgot that I had that setting on to make life easier. Are you kidding me? Is this guy angry at me? Who's angry at me? Do it. Keep trying, pussy. Yep, keep trying, bro. You'll never get a chance. Do it. Do it. Keep trying. Nice try, asshole. Okay, heading this direction now. Kinda have to.
Author's note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of
what I should do is go to that one in the middle. I'll be able to snipe things from there. I know I likely will have the capacity to, based on what I just saw earlier.
But some deserve special mention. Kathleen Scamma, Dan Kish, and Katie Tubb wrote the.
It's also the shortest one. Alright, pausing. Moving on to the next section. Ooh, page 515. We are currently fighting the dragon. Oh. Still going. Oh my god. Next section, Department of Justice. This is probably a very significantly impactful section for actual average people because of how they'll be affected by the justice system. And yet I will be busy fighting a dragon during it, alas. Okay. Back to it.
That history began with the creation of the Office of the Attorney General pursuant to the Judiciary Act of 17,891 and has continued through the creation of the department in 1870 to the formation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, in 1908, 3 reforms following the terrorist.
I don't think I've been that high up yet, so. He's just gonna re-heal. I know that.
Properly understood within the framework of a constitutional republic that values ordered liberty.
Some of these Endermen look shorter than the others, but I know they're not.
Primary functions: protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. Unfortunately, the department has lost its way in recent years and has forfeited the trust of large segments of the American people. Large swaths of the department have been captured by an unaccountable bureaucratic managerial class and radical left ideologues who have embedded themselves throughout its offices and components.
Yeah, that hurt. Ow.
The department also suffers from institutional inattentiveness to its.
That's the last one. Do I think that these things down here will catch me if I fall?
Impartiality and fairness as it advances the national interest on.
No, I'll need the blocks anyway.
Defending the rule of law, the DOJ has become a department that 46.6% of Americans.
Ooh, one more and then I can start hitting it. I don't have to wait for it to go down every time so I can take out big chunks of its health.
the public
And I don't have enough arrows to like meaningfully really do a lot of damage at the end.
of trust. For example, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, knowing that claims of collusion with Russia were false, 5 collaborated with Democratic operatives to inject the story into the 2016 election through strategic
God, they're still complaining about the possibility that like
intelligence surveillance
some foreign intelligence. I don't know anymore.
and lied to Congress. 6L personnel within the FBI engaged in a campaign to convince social media companies and the media.
I think that's the last one, and I think from here on out I can actually kill the dragon.
The result of a Russian misinformation campaign, while the FBI had possession of the laptop the entire time and could have clarified the authenticity of them. Source point 7L the DOJ engaged in
Where's the dragon at?
the free speech rights of parents across
Too far. No, we all hit it from here.
response to supposed threats against school boards.
No.
8 yet it failed to engage in any concerted campaign to protect the rights.
Is this inferring that it's still getting power from that one up there and I missed one?
By acts of violence like those perpetrated
Shoot.
pregnancy.
Is that what's going on?
9L the FBI tasked agents with monitoring social media and flagging.
No, if it's doing that, it's gotta clearly be getting power from it. Though I don't see its health going up right now.
Conspiracy to deprive anyone of any rights or platforms to remove point 10. The FBI engaged in a domestic influence operation to press.
Is it healing? I don't see it doing the healing thing.
More foreign influence than the FBI was actually seeing and stop the dissemination of and censor true information directly related to the 2020 presidential election. 11.
God, I'm bad at this.
Has devoted unprecedented resources to prosecuting
Turn around again.
for misdemeanor trespassing offenses or
Damn.
violations of the FACE Act 12.
Yeah, this is not happening.
Prosecutions
I'm not good at this.
of radical agents of the left like Antifa. 13L the department has consistently threatened that any conduct
Come on, tell me that didn't hit.
the liberal agenda could
Fuck it, I'm getting up there then. It's my only option.
taking a position
I don't have a lot of arrows left, and I can't waste them.
is illegal. Using the prospect of protracted litigation and federal sanctions to chill disfavored behavior such as with state efforts to restrict abortion. 14 or prevent genital mutilation of children.
Oh shoot, let's see if the water caught me. It did! My idea worked.
Regarding their efforts to enhance election integrity. 16.
Come on.
The department has
Suddenly I'm not good at this at all.
stopped the flood of fentanyl and other deadly drugs that are flowing across
You
our
asshole, let me up there.
decimating
Oh,
families and
it hurt itself somehow.
across the United States. 17L the department has abdicated
No,
its
this is not working.
responsibility to assist in the enforcement
I need to get
of
higher up.
immigration
But
laws.
if I go higher up somewhere outside of the water, I'll die when I fall.
Duty to adjudicate
Can't do that.
cases in the immigration court system. These
Okay, I need to mine then.
stark contrast to Attorney General Merrick Garland's assertion before taking office that there must not be
Oh, this shit takes forever to mine. That's not gonna be good for me.
Republicans, one rule for friends and another for foes. 18. While it is true, as it is with other federal departments and agencies,
Well, it's not healing, so that tells me something.
career personnel across the department who perform their duties faithfully and with the best intentions. This small sampling of scandals
The issue is this shit takes so long to mine, so that's not very nice for me in this case.
personnel who are infatuated with the perpetuation of a radical liberal
I gotta go get like a bunch of netherrack and try.
political enemies. It has become a cabinet-level department whose leadership appears to care more about how they are perceived in the next Politico or Washington Post article, or their stature with any number of radical leftist organizations, than they do about justice and advancing the interests of the American people. It is essential that the next conservative administration place a high priority on reforming the DOJ and its culture.
No, I'm just not getting it. I'm not good with this sort of thing.
And advance the national interest. Critically, this must include the FBI.
No, this is hard. It's way slower than I think it'll be.
Significant portions of the American people and harm the very fabric that holds together our constitutional republic. At a practical level, not reforming the Department of Justice.
I need way more arrows. That's so bad for me. Unironically. I don't have nearly enough.
Successful reform will require.
Dang it, does that mean I'm just gonna have to like stop and come back? And like once I have things figured oh, don't dip me like that, you asshole.
An effort to remedy the damage that has been done and advance the national interest. Additionally, some needed reforms will not be possible without legislation.
Okay, it's doing that thing, isn't it? Okay, cool. Let me get down here.
While it is true that
Oh no. That was my last chance there.
FBI or the Civil Rights Division will require more attention than others.
Got that.
From the department's political leadership.
So what? Do I just have to keep waiting here and hoping that he'll come back?
Protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. This chapter features prominently the
What is my chances then of hitting this thing?
Of course, there are other important reforms that do not.
Well, it aggroed another one on me. Oh, an arrow? Can I take that back? Cool. I can take missed arrows back. That's huge. I should have been doing that the whole time and reusing them.
Prioritizing the protection of public safety.
I mean, I already knew that I can take arrows back, but I clearly forgot.
Is at risk when our citizens lack physical safety, when career criminals do not fear the law, when foreign cartels move narcotics and illegal aliens into our nation.
Damn.
And when political leaders call citizens domestic terrorists for exercising their constitutional rights.
Okay, I'm gonna hit a golden apple the second that I see it come down again. The issue is I don't know if I'll ever have enough arrows to finish this.
Public safety. The overwhelming majority of crimes in the United States are properly handled.
No, whenever it stays at one of these, I end up pretty screwed.
The DOJ can provide
overall.
Technical support for local law enforcement and play a critical agenda-setting role. With respect to the department's core responsibilities.
Dang, I should have been making sure all of my arrows go in the direction of it and not the void, so that way I could get them back later. I hadn't thought to do that. I don't know where the hell I'm going to get a hold enough chickens to give me a chance of making enough arrows. I knew I should have come with a whole stack of arrows. Well, let's see. It's coming down. It's doing the thing. When it gets down here, I'm going to hit it a bunch.
Prosecution and charging decisions are infused with racial and partisan.
I'm alright with that because I'm just gonna go back and get my shit.
Laws are ignored. Point 21. The FBI harasses protesting parents who branded.
Doesn't matter. It's like getting close to dead, so I'm just gonna keep trying.
While working diligently to shut down politically disfavored speech on the pretext of its being misinformation or disinformation.
I think I needed to crouch while I did that or something like that. I don't remember.
That prosecutes FACE Act cases while ignoring dozens of violent attacks on pregnancy care centers and or the coordinated violation of laws that prohibit attempts to intimidate Supreme Court justices by parading outside of their homes. 23 has clearly lost its way. A department that is twice engaged in covert domestic election interference and propaganda operations, the Russian collusion hoax in 2000.
Come down here, asshole.
The Hunter Biden laptop suppression in 2020 is a threat to the Republic. 24.
Get down here and let me kick your ass. Oh, it's doing it again.
Culture of respect for the rule of law is a gargantuan task that will involve at minimum 4 overriding actions. L. Restoring the FBI's integrity. Renewing the DOJ's focus on
okay, get out of here. Hit a golden apple.
Dismantling domestic and international.
Hope I don't have too many Endermen on me right now. I'm sure I do have a couple.
Pursuing a national security agenda aimed at external.
No, is this guy on me? Yeah, he is.
Not US citizens
get out of here.
Exercising their constitutional rights. Restoring the FBI's integrity.
I just need to keep trying that. I don't have a chance. Get out of here.
There was hardly any systematic way of enforcing the law across this now broad landscape of America.
That's fun. Kind of hurts though. Yep, not going to keep doing that. Wow, what did he just do?
26 criminal organizations, 27 child predators, 28 cybercrime.
Oh my god, what the fuck are they talking? This is just getting crazier and crazier. I'm focused on Minecraft at this point. Oh shit, not enough. Shit! Damn it! Damn, it was going down. I could hit it more. My dog finally showed up for the final fight? The game broke for like the past 7 hours of gameplay and my dog just showed up right then? What was that? What kind of dramatic... What was that? My dog showed up. He found me.
To do so, the next conservative administration should conduct an immediate, comprehensive review of all major active...
Gotta stop dying. I gotta hope that my shit doesn't get blown up too. I know that that would be... Apparently that would be like a bad thing.
This is an enormous task, but it is necessary to re-earn the American people's trust in the FBI and its work. To conduct this review, the department should...
I'm not using my 2 arrows on this damn dragon. I'm gonna have to just wait, and I'm just gonna have to keep recycling these moments.
Questionable activities and elevate them to appropriate DOJ leadership consistent with the new chain of
I really hope it doesn't get locked into flying up there, though, so I have a chance.
The department should also consider issuing a public report of the findings from this review as appropriate.
Oh my god. Page 555 of 884. Oh my god.
Security purposes.
This is straight trash. All this sucks.
Often opine that the FBI views itself as an independent agency.
What's it doing? What's it doing? What's it doing? Dodging that?
In terms of stature, but the fact remains that he federal Bureau of Investigation is located in the Department of Justice. 31. It is not independent from the department, just as immigration.
Keep trying, asshole. Hopefully all these Endermen go after you later.
Department of Homeland Security
Oh, that one's gonna hurt.
does not deserve to be treated as if it were. The next conservative administration should direct the Attorney General to
Oh, that one didn't even land.
Deputy Attorney General's
Fuck, that one didn't either.
within the department's organization.
Come down here and fight me, you asshole.
Under the general supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division and the supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for that.
Please, this is one of my last chances to do this. Enchanted golden apple. It's time, let's go. Ah, what? All this is all this is gonna do is save me from these guys. I'm not gonna be able to use it for something good. Get down here, you prick. Get down here.
To play an important role in advising the department's leadership on emerging threats and updating notable investigations through daily briefings conducted with the Criminal Division and National Security Division leadership. But it would also place the FBI under a politically accountable leader with fewer things.
You idiots think I can't kill hordes of you? How do you think I got here?
All notifications and approvals that currently run to the Deputy Attorney
Leave me alone, dragon. You suck.
General should be evaluated.
I might still die. That would suck. Let's not do that. Let's generally try not to do that.
Attorney General. Such a move would better align
Damn it, dragon. Leave me alone.
mission of the divisions with which it most often interacts and emphasize the need for the areas on which it should focus. In general, however,
I do not need 20 of these. They're not useful. Oh, I'm gonna miss another round of it coming down. And I just set off more, it looks like. What the hell?
within its area of responsibility.
I get that you guys have anxiety. That's your problem. If you have social anxiety, it's not my problem.
And activities related to combating the spread of so-called misinformation and disinformation by Americans who
God, now they're talking more about stupid shit.
criminal activity. The FBI, along with the
Damn
rest
it.
of the
Now it's like a chain reaction.
hard reset on
We just can't kill enough of them.
scope of its legitimate activities. It must not look to or rely on the past decade as precedent or legitimization for continued action in certain spaces.
Come on. I think there's just one more.
This is especially true with respect to activities that the FBI and the U.S. government writ large claim are efforts to combat misinformation,
Oh no, come on.
malinformation. The United States government and by
3 of them are still coming after me? You're kidding me.
absolutely no business
How?
policing
I did not look at any of you. To produce. Oh no, they're angry at him.
print or online.
Good, keep it away.
The First Amendment.
We'll get him down here then, if you guys are helping.
The United States is the world's last best hope for
Get him down here if that's the truth.
and its survival relies on the ability of our people to have healthy freedom free from government intervention.
Oh my god. I just want to be done.
Through its officials, is certainly able to speak and provide information to the public. That is a healthy component of an informed society. But government must never manipulate.
Get down here, you fiend.
Censor information that is potentially harmful.
I know I
to
have like
the
8 of those vanishing areas somewhere.
This is the way of totalitarian dictatorships, not of free constitutional republics. The DOJ needs a hard firewall between its legitimate activities, monitoring online.
Oh, come on. That was such a minimal amount of damage. Okay, I know the vibe though. I now know the vibe though. I'm just going to start circling this and waiting for it to come. And then... What, are you kidding me? What do you want with me?
Based on the content and or viewpoints expressed or its self-censoring speech.
Get out of my way.
Streamline the non-law enforcement functions within the FBI, such as its Office of General Counsel, and obtain those services from other offices within the department.
Get down here, dragon.
The next conservative
I
administration
take issue with you.
eliminate any offices within the FBI that it has the power to
Huh, fire resistant too. That's cool.
action from Congress Point 34, for example.
Do it. It's coming down. That's it. That's it coming down. I need to get down here.
300 attorneys within its office
And
of
then
General
figure out which direction it's going to put its head immediately.
involved in some of the FBI's most damaging recent scandals. Point 35. These attorneys are not necessary to the functioning of the FBI in their current capacity. Legal advice should
Okay,
come from
cool.
attorneys
I'm just going to cycle this
whether those
and hope I have a
attorneys
chance.
own them. Criminal
It'll come down a few more times, and eventually I'll have this dragon beat, and I will no longer have to do this challenge, and it will be over.
Office of Legal Counsel. Holding legal review outside the FBI would serve as a crucial check.
I'm finding if I just very quickly, oh dear, if I just very quickly move my cursor up so I don't look at them, I'll be fine.
The FBI does not need its own Office of Congressional Affairs separate and apart from the DOJ Office of Legislative Affairs, nor does it need its own Office of Public Affairs.
Get down here and fight me, you dragon.
L emphasize, fund, and reward field offices while shrinking headquarters staff. While the FBI has
Does this purple stuff hurt? Oh, it does. Wonderful. Come down here, dragon. Fight me.
The next conservative administration should make a priority of deploying, funding, and rewarding the work of
No way, is its AI based on whether or not I'm looking at it? No. Okay.
the Department
That
of
looks like it's coming down.
Value badges
No, okay, it just went that way, whatever.
must rethink its internal
Sure,
reporting
whatever.
structures, and should aim to realign the FBI's resources accordingly.
Alright, this is now a war of attrition. How many times it will come down, how many times it will let me hit it before this is over. I'm sure if I add more arrows it'd be fine, I just don't. This is trash.
Came to an end following his death in 1972, and in light of oversight conducted
Get down
by
here.
Congress into alleged intelligence community and FBI abuses in the 1970s, Congress limited the director's tenure to one 10-year term. 36. The realities of the FBI's abuses and overreach in recent years demonstrate that further reform is still necessary.
I should have made more arrows. I should have focused on chicken at the end. So I was ready for this in terms of the actual fight, but
Other federal department or agency.
not in terms of having enough material.
Ensure prompt political accountability.
Not in terms of having enough feathers to make arrows with, is my main issue apparently.
Should seek a legislative change to align the FBI director's position with those of the heads of all
Alright, you know what? At this point, this game is back to waiting. I'm just going to wait for it to come over here, and I'm going to listen
departments focus on
to the
violent
actual
crime.
book.
Despite the DOJ's pronouncements that violent crime continues to be a top priority,
Oh.
it's increased across the United States. The department
So, they want to come down on crime, they want to be law and order, despite electing a felon,
United States, and
which makes so much sense.
partnership with state and local
So much sense, certainly.
in a manner that
Lots and lots and lots and lots of sense to elect a...
those states targeting violent and career criminals, not parents. The next conservative
Oh, this is another one of those sentences that they've said multiple times.
an effort to reducing violent crime nationwide. The Attorney General should require all U.S. attorneys to develop a jurisdictional specific plan whenever possible in coordination with state and local law enforcement to reduce violent crime within each of their districts.
It's like, it's just not coming over here.
Then the Attorney General should hold each U.S.
What am I supposed to do about that?
for achieving actual results. In recent years, federal and state officials have succumbed to calls from anti-law enforcement advocates for so-called criminal justice reform. The pleasant-sounding terminology of reform masks the darker reality of this movement, which is one that has supported dismantling effective federal, state, and local law enforcement and stripped away some of the...
That's all you guys do, except
Law enforcement
with
has long had a-
conservation, sustainability, health, and housing. You do the exact same dark thing of dismantling effective federal everything.
increases in crime, particularly violent
Fourth day.
crime nationwide.
At least I'm fighting the dragon now. It just won't come the fuck down here and fight me.
Obligation to restore law and order in such
It's a
districts.
fucking baby. Come down here. Hi, bed. Oh, is it heading? Nope. Okay, it's just gonna keep doing this forever. Whatever.
Memorandum directing
God.
the commitment of significant resources and energies to combating imaginary, Politically convenient threats of violence toward members of school boards and their staffs during the heat of the Virginia gubernatorial race. 38. There was no similar effort to investigate elected
Megan,
officials and other public
why do you just circle here forever?
hired with outside allies to target and
Do I have to hit you into goading you to actually
clearly exercising
go down here so I can hit you with my sword?
statutory rights. 39. If we are to continue to
This is boring, waiting.
dialogue in the United States on issues of public concern, the DOJ must enforce applicable civil rights laws in an even-handed way when citizens' livelihoods are threatened, merely because they have exercised their rights. Enhancing the federal focus on and resources in jurisdictions with rule of law deficiencies.
This is boring. Do I have to hit it?
A disturbing number of state and local jurisdictions have enacted policies that
I've done.
directly
I'll Google
undermine
it.
public safety, leave doubt about whether criminals will be punished, and weaken the rule of law. While the prosecution of criminal offenses in most jurisdictions across the country must remain the responsibility of state and local governments, the federal government owes a special responsibility to Americans in jurisdictions where state and local prosecutors have abdicated this duty. 40. Jurisdictions suffering from deficiencies in the rule of law warrant, as appropriate within our federal system, greater attention and additional federal resources that are sufficient to protect the rights of American citizens and federal interests. In the next conservative administration, the DOJ, acting primarily through its U.S. attorneys, should therefore use applicable federal laws to bring federal charges against criminals when local jurisdictions wrongfully allow them to evade responsibility for their conduct. 41. The department should also increase the federal law enforcement presence in such jurisdictions and explore innovative solutions to bring meaningful charges against criminals and criminal organizations in such jurisdictions. Where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favored defining characteristics of the would-be offender, race, so-called gender identity, sexual orientation, etc., or other political considerations, e.g., immigration status. Pursue policies and legislation that encourage prosecution of violent crimes as well as appropriate sentences for such offenses. The Biden administration has adopted policies that do not prevent armed career criminals, who actually commit violent crimes, from committing those crimes. A recent U.S. Sentencing Commission report shows that armed career criminals are consistently sentenced below their minimum sentencing guidelines range. 42. There are valid reasons for sentence reductions in particular cases, for example, if the defendant has provided substantial assistance in prosecuting other offenders. At the same time, the DOJ
I'm down here, you
must ensure
fool.
that its line attorneys are consistently using the tools at their disposal in cases with violent offenders, including pursuing mandatory minimum sentences under the Armed Career
Fine, I'll just have to get killed and go get arrows. Kill me, come on.
Department should also support legislative
Yep,
efforts
go ahead.
to provide further tools, such as
Whatever.
restoring the Armed Career Criminal Act, which Senators Tom Cotton, Republican Arkansas, Marsha Blackburn,
Oh my god, I only have 6 arrows of slowness. I'm so cooked.
Smith, Republican Mississippi,
There's no way I'll hit it enough.
introduced in 2021 in
Goodbye, dog.
response to U.S. Supreme Court decisions neutering the ACCA. 44.
Why did my dog appear at the last second?
Enforce the death
After disappearing for like the longest time.
applicable.
Why did my dog suddenly decide that it wants to come back?
As it should be, but the current crime wave makes deterrence vital at the federal, state, and local levels. However, providing this punishment without ever enforcing it provides justice neither for the victim's families nor for the defendant.
Okay, where's my stuff at? I don't remember.
The administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on federal death row. It should also pursue the death penalty for applicable crimes, particularly heinous crimes.
What are they talking about? Death penalty?
Sexual abuse of children and
Is it coming down?
says
No?
otherwise through
Nope, it's still just circling that literally forever. This is
dismantling
getting a little bit annoying if I'm being completely honest.
criminal enterprises.
Come over here, you lazy ass dragon.
But are more extensive, sophisticated, and dangerous today than at any other point in history. The Department of
Dude, ridiculous. Come down here, dragon.
tackling transnational criminal organizations like Mara Salvatrucha, MS-13, and
Get down here.
drug cartels, as well as purely domestic criminal organizations like those built on the more traditional mafia crime model, as part
there
of
we
its
go.
obligation to ensure the safety and security of the American people. The department's primary directive under the next administration should be to return to an unapologetic focus on dismantling these criminal organizations and incarcerating their membership. Once this reprioritization occurs, the department's political leadership should take concrete steps to use agency reach and resources.
I only have 6, so I have to be so damn intentional.
organizations from
That's 1.
and surviving.
Okay, let's see if that'll get him down.
The business model of these criminal organizations, which are massive, diversified enterprises with nationwide.
See if that gets it down. Pisses it off enough to come down now.
For success.
Will it? I don't think so. But hey, I tried.
Revitalize the DOJ's use of the array of statutory tools that exist for
Get down here, dragon.
criminal organizations.
This is ridiculous.
The most potent
Just thoroughly ridiculous.
For example, the
There's no universe in which it should take this much time to beat the stupid dragon.
prosecute as much interstate drug activity as possible.
Is it moving a little bit, at least?
Possession of distributable quantities.
Get down here.
46 recent efforts to create the
Get down here.
drug possession
You suck, get down here.
offenses has contributed to the explosion
How do you keep flying through this shit? It doesn't make any sense.
in the United States.
It's like it's AI. It's acting almost as if I
In Corrupt Organizations Act,
get a chest. Hey, I cheat.
47, which
So like a chest just to put my stuff in every time I die?
to treat patterns of intrastate level crimes such as robbery, extortion, and murder.
Ba-do-do-mana-mana.
Criminal conduct for
Ba-do-do-mana-mana.
organizations and networks.
Okay, let's see if I can hit him.
Administration can use existing tools while it works with Congress.
Oh no, that's terrible. That's another one. Good.
Secure the border, 48, which is the key entry point for many criminal organizations.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Into space? Into water? Oh, I caught it. That was huge.
Mexico.
Yeah, glad I set up everything like that. Alright, who's angry at me? One of you is angry at me, clearly.
Is the main point of transit for
Here we are.
illegal drugs
Someone's angry.
in Central and South America. Fentanyl precursors of the Chinese Communist Party-led People's Republic of China. 49 weapons.
They're just saying what crimes they particularly want them to go harder on.
Mexican drug
Get
cartels,
fucked.
including the dominant Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel, CJ&G, are the main drivers of fentanyl production and distribution in the
Oh,
United
ow.
States. The southwestern land border is sufficiently porous that Mexican drug cartels have operational control of large sections of the border, which facilitates easy movement of product and personnel. These cartels are also
Okay,
violent
get outta
and
here.
not afraid to demonstrate force on both sides of the border. Their conduct represents a clear and present
I swear to God, if I keep missing shit because of this fucking Enderman, I'll be so
In addition
pissed.
to finalizing the southwestern land border wall, the next administration should take a creative
Okay,
and
fuck
aggressive
off.
approach to tackling these
Alright, Dragon, get down here.
organizations at the border.
What? Did I just set off another one by accident? This is ridiculous.
Military personnel and National Guardsmen to assist in arrest operations along the border, something that has
Fuck
not
off.
been done. A new and forceful approach to interdiction will have a ripple effect on the operation
Stop,
of
leave me alone.
criminal organizations, which currently operate freely without concern for criminal prosecution, and will lay the necessary groundwork for initial prosecution.
The issue is, all Endermen look literally the exact same, so I can't tell who's angry.
It is
Not easily.
critical that the federal government staunch the flow of drugs by preventing the far too easy access to the United States
Nope.
that now exists.
Man, I don't want to use one of my apples, damn it. But okay.
The Biden administration has opened the southwest border to whomever wants to enter, and that some of those
Okay.
entrants are smuggling fentanyl into the country.
Alright, yes, they're complaining about fent now.
100,000 Americans died in a one-year period from opioid overdoses, and many of them died specifically from having used fentanyl. 50. The federal government should treat this problem as aggressively as necessary.
Damn.
Enforcing the customs
Please, Dragon, calm the hell down. I'm tired.
life and death. Pursuing
And I'm not able to consistently get him.
aimed at external state and non-state actors, not US
Oh,
citizens
try me, bitch.
exercising their
Try me, try me! Try me, there's water everywhere, try me!
plays a vital role in
Don't
protecting
even.
our national must not refrain from engaging in public initiatives that identify our adversaries and educate the American people about their activities. The DOJ's China initiative under President Trump reflected the department's priority of combating
And that water shorting, meaning all of my gear is about to be washed away over the edge. Shame. I knew that would happen eventually, but I'll figure it out.
Approximately 60% of all thefts of trade secrets. Then Attorney General Jeff Sessions set key goals for the China initiative that included development of an enforcement strategy concerning researchers in labs and universities who were being.
And yes, my own trap finally becomes my own failing. It slows me down, getting my stuff back, which is going to fly away now. Oh. I thought it had flow physics and it would actually flow away.
In February 2022, the Biden administration terminated the department.
Well, my sword looks gone. I've got pearls, but my sword looks gone. That's unfortunate.
The Biden administration correctly identified China as America's only competitor with both the intent to reshape the internet.
And my bow's gone. A lot of my items got it looks like.
Diplomatic, military, and technological
That sucks.
power to do it. 53 it folded in the face of political correctness and sent the message that liberal
Dragon, you suck.
activities outweighed
I even have arrows. Oh, okay, wait. So I see my sword, so that's at least something. Leave me alone, you actual idiot.
L restart the China initiative. L pursue other programs to educate
Fuck
the
off.
American
Yeah, no bow though. That sucks. I'll have to make a new one.
to our national security and economic security that are posed by actors across the globe, most notably China and Iran. L ensure that it is agile enough to devote sufficient resources.
Did my bow specifically get destroyed in that process? Like, what am I not understanding? Like, just my bow got destroyed?
Extortion, ransomware, and the continued proliferation of child pornography. Defending the rule of law. The DOJ's actions over the course of the Biden administration exhibit scorn for
Okay,
its
fuck
stated
off.
mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe.
Okay, Dragon, you just suck a lot right now.
Administration's unprecedented politicization
And I would like you to come over here.
of the department therefore demand a comprehensive response from the next administration. Restoration of
I'm going over here, Dragon. If you actually want to fight, I'll be over here. Okay?
impartiality, honesty,
But that's up to you.
respect,
You're gonna have to want to.
and excellence must serve as first principles for its efforts on all fronts. Concretely, the DOJ must identify and address all individuals, policies, and directives that have fueled the destruction of these core values and the American people's loss of trust in the department and its officials. The next administration will need to exert significant energy to dismantle the two-tiered system of justice.
I don't know. I'm just staring at it. I clearly need a bunch more arrows. That's obviously what's happened here, but
With neutrality. Specific examples of department corruption, such as the Russia collusion hoax, will need to be tackled, exposed, and addressed head-on. This will require not just winning in a court of law, but also demonstrating culpability to the public and the media in a concrete and non-refutable manner. These efforts will require commitment and willpower, but they will be essential to restoring the trust of the American people. Promptly and properly eliminating lawless policies, investigations, and cases, including all existing consent decrees. Few things undermine the DOJ's credibility more than brazenly partisan and ideologically driven prosecution of an administration's perceived political enemies, yet the department has readily indulged in such misadventures during the Biden administration. Before even entering the Robert F. Kennedy building on January 20, 2025, the next administration should conduct a thorough review of all publicly available policies, investigations, and cases. In a manner consistent with applicable law, prepare a plan to end immediately any policies, investigations, or cases that run contrary to law or administration policies. Ensure that upon the next president's inauguration, appointees at the department obtain information about anything that was not learned before taking office and conduct the same analysis. An egregious example of the need for such a review is provided by the department's use of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, FACE, Act 55 to harass pro-life demonstrators while
I'm gonna drop all my stuff.
similar investigations of shocking acts of
Make a new
violence
bow, get some arrows, come back with a chest.
On the morning of September
Leave a chest in here.
2022, pro-life activist Mark Howell
Kill me.
was arrested by
Thank you. Wonderful.
15
Extraordinary.
FBI agents at his home in Pennsylvania in front of his wife and small children. Agents came to his door with guns drawn to arrest the 48-year-old father of 7 whose alleged crime involved a minor altercation with an activist who was harassing one of his children in front of an abortion clinic almost 1 year before Mr. Huck's arrest by the FBI. 56 Similarly, Paul Vaughn,
What kind of specific shit are they talking about now? Good God.
at his home in Juliet, Tennessee, by armed FBI agents for allegedly participating in a peaceful protest at an abortion clinic 1 year earlier. 57. These arrests stand in stark contrast to the department's virtual silence on the wave of vandalism and violence directed at religiously affiliated institutions, including pregnancy resource centers. Following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. 58. The Catholic News Agency reported more than 100 such incidents as of September 2022. 59.
Okay.
By engaging in disparate...
Still fighting. I was worried I would miss you beating it. I'm still fighting. I'm gonna be fucking fighting for a long time because it won't come the fuck down and let me hit it with a sword. So I'm gonna have to go kill a bunch of skeletons, get their arrows, and need to make a new bow.
Protection of the law and avoid
Ridiculous.
motivated and viewpoint-based prosecutions. Specifically, it should ensure that its review extends beyond ending the absurd double standards embodied in the ongoing campaign of FACE Act prosecutions and instead be a thorough and holistic review of all DOJ activities.
I'm finishing this today though. I fucking refuse.
Settlement agreements currently in force. Seek to terminate any unnecessary or outdated consent decree to which the United States is a part.
I'll need string, I'll need sticks. Can make a new bow that way. I don't have anything for enchanting, so I won't be able to do that, but...
continue to bind parties years or decades after the fact. As its review concludes, and consistent with applicable
The best way to go is not this way, it's that way. Hello, dog.
in all cases.
Dog, we're going after skeletons. Focus on those.
Enact policies and regulations that prohibit settlement payments to third parties. Engaging in zealous advocacy for and defense of the Constitution and lawful administration regulations and policies. The Department of Justice has the exclusive responsibility for the conduct of litigation in which the United States, an agency, or officer thereof 60 is involved and has been charged with the supervision of all litigation.
I hear a skeleton burning. Good shit.
An agency,
Come here, asshole.
officer thereof is a party.
Hell yeah.
61,
Where are you?
however,
Die.
in politically contentious cases,
Bones, not useful. Give me arrows.
United States attorneys
I need a bow so that I can start picking up their shit. That's my big problem.
seek to influence outcomes of cases not because of any legal deficiency in the case or policy being defended, but by refusing to take certain positions, by writing public letters of protest, and by engaging in full resignations from certain internal appointments. This can cause the department to take positions that are inconsistent with the interests of the president and his appointees in other places throughout the administration.
The Department of Justice is practically a federal department of the judicial system. Oh, they're saying it, aren't they? Yep, they're saying, okay, yeah, fuck checks and balances, whatever, fuck them. Who gives a shit?
Thus, in putting
Oh.
aside criminal prosecutions that can warrant different treatment, litigation decisions must be made consistent with the
Fuck, I need arrows.
This
I don't know how I'm gonna get them quickly.
Take uncomfortable positions in civil cases because those
So,
positions are closely
I'm gonna need
aligned with the
string
president's
to make a new
policy
bow.
agenda. Ultimately, the department will have to make tough calls as it manages its litigation, but those calls must always be consistent with the president's
Okay, I made a bow.
agenda and the rule of law. A law attorney should never either directly or indirectly pursue a policy agenda through
Low-key taking the diamond axe with me because I might be able to make use of it.
of his or her client agency or the president. The department should also be cognizant
I have lots of iron now too.
slow
Okay.
litigation and outlast the administration to avoid finality.
I can't make sticks.
The next conservative
There are no chickens in this area.
Therefore, issue guidance to ensure that litigation decisions are consistent with the president's agenda and the rule of law. Ensure that, consistent with this principle, the department's leadership is prepared
Again,
to
all they are talking about
discipline
is methods by which they can empower the president to force every single aspect of the government to bend to every instance of his fucking will. It's terrible, it's shitty, and I hate it.
The increasingly aggressive posture of federal courts does not change one constitution.
Alright, the best place I can get arrows is this direction, so I'm doing it. I'm going back to the ice biome for the 1,000th time. I've heard that my items won't despawn so long as I'm not in that realm. If they're gone, I don't care. I actually don't care. Because an iron sword will do it. With enough arrows, an iron sword will do it. I don't care.
Understand the obligation of the executive branch to use its independent resources and authorities to restrain the excesses of both the legislative and judicial branches. This will mean ensuring that the leadership of the Department of Justice and its components understand the separation of powers. That pushback among the branches is a positive feature and not a defect of our system, and that the federal system is strengthened, not weakened.
Oh, I want to eat a full meal, but I only have time to eat like a snack. This sucks.
One example includes potentially seeking the overruling of Humphrey's executor versus United States. 62. This case approves so-called independent agencies whose directors are not removable by the president at will. The Supreme Court has chipped away at Humphrey's executor in cases like Sila Law versus Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 63, but the precedent remains. The next conservative administration should formally take the position that Humphrey's executor violates the Constitution.
I don't know. I don't really know if there's anything particular to cook. We could order something, assuming that we think that money's coming in. That'd be nice. B-dubs. We pick up B-dubs. Big brain.
The constitutional rights of all Americans in all that it does. This extends not only to rights implicated in the department's criminal activity, but to all rights enjoyed by the American people, such as the First Amendment. The department should reject any invitation to limit these fundamental promises based on the political ideology of the...
Been streaming for four and a half. No, I've been streaming for 5 hours. 4 hours, 51 minutes. Great. I will beat it by 7 hours. That's what I think. Seems I'm still fucking running to this place right now. God, this sucks. All of this just to get arrows. I'm almost at 600 out of 884. I might accidentally... I'm so scared. This is coming down the line. I want to beat this document. I do not want to have... I don't want to actually have to have read it because I'm that slow at Minecraft.
Publish a custom website celebrating same-sex marriage but cannot compel an LGBT person to design a similar website celebrating opposite-sex marriage. 65 in the government's view, declining to create the latter website was based on an objection to the message, while the former was based on status rather than message. But this argument inevitably turns on the viewpoint expressed. It means that the
oh, suddenly there's a bunch of Endermen on the overworld. Ooh, suddenly.
Which are not a frightening and blatantly unconstitutional proposition. Just as troubling, the government's arguments against free speech are...
Okay, what items have I left myself? I've got a potion of instant healing, that's cool. I don't have any feathers, and there won't be any feathers in this area. It won't happen.
Like speechwriters, photographers, and videographers can be compelled to design custom messages that violate their most fundamental convictions.
They're talking about that one situation with the I don't know. I'm focused. I need to find a chicken somewhere. Don't know where I'm gonna find one, but I need to find one.
Problems involved in compelling artists to speak government-favored messages. In that case, the United States acknowledged a basic First Amendment principle that freedom of speech prohibits the government from telling people what they must say.
You cannot compel speech legally.
Right when it argued that the government may not compel the dissemination of its own preferred message, because the First Amendment protects the individual freedom of mind. 67. It was also correct when it argued that an artist cannot be forced to paint, a musician cannot be forced to play, and a poet cannot be forced to write. 68.
What do I need to make a new fishing pole? I need just some string and some sticks.
Other than its support for the message the state of Colorado was attempting to compel. It is black letter law that no official can prescribe what shall be orthodox, or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein.
Oh my god, they are being so goddamn inconsistent. What is orthodox? You guys are obsessed with only families.
In the hope that users
I cannot believe the fucking hypocrisy in this bullshit. God. It's just impressive how dumb they are.
Support of some men thought essential to their time and country. 71 In the face of such attempts to coerce orthodoxy, the DOJ should maintain its commitment to upholding the Constitution's neutral principles of free speech, which commit the government to preserve an uninhibited marketplace of ideas in which truth will ultimately prevail. 72. Pursuing equal protection for all Americans by vigorously enforcing applicable federal civil rights laws in government, education, and the private sector. Entities across the private and public sectors in the United States have been besieged in recent years by an unholy alliance of special interests, radicals in government, and the far left. This unholy alliance speaks in platitudes about advancing the interests of certain segments of American society, but that advancement comes at the expense of other Americans.
It does not come at the expense of other Americans, you dipshits.
Even though numerous federal laws prohibit discrimination based on notable immutable characteristics such as race and sex, 73 The Biden administration, through the DOJ's Civil Rights Division and other federal entities, has enshrined affirmative discrimination in all aspects of its operations under the guise
Well, that's what they call it, affirmative discrimination.
Federal agencies
Now I get it.
and their components have established so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion
Oh no, DEI.
offices that have become the vehicles for this unlawful discrimination, and all departments and agencies have created equity plans to carry out these invidious schemes. Point 74 To reverse this trend, the next conservative administration should ensure that the DOJ spearheads an initiative demonstrating the federal government's commitment to non-discrimination. The department should also lead a whole-of-government recommitment to non-discrimination and should be working with all other federal agencies, boards, and commissions to ensure that they are both complying with constitutional and legal requirements and using their authorities and funding to prevent discrimination not only internally, but also at the state, local, and private sector levels. This will require particularly close coordination with several key agencies, including such obvious candidates as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Departments of Defense, Education, and Housing and Urban Development, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. It will also require enforcing contractual requirements that prohibit discrimination on federal contractors. Reorganize and refocus the DOJ's Civil Rights Division to serve as the vanguard for this return to lawfulness. The Attorney General and other DOJ political leadership should provide the resources and moral support needed for these efforts. The Civil Rights Division should spend its first year under the next administration using the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local governments, institutions of higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who are engaged in discrimination in violation of constitutional and legal requirements. Announcing a campaign to enforce the criminal prohibitions in 18 U.S. Code Sections 1461 and 1462 against providers and distributors of abortion pills that use the mail. Federal law prohibits mailing very article, instrument, substance, drug, medicine, or thing which is advertised or described in a manner calculated to lead another to use or apply it for producing abortion. 75 Following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs, there is now no federal prohibition on the enforcement of this statute. The Department of Justice and the next conservative administration should therefore announce its intent to enforce federal law against providers and distributors of such pills. Reassigning responsibility for prosecuting election-related offenses from the Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division.
Alright, dog, let's go. We have one mission. Genocide the skeletons. It's over. Every skeleton dies. Every single skeleton dies. Die, 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 die. I'm taking your arrows, thank you. 2 arrows. Okay. I need about 20 in my mind. Realistically, to kill it, I need about 64 times 2 or something. But if I combine it with the items I left behind, I think I only need closer to perish. Keep running, keep running, keep running. That's what I thought. You freaking jerk. Perish. It's like a Black Sabbath concert. I'm just repeating in my head, die, die, die.
Since the Bush administration, DOJ leadership has determined that using the election
Stay away from my dog.
to prosecute fraudulent voter registration, including
Oh, thank God I can feed the dog fish.
was too politically costly. 78
Come on, dog, we're killing more skeletons.
Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses Handbook advised that schemes that violated equal protection constituted voter suppression prosecutable under 18 U.S. Code Section 241 as part of the
Alright, now they're citing more and more laws. Wonderful. Your guy's a felon. Like many, many times over, he's a rapist, he's a felon, he's a creep, he's a scam artist.
18 U.S. Code Section 241, conspiracy against rights.
Well, suddenly, now that my dog's with me, y'all are very afraid of me. Very interesting. I love that. I will end every skeleton on the face of this planet. I have 10 arrows. I need way more. Let's keep going, though. Start running. Good job.
Jurisdiction over 18 U.S. Code Section 241 investigation.
Okay, dodge, run.
The criminal division is no longer involved in
You better fucking run, skeleton. You hit my dog and I will end your goddamn life.
241
Nope, not worth it. That's too risky.
Criminal division has accordingly advised states that, in the case of a crime of violence or intimidation, they should call 911 immediately and before
Dog. My dog is down there killing that skeleton. Unbelievable.
State and local police have primary jurisdiction over
Keep running.
polling places, 81 despite clearly applicable
Good job, dog.
law.
Nope, I need to feed you more.
Investigations of the appropriateness or lawfulness of state election guidance.
Give me the arrow. Let me collect it. Oh my god, get out of here.
The Secretary of State sent guidance to the counties stating that this revised guidance addresses the issue
There's a chicken.
an examination of provisional ballots under the
Chicken, come here. Come here, chicken.
Provisional ballots were
I have a plan, chicken.
mandated by Section 302
Come here.
of the Help America Vote Act of 2002. Provisional ballot amendments included
Nope, it's gonna be faster to just kill the skeletons the normal way.
went into effect for the 2020 primary election.
Let's go.
Provisional ballot amendments
Hey, dog, come on.
Act 12 of 2020 go into effect for the first time on November 3rd, 2020.82.
Whoa, I probably won't make that. Ah, a second creeper got me.
Provisional ballot
And I'm too far.
voters who were not
So I'm gonna have to run again in that direction.
It does not apply to those who for mail-in voting
Okay, let's keep going.
rejected due to some form of spoliation.
Fuck.
Pennsylvania Act 12, amended in 2020, does not authorize curing by providing provisional ballots for mail-in voters whose ballots were rejected. Act 12 requires, as part of the mail-in application process, an affidavit that
Those stupid arrows better have survived.
shall not be eligible to vote at a polling place on election day unless the elector brings the elector's mail-in ballot to the elector's polling place, remits the ballot and the envelope containing the declaration of the elector to the judge of elections to be spoiled and
God, they want more election regulation to make it harder for... Because what they know plainly is that the more people that vote, the more left the vote goes every time. Because leftism actually appeals to meaningful populism.
The law in Pennsylvania clearly states that no county may affirmatively provide provisional ballots. The mail-in voter must vote in person and sign a new affidavit. In the 2020 election, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court recognized that the election code contains no requirement that voters whose ballots are deemed inadequately verified be apprised of this fact. Thus, unlike in-person voters, mail-in or absentee voters are not provided
You're kidding
the
me.
opportunity to cure perceived defects in a timely manner. 85. Given the Pennsylvania Secretary of State's use of guidance to circumvent state law, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State should have been, and still should be, investigated and prosecuted for potential violations of 18 U.S. Code Section 241.
Wow, they're still doing election denialism. They just cannot say that they were wrong. Like, it's impossible for them to admit it. If they do it, they lose all of what comes with fascism, all the symbology that they have.
U.S. Code Section 241 investigations and prosecutions back to the criminal division. Will the rule of law be appropriately enforced? Rejecting third-party requests for politically motivated investigations or prosecutions. The DOJ should reject demands from third-party groups that ask it to threaten politically motivated investigation or prosecution of those engaging in lawful and, in many cases, constitutionally protected activity.
I really hope that explosion didn't take out the arrows that I gathered, and I can keep gathering them now.
This risk is exacerbated by the fact that
it'll unfortunately be daytime by the time I get there.
Generally unprotected by privilege and disclosure, whether via subpoena to the third-party group or via request made pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act. These communications can even be made public voluntarily by the third-party group. A recent example illustrates the risks posed by such activity. On October 4, 2021, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memorandum to the Director of the FBI, the Executive Office for
I'm gonna
U.S.
put,
Attorneys,
if I beat the Ender Dragon,
Attorney General,
I'm gonna put pro gamer on my resume.
on the FBI to work with each U.S. attorney to convene meetings with federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders to discuss strategies for addressing threats against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. 87 subsequent reporting and investigation revealed that the memorandum was prompted by a September 29, 2021, letter sent by the National School Boards Association (NSBA) to President Biden demanding a federal law enforcement response to perceived threats to school board members and public school employees. The NSBA letter made outlandish demands in response to protests that were then occurring at school board meetings in response to COVID policies and revelations about the use of critical race theory-infused curricula in classrooms. Among the letter's demands was a call for a federal investigation into parents' actions, heinous actions that could be the equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes, under a variety of federal laws including the Gun-Free Zones Act, the Patriot Act in regards to domestic terrorism, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes and Prevention Act.
No, what they should have investigated, not that they would because the conservatives did it, is why there was a sudden inflow of school board members throughout the country who had direct ties to school privatization, charter school, and privatization, private school, support lobbyists. If they should have done any investigation, it should have been why the fuck is politics infiltrating education to this degree. It's real different for teachers and school employees and educators to not be fans of racism compared to having ties to lobbyist groups whose entire goal is to inject politics into education. It's completely different tiers of things.
This cooperation by a third-party group, the White House, and the DOJ to craft and coordinate a response to an ill-advised and politically motivated letter undermines the department's credibility as an impartial law enforcement agency. In the words of the 14 state attorneys general who wrote to oppose the department's memorandum, potential collusion between the White House, the department, and the NSBA in the actual creation of the September 29 letter as a pretext for threats against parents raises serious concerns. 91. The DOJ should carefully scrutinize all requests for law enforcement assistance and reject requests by third parties to engage in political grandstanding that ignores the department's traditional jurisdictional limits and that would trample politically controversial but constitutionally protected activity. Ensuring proper
Okay,
distribution.
some of my shit is still here. A lot of it is, actually.
DOJ grants are an underutilized asset in most conservative administrations. When used properly, they can be highly effective in implementing the president's priorities.
Alright, arrows, 13, still 13. Good, huge stuff. I'll take it. Still have a sword. Got a pickaxe. I'll put on what gear I had from earlier. A couple of arrows of slowness, which are nice. And then, not much food, but some. Okay, I gotta keep going like this and just hope that I can hit maybe 25 arrows or so. I think my dog might have died, which is pretty fucked up. Pretty angry about that, frankly. Okay, a couple more of these stupid nights, and then I'm heading back and I'm killing the stupid fucking dragon. Hopefully it doesn't have its health back.
Although Congress dictates the way in which many grant awards are to be made, federal staff...
Yeah, I was making good time, now I'm fucking not. It's the getting Enderman part of the game that was terrible slow.
To receive grant funding, a recipient must agree to certain conditions, which in many instances include the president's priorities. For instance, under an anti-human trafficking grant during the Obama administration, approximately $110 million in 2020, an awardee had to show a partnership with an LGBTQ organization and always have an interpreter on site.
An interpreter? Why wouldn't you fucking want an interpreter? Different people speak different languages.
President Obama's priorities, support for the LGBTQ community and for more of the funding to go to areas with large immigrant populations. During the Trump administration, a condition...
God, so they want to use even the entire DOJ to push culture. More conservative, once again. Fuck over anyone that isn't extraordinarily normative.
This condition prevented law enforcement in sanctuary cities from receiving grant awards. While the Trump administration suffered a series of setbacks from several hostile courts, it obtained from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals a decision upholding the department's authority to impose these conditions.
I really want to be done. I'm tired. I'm tired of reading this. I'm tired of how crazy this sounds. Because it is crazy. It doesn't even sound crazy, it just is crazy.
Comprehensive review of all federal grant disbursals to ensure not only that the programs are being properly administered by the department, but also that the grant funding is being received and used properly by recipients. I'll order an overhaul of the DOJ grant application process to include more rigorous vetting of state, local, and private grant applicants and inclusion of more pre-application criteria to ensure baseline fitness and eligibility for federal grant dollars. This long-overdue enhancement of the grant application and issuance process will ensure that hard-earned taxpayer dollars are going only to lawful actors who support federal law enforcement and demonstrate the ability and willingness to engage in lawful activities. Ensuring proper enforcement and administration of our immigration laws. Although its role has changed over the years, most notably following the passage of the Homeland Security Act of 2000,
that wasn't even worth it.
The Department of
Justice literally not
plays
worth
a
it.
crucial role in the enforcement and adjudication of our immigration laws. Point 94. Its leadership and energy, however, have not always reflected the importance placed by Congress on the execution of that crucial mission. With a few notable exceptions, successful fulfillment of the department's responsibilities with respect to immigration was largely neglected until the Trump administration. The Department of Homeland Security may be the largest federal department with immigration responsibilities, but successful fulfillment of the responsibilities prescribed by the immigration...
I wish I had gotten that chicken earlier, that would have been useful. To start a chicken farm, then I could just get flint by going after gravel and make arrows, but no, I'm gonna have to kill skeletons for a fucking week straight in the game.
Related responsibilities in the next conservative administration. This will be no small task, as these responsibilities play out across every DOJ office and component. If they hope to fulfill their responsibilities as
Yeah, I thought so. I don't even have coal for cooking all this stuff.
the department and the Attorney General should issue guidance to all U.S. attorneys emphasizing the importance of prosecuting immigration offenses, 95 and immigration...
574 of the actual PDF itself, 542 of the actual writing. I'm gonna die. It's terrible.
But the simple fact remains that immigration and immigration-related offenses are present in every...
I have a diamond axe on me. What am I doing?
Successfully pursuing the priorities outlined in this chapter will require creative use of the various immigration and immigration-related authorities...
Wow, they're even acknowledging that in order to do this, they'll have to creatively subvert and utilize different existing offices to really fuck over immigrants as hard as possible. What's going to be hilarious is I don't think any actual person on the ground is going to notice like a reduction of immigrants in the country. Any of these actual xenophobes, like they're not going to actually notice anything.
Particularly those in
So ridiculous.
jurisdictions. Examine and consider the appropriateness of withdrawing or overturning every immigration decision rendered by attorney General Garland and any successor Attorney General during President Biden's term. The Attorney General should pick up where the Attorneys General under President Trump left off.
Hell no. I am not dealing with pillagers right now.
And provide guidance in appropriate cases to correct
You fuckers be ready. Better be ready to give me a bunch of good gear.
Executive Office for Immigration Review, EOIR, decisions with the law. At a minimum, pursue through rulemaking and in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security where appropriate, the promulgation of every rule related to immigration that was issued during the Trump administration. Such rulemakings include guidance on...
Okay, also make sure I don't go to a village for the time being. Alright, tell me why I cannot collect all of these.
However, the DOJ should not stop there.
Why? Why can I not collect their arrows? Let me have it. Why?
Regulations accordingly. Commits sufficient resources to the adjudication of cases in the immigration court system in different environments.
Let me have these arrows. This is insane.
The migrant protection protocols.
Fuck. That's ridiculous. Give me the arrows.
The federal government's interests in areas where erroneous precedent curtails authorities provided by Congress, for example, by pursuing the overturning of the Flores Settlement Agreement. Pursue aggressive enforcement of the immigration laws within the Immigrant and Employee Rights section of the Civil Rights Division to ensure that no American citizen is discriminated against in the employment context in favor of a temporary or foreign worker. 96L ensure the deployment and use of appointees throughout the department who are committed to successfully...
I have way more fish than that. Where are the rest of my fish? I'm losing it.
This includes personnel in or overseeing not only the EOIR, but also the Office of the Attorney General, Office of the Deputy Attorney General, Office of the Associate Attorney General, Office of the Solicitor General, and nearly every other component/office throughout the department. Pursue a more vigorous anti-fraud program within the EOIR. In perhaps no other area of law are there more attorneys who commit acts of fraud against their clients, advancing completely meritless arguments in exchange for
Where's the sun?
fees than there are in the area of immigration.
That must be going down in game. It is good.
Fraud and
Huge.
unethical behavior are rampant in the immigration system and must be addressed not only
Wish I had my dog to help me.
the federal government is operating in a proper manner, but also for the sake of the aliens involved in the process as well as the integrity/credibility.
Oh, good. So I did have some of these going. That's good.
Engage in such conduct. Additional essential reforms. Aligning departmental resources with leadership priorities across all components.
Alright, skeletons. It's over for every single one of you that I see. They're all dead.
It should use the department's resources efficiently.
Start spawning.
That delivers results for the
Your lives are over.
To accomplish this goal, it will be necessary to ensure the assignment of sufficient political appointees throughout the department. Ensuring adequate accountability throughout the DOJ requires the intentional devotion
Skelicide, that's what I'm here for.
by the administration,
The murder
not
of
simply
Skeleton.
replicating what was done under prior administrations and reflected in the Plum Book Point
You fucker, if you just blew up those goddamn arrows, I will kill you.
in prior administrations, particularly during the Trump administration, has not been sufficient.
Hey, Skeleton, give me your
to
bow.
stop bad things from happening through proper management and
Nice.
promote the president's agenda.
Good.
It is not enough for political appointees to
Need to
serve
avoid
in
that
offices like the
village,
office of the
unfortunately.
Attorney General or the office of the Deputy Attorney General. The next conservative administration must make every effort to obtain the resources to support a vast expansion of the number of appointees in every office and component across the department, especially in the Civil Rights Division, the FBI, and the EOR. And all non-essential details of department personnel, particularly those detailed to congressional offices, until the department can conduct a thorough review of its personnel needs. Considering all of the many challenges facing the DOJ, the next conservative administration should terminate and recall all details
Shit, I need to get out of here.
DOJ personnel shortly after the president's inauguration. After a thorough analysis of the department's resources and priorities is completed,
Only have 15, it's not enough.
portions of the executive
Shit.
branch and to Congress can resume. Ensure accountability for personnel sanctioned or referred for discipline after a finding of misconduct.
Get out of here.
The next conservative administration should complete a thorough review of any
17 arrows. A few arrows of slowness? No? 4, not enough.
to ensure that the Biden administration acted appropriately in response to any such sanctions or findings. Undertake a comprehensive review of DOJ hiring practices. The next conservative administration should conduct a holistic review of hiring practices employed across all DOJ offices and components to ensure that those
Come on, I need
practices
more.
comply with applicable law and policy. All hiring committees associated
I won't have an enchanted bow anymore. I might be able to enchant when I get back after all this.
to ensure that individuals are hired based on merit, aptitude, and legal skill and not based on association with or membership in certain ideologically aligned groups or based on illegal considerations such as race, religion, or sex. Eliminating redundant offices and consolidating functions to increase efficiencies.
Good, the skeletons are killing each other.
Administration should explore the possibility of consolidating and aligning the functions of the DOJ's various components and offices in human resources, legal counsel, public relations, and other related areas. While local access to appropriate
I need that arrow.
personnel and resources is important, there are inefficiencies and redundancies across the department that result in a bureaucratic, Rube Goldberg-style design that ultimately hinders the department's mission. From IT infrastructure to management functions to public relations, DOJ leadership should explore consolidation and intra-departmental efficiencies to obtain the best possible support for its critical missions. For example, the Department of Public Affairs
21 arrows is pretty good. I'd prefer 30.
information officers in which there are some political appointees who lead the office and provide support, but also career appointees who serve as public information officers for individual divisions, criminal division, national security division, etc. The career officials handle the day-to-day work of the division, which entails monitoring important cases, assisting in editing, and distributing press releases, and the political appointees will step in for larger issues that advance the administration's initiatives. This could be made more efficient by having political appointees for each division under the supervision of the Director of Public Affairs. Additionally, given the interplay of functions
That's a lot of
between the Office
skeletons.
of Legislative Affairs, OLA, and the Office of Public Affairs, as well as the fact that
Do
the
it.
Assistant Attorney General for the OLA
That's fine with
is
me.
a Senate-confirmed position, the
The
two
point
offices
is to get these
more
guys.
efficiency and proper coordination. Under an Office of Public and Legislative Affairs, the Assistant
Do it.
Attorney General's
Blow 'em up.
portfolio
Thank
will
you.
encompass both, with one director/deputy for Public Affairs and one director/deputy for Legislative Affairs. Pursuing other changes in reporting chains to ensure consistency with the law and administration priorities. The next conservative
Cool.
administration should undertake a
More and
comprehensive
more and more
review of the
arrows.
DOJ's
24 is pretty
current
good. I want
organizational chart
probably
and make
30.
decisions about its structure, consistent with any authority to do so outside of congressional action, to
Okay,
ensure the most
don't get hit.
efficient
Shit, I got hit.
accomplishment of the department's missions. For example, L is the current reporting structure for the Associate Attorney General's office, the best and optimal for the achievement of the department's mission.
26. I'm gonna call out enough arrows and
L,
go.
should all of the Deputy Attorney General's direct reports continue to be direct reports, or would a different structure achieve a better, more efficient outcome in
God, I'm tired.
the department's mission? The Office of Legal Policy's role be in the next conservative administration? Should it continue to be responsible for assisting with judicial nominations, or should that function be assigned to the Office of Legislative Affairs, which interacts with Congress on a daily basis? Pursuing legislative changes for Assistant United States Attorney's compensation. To ensure that the department can attract and retain top legal talent away from Washington, D.C., the next conservative administration should seek congressional reform of the pay scale used for Assistant United States Attorneys in the field. At a minimum, that reform should include a proposal to compensate Assistant United States Attorneys on at least the same basis as attorneys employed by Main Justice who are compensated under the GS scale. Ensuring that the department can attract and retain top legal talent outside of the D.C. market is essential and will help to emphasize the importance of the field's work in achieving the department's various missions. Protecting the integrity of the Bureau of Justice Statistics and the National Institute of Justice. The DOJ's statistical and research arms should serve the American people and not special interests. The director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics should focus the BJS on producing the statistics of greatest interest to everyday Americans, and hence of policymakers, rather than those of particular interest to criminal justice academics. The director should insist that such statistics be as accurate as possible and presented as clearly as possible. The intellectually engaged, everyday American citizen should be able to read and understand the BJS's published statistics and reports rather than having to trust experts because the statistics are not clear. The BJS should focus on the core statistics involving crime and punishment, such as those related to crimes committed, imprisonment, time served, recidivism, and the like.
I probably am not even that fast. Like, I think the average person takes like 40 hours to beat Minecraft. I'm pretty sure that's what I've done here. I haven't done anything special.
Maintained between official government statistics and third-party contractor reports. There should be no reports that look like official BJS reports but are authored by private entities such as the Urban Institute, as happened under the Obama administration. Research funded by the National Institute of Justice should follow similar principles. The NIJ should fund high-quality, unbiased research on the topics of greatest interest to everyday Americans and policymakers rather than agenda-driven research desired by advocates or academics. The National Crime Victimization Survey, which is the nation's largest crime survey and predates the BJS, it dates to the Nixon administration, is of particular importance, and the department should prioritize and sufficiently fund it. This survey provides the only comprehensive and credible alternative to police reports for showing who commits crimes. The demographic information that crime victims provide through the survey about who commits crimes against them enables such reports as race and ethnicity of violent crime offenders and arrestees. 2018.
They just really want crime statistics for anyone that isn't white.
Finds that police are arresting those who, according to victims, actually commit crimes. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter involved contributions.
That's a crazy way to end that chapter. That is a crazy thing to try and end on. And especially act casual about it too. That was kind of crazy. I cannot believe that, Loki.
This volume, and in the perfect cancel-proof world, all contributors of ideas would be listed, but the staff at America First Legal Foundation deserves special mention for their assistance.
Okay. Next up, the Department of Labor and related agencies. Let's see if I survive. Okay, I'm gonna go enchant this bow. I at least have 13 levels to work with. Come on.
At the
Oh.
heart of the conservative
At the
cause
heart.
is the resolve to reclaim the
The role of each American worker as a protection in her. Wow, okay, that's... Okay, wow, that is a lot. Well, at least you're saying it. Apparently whenever I click E, it gets pissed. I'm not quite sure.
Plays in that promise is twofold. Give workers the support they need for rewarding, well-paying, and self-driven careers, and restore the family-supporting job as the centerpiece of the American economy. The Judeo-Christian tradition, stretching back to
Wow, they're even saying this stuff. Damn. It's crazy how much they're just acknowledging their... Shit, holy shit. They're even using the language of Judeo-Christian, which I was a little careful to use. Because I feel like sometimes that does not adequately represent actual people.
To play by protecting workers, setting boundaries for the healthy functioning of labor markets, and ultimately encouraging wages.
I don't think I have enough food to beat it. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough food. How much is obvious to me right now?
The labor agencies covered in this chapter include the Department of Labor, DOL, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EOC, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, the National Mediation Board, NMB, the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, FMC.
You know what? Hopefully there's more food down in that chest. That's what I'm hoping. Because a bow with power 1 is not going to be enough.
Enforce a wide range of federal statutes.
Dang, I'm tired. I'm tired.
Labor organization and bargaining.
Wish I could enchant arrows. I wonder if I could have done that maybe. I don't know.
In the sweep of American history, these authorities are relatively new. They largely come from Congress.
Cool, I have plenty of food to keep running through rounds of this. Alright, back into it. Hopefully my stuff hasn't totally gone away, and I have a chance.
The 21st century has brought about new challenges.
Cool, Dragon's still at half health, so that's good. It's a good sign, for me at least.
Family supporting jobs, to the massive expansion of an increasingly radical human resources bureaucracy.
All HR is terrible, but it's because HRs just serve the companies and not the actual people.
The agencies were developed to manage. But the agencies have failed to respond to these challenges.
Okay, huge.
Despite significant progress,
Dragon?
the Trump administration,
Perish.
the administrative state now hangs over productive industry and labor organization, acting as a damper on social and economic life. And under the Biden administration, that administrative state has imposed the most assertive left-wing social engineering agenda in the agency's history and ratcheted up regulatory costs on small businesses and other productive industry. The agency's authorities have been abused by the left to favor human resources bureaucracies, climate change activists,
Huge. I hit it. Very nice.
against the interest of American workers. Needed reforms.
Huge. I hit it again.
The DEI revolution in labor policy. Under the
Coming lower though.
Biden administration,
Not quite sure what that will mean for me. Hit it again. Good. Alright, I'm taking it down. I'm taking it down. Slowly, slowly, slowly.
Under this managerialist left-wing race and gender ideology, every aspect of labor policy became a vehicle with which to advance race, sex, and other classifications and discriminate against conservative and religious viewpoints on these subjects and others, including pro-life views. The next administration should eliminate every one of these wrongful and burdensome ideological projects. Eliminate racial classifications and critical race theory trainings.
Dragon? Calm down.
The administration has pushed racial equity in every area of our national life, including in employment, and has condoned the use of racial classifications and racial preferences under the guise of
Dragon, I don't know what you want me to do anymore.
which categorizes individuals.
You just kind of suck, and you're not getting out of the way.
Non-discrimination and equality are the law. DEI is not. Title VII flat.
No way, am I about to beat it this way? This is not what I would have expected.
Race, color, and national origin. The president should issue an executive
It's slowing down more and more.
and Congress should pass a law prohibiting the federal government from using taxpayer
Dude, it's almost low enough that I could hit it.
all critical race theory training.
Oh, that was bad.
L direct
Shit.
DOJ and EOC to enforce Title VII. The president should direct the
I'm not sure if these 15 are going to be enough.
employment opportunity. Commission to enforce Title
Got
VII
it?
to prohibit racial classifications
No way.
and quotas.
No way.
Including
Will I have a chance? I don't know if I'm going to have enough.
that promote critical race theory.
Shit, that one missed.
EEO
I probably needed that. Hilariously and unbelievably.
Opportunity Commission collects EO1 data on employment statistics based on race/ethnicity, which data can then be used to support a charge of discrimination
Ah!
under a discriminatory theory.
Oh! Yeah! No way! Oh my god. Oh. That's it. It's over. It's all over. A million levels. Yeah.
Individuals into categories that not fully reflect their racial
I'm done.
heritage.
Oh my god.
Title VII.
I'm jumping in and I'm turning this fucking thing off.
The equal employment
Here we go. Woo!
EO1 data and any other racial classification
Okay, that was it.
both private
I freaking did it. I'm so happy. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get actual credits. I'm gonna get proper credits rolling while I
Many Americans do not
once I do turn it off. But I just beat it, so I'm turning it off. That's it. It's over. I'm done. Oh my god, I feel so good. I feel so happy to be done with this. I'm gonna roll credits just because I always like the Minecraft credits. I remember it the couple of times I have seen them. And wow, 65 levels. What am I supposed to do with 65 levels? You just enchant everything ever and the game's over, I guess? Like, what is the point? I don't know. Alright, credits. Oh no. Well, I guess I can roll credits manually at the main screen. That'll be fun. Okay, saving world. Let me see if I remember how to get the credits to roll. I want to make sure I actually get to watch them. Credits. What is going to happen here? There you go, Minecraft. Minecraft Java Edition. Oh my god. I'm so fucking tired. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. I don't know how many hours that's going to come out to. 12 plus 6 is like 18. Plus like 2 somewhere, so it's like 20. Plus like today, which is like 5, so like 25 to 30 hours of reading this fucking egregious Nazi manifesto of a goddamn document. I am so fucking done. And I am so incredibly informed. Like, uncomfortably, unnecessarily informed. You build your worldview and understanding of other people's politics through news and interactions with those people. But how often is it that you sit with their own writing and people that they prop up and people that they platform and their writings in order to form your opinion of them? I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It has never been more apparent to me the extent to which conservatism is a threat to the freedom of all people than after having read this document. Like, I have never better understood the exact ways in which this is a threat to anyone who is not truly normative. Right? I made a joke earlier on talking about, like, who is this document for? Who is the only person that's unaffected by this document? And I think the reality is, even though you can joke and say that it is a straight white young man who comes from money, lives in a rural area, and wants to have a nuclear household and is some form of Abrahamic Christianity, Judeo or Christian, yes, that person will be not hurt, but that person's going to get hurt too. because all of society falls when we sacrifice the freedoms of any one person, of any one group, of any one person, and we start bitching about the idea of uplifting others for fear that it somehow gets in the way of ourselves. That is moral decay. Not diversity, not interest in equity, not the platforming of a greater diversity and number of transfigurations of the way that people live. That is not moral decay. This is moral decay. The need to standardize and return to form, the need to purify a culture is decay. That is failure. That is Cro-Magnon. That is pre-human, thoughtless, violent, bigoted intolerance. And this entire document is hell-bent on one fucking thing, and that is returning America to a state of conservative purity through the use of executive power by empowering the president. So, breaking down, what is it? What is this document about? Someone who's had to read it for unbelievably far too long. I am on page 591 is where I ended up. 591 of the actual number of pages that were left for the PDF after it was converted. In terms of the actual writing, I'm at 559. So I almost hit 560. The document almost flows in order. It almost tells you what it wants in order. The entire first section and the biggest point is that this document is based around centralizing power in the president. A conservative president, though, never. They would never ever want to centralize power into anyone other than a conservative president. So the point is to decentralize power in any social safety net, any semblance of pro-social, socially subsidized, anything good for fucking people needs to be decentralized, defunded, with no systems for which to keep it decentralized and sustained outside of centralization. So it's not like they're trying to decentralize. They're just defunding all social safety net and social programs. Okay? And they're all about decentralization and all about hating the Fed and all about hating centralization of power. But then they specifically just centralize as much power as possible into a conservative president. Okay? So that's the first lie, is that conservatives are in any way libertarian. No, they are not. They want to centralize power into the president in order to almost fascistly, almost authoritarianly mandate and support their definition of normativity. It is hilarious that towards the end, and in the Department of Justice section, they start talking about the idea that no government system should define what is orthodox, when this entire document is hell-bent on their definition of orthodox and the enforcement of it by their system of power, by literal fascism. So that's their first lie, is that they are in any way anti-authority. They are authority. Their entire point is to get rid of what authority exists to support individuals, right? And people and communities and anyone that isn't truly normative to them. That is one thing they're doing. And then at the same time, they are centralizing as much power as much as possible into the president. So that way they can lead into my second point, which is this focus on purity. Everything goes back to creating an American state that is culturally, racially, socially pure in a conservative Judeo-Christian fashion. Everything from the previous theme is for the point of that. They want to centralize power into the president to make that happen. So they will do that by taking on every possible perspective they can. There's also a general theme that came up of just deregulating everything for fossil fuel executives, for the fossil fuel industry. Like, there was an entire dedicated section on essentially just saying, get everything out of the way so that way fossil fuels can go crazy. Which is another lie. That is not energy resilience. That is the antithesis of energy resilience. I'm not the type of person to say we should cut cold turkey on fossil fuels. I'm saying that renewables, solar, wind, hydroelectric, wave, geothermal, these things can bolster our resilience to an extraordinary degree. And they are far more easy to decentralize. You would notice if they cared about real decentralization, they would focus on solar, they would focus on wind, they would focus on these things that individual communities can do and use to produce energy resilience and independence. But that was never the point. The point was to centralize power into the president and decentralize social safety nets. The point was to centralize money into the fossil fuel companies in order to make individual communities more and more reliant on those same fossil fuels. So that was this entire last part. That the entire document is about that one thing of emboldening the president to disenfranchise people in order to create a country of religious, cultural, social, and even racial purity. By subverting people's rights, by denying that abortion is healthcare, by everything is this one united front on the perfect nuclear white Judeo-Christian American family. This is the beginning of fascism. It is almost undeniably and irrefutably what looks like the sparks and embers of a fascist fire that may run through this country and maybe the entire world. This document has predicted. It has predicted. Okay, I'm going to go to Fool Me for a second, even though I love the credits of Minecraft. Mm-hmm. This document has predicted so many of the things we have seen in the campaign leading up to Trump's coming presidency, which he was inaugurated yesterday. This document predicted his executive orders. And I think that means, unfortunately, we should take enough trust in this document. Not that we agree with it, but that we have to trust how it works. We might go to war with China. I don't know. I'm sure there are other things I could pull from this. We can expect that the Department of Justice is going to focus on law and order, but only in a way that supports white people. We might go to fucking war with China. We might, I don't know what else, but they're following it to a T. It was in fact a mandate for conservative leadership, and there's one fucking conservative leadership, and it is Donald J. Trump. And he is already falling in line with this fucking document. We should take it as a threat, not a promise, not a guarantee, a threat. Because it was a threat. It is a threat. And I'm so disappointed that more effort was not put in to encouraging actual people to sit through and read this psychotic manifesto. Because if they had, they would have been radicalized to an incomprehensible degree. Which is what has happened to me throughout the 559 pages of which I have read. So with that in mind, Minecraft is beaten. But Trump is not. And the fight for an egalitarian world in which people do not have to fight and do not have to vie and do not have to worry, and in which people can actually be equal, in which they can pursue and self-determine and freely associate, the fight for that is not over. In fact, I think it is currently revving up, and I think it's important that you be ready to join the war effort, because it's coming. It's already here. So that's a depressing ending. Fuck you, Minecraft. Fuck you, skeletons. Fuck you, skeletons. Fuck you. Fuck you, skeletons. God, I hate skeletons. By the way, I started this document. I've always held the belief that the word Nazi is a heavy word. It's a word with history. It's a word with meaning. It is a word that I wanted to respect. Not the concept itself, respect. I wanted to respect using it and not throwing it around, to retain that word's purity, because it needs to have a meaning, and its history is important, and it would be terrible to spit in the face of people and the history of people that were affected by Nazis and Nazism. I think that if after reading this document, you do not see the explicit connections between Hitler's Nazism and the white supremacy that is everywhere in this document and attributed to the entire American conservative movement, the MAGA movement, I think if you don't see that connection, you are just being ignorant. I think you are just purposely ignoring it. And it is with that in mind that I'm going to be significantly less judgy of people that just call Trump a Nazi, because he fucking is. I do not know what to say. Maybe the word has shifted a little bit into the modern day, huh? Like maybe they're not going to explicit war yet. When Elon Musk does a Nazi salute and tries to brush it off as like just a little autistic fuck up, oopsie, I didn't mean to, or I just meant like, whatever. No. There's no room. There's no room left to say that these people can be reached or that they are even worth reaching. They're still human. I'm not saying kill them. I'm saying defend yourself because you are just as important, and they fundamentally do not believe that same thing towards you. If Nazi means anything, that is what the American right is. Trump just pardoned a bunch of like actual Nazis, by the way, like white supremacists. He just pardoned like a bunch of them with zero thought or consideration. That was like yesterday. Yeah. Wow. Boy, am I tired. I wanted to get the poem. I don't remember where the poem comes from. I wanted to get the poem. But I accidentally clicked escape to pause the game. But I wanted to get the Minecraft poem, but I guess I'm not going to get that, and that's okay. We will fight another time, maybe, and get that again, and I'll remember at that time. Okay. I do not believe that with a subscriber base of 1,000, that anyone watched this entire process. But if you did, thank you so much. This was a funny, stupid little idea. And I will make no commitment to finish reading this anyway. But I may stream Subnautica and listen to more of it. But I'm going to be really burnt out on it. Because that was terrible. Read it yourself too. Tell other people to read it yourself. Send them moments from this stream. And let them know that this shit happened. We can never, ever, ever let the American right forget that this document happened. Ever. It will not happen. This is insane. You know what else is insane? Me. I'm tired. I'm gonna log off now. Goodbye, stream. It was wonderful. Minecraft has been defeated. Join the quiet party if you haven't. Get subscribed for more hijinks and commentary.